There you go. So today we're going to be picking up where we left off with Factorio Space Age. And to catch people up on what we've got going on, you might look at this and go, oh my god, this is a whole thing. Correct. But let me just kind of give you like the super duper duper simplified version. If we look at any of these stops, all you have to think about it is output, input. Just every single one of these. So output, input, input, output, input, 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 input. You get the idea. First rail is the output of whatever I'm making there. All the rest are inputs. So in this case, my output is steel, my input is copper plates. And then all of this is just making steel. And that's what that whole train station is. And so when we look at it, I got a little bit too many highlights that's making it kind of hard to see. But you'll notice in the middle here, there's these gray lines that are just kind of weaving through the middle of all of it. I probably need to turn off the power so you can see. Yeah, but we got all these little gray lines weaving through all this. Those are rails. So my entire factory is very, very heavily based around rails. So what ends up happening is we have, for example, this train that's collecting steel. It goes, and we got some logic on the train station itself that says, hey, if you got enough steel to make it worthwhile, turn on the train station. And that tells it that, that a train, you can come in, I'm available. But if we look at all of our trains, I got some really cool logic here that I'm using what's known as interrupts. You can set up your train where you say, this train, go to the steel pickup, drop it off with the steel drop-off, and just ping-pong back and forth. That's the basic way you set up trains. Interrupts is cool stuff. So I've got one interrupt here that it checks, are you out of fuel? If you're low on fuel, go to the station named Refuel. Fair enough. Doesn't take a whole lot to figure that out. I got a station Refuel. It puts fuel in the train that sits here. But we turn around, if we go back to that train, I have the next one, which is Get Cargo. If you don't have cargo, and any of the stations are available called Cargo Pickup, just go there. And then you go there until you're full of cargo or no more cargo showing up. Fair enough. At this point, the train has cargo. And so when that instruction ends, it goes, okay, what next? Well, drop off cargo. Well, do you have cargo? I do have cargo. And this is where the magic happens, is it'll be a little hard to see on your screen, but there's a little green icon there that looks like a box. What that's going to do is it's going to look inside this train, and it's going to say, okay, there's steel in here. And so where that little green box is, it'll put that steel icon in that place. So it'll be steel icon space drop off. And it'll go there until the cargo's empty. Now the thing I want to show you is if we look at our train stations, they're all named like red circuit board drop off, red science drop off, blue science drop off, or you'll notice way down here I've got one, well I actually have 4 of them, named steel drop off. So if we go here, there's this train station right here, and its name is Steel Space Drop-Off. So what we've told that other train is saying, hey, if you have cargo, take it to the train station with that name. And with the way that it works in Factorio, it will go to any train station that has that name if it's available. Now in this case, that's why I have the logic here that says, do you have at least this much, or for an input, do you have less than that much? Is I basically turn on and off the train stations as I have resources to be picked up, and I have places that need resources. And you don't have to go through any of this logic. That's one of the beauties of Factorio. If you just want a train to go back and forth between the two with, like, you've just hard-coded saying go to that station and come back, and that's your only instructions, that's completely acceptable. If you don't want to deal with trains at all, you can just build conveyor belts. That's acceptable. If you want to just use bots, it can be really cool to watch. Your CPU might hate existence, but it's acceptable. It'll work. And then the last one here is basically, if you got nothing ever else to do, go to the train station named Parking. And this is our train parking lot. But yeah, so that's where all of this looks like a convoluted mess. But ultimately, when you look at it, it's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 30. Okay, we're actually making like 30 things, which is more than I thought. But we're making like 30 things. And all it is just, what do I need to make it? Okay, have all the setting, like the steps made to collect those things. Okay, and this is the thing we're putting out. Get that out of here. Cargo space salesman? No cargo road? Yeah. So with that, what we're currently working on is I have managed to reach another planet. So we got Fulgora over here. This is the Zappy planet. Our factory is way smaller on this planet. Ignore all the blinking and putting down concrete everywhere. But this is the Zappy planet. All you need to know is I got a bunch of garbage that we're digging up here. We run it down the belt. This is just more garbage we're digging up. We put in these things, and it turns that garbage into random junk, properly sushi belting, which gets fed into this giant loop here that goes like right through this. And all this other crap on the side is basically to go, oh, here's green circuit boards I need, let's yank those off. Oh, here's this, yank those off, that kind of thing. And I'm noticing an immediate problem that is deeply concerning to me, which is that the green circuit boards have utterly backed up. So I'm going to just let that fill up as a temporary, I don't feel like dealing with this right now solution. That will make it slowly escalate and get worse and worse until it becomes absolutely crippling, and then I will need to go back and deal with it. But that's a later me problem. Right now, me does not want to deal with that. And ultimately, the only thing you need to know that all of that stuff happening on that our planet is doing is it's making pink science. And so...
Thank you, Apple Lords, for subscribing for 6 months.
And thank you, Apple Lords, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 6 months you've been subbed to the channel, half a year, and I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month to use it here. So, thank you. I do appreciate that greatly. I do appreciate that. Words are hard. You just figured out Fulgora science today, too? Nice. But yeah, so I got pink science, and ultimately that's important because I am researching the lightning collector. I actually don't really care about the lightning collector one way or the other that much, but I'm working on an achievement where I skipped a bunch of the really useful, convenient sciences on this planet to go there to do this science first. The other planet science first, because there's an achievement for skipping those convenient science. So I got 5% till we get the achievement done. Which does bring up my first task for today, which is we got purple science and yellow science, and dear goodness do I want those. They're basically around efficiency. That's what these sciences do. They're efficiency sciences. Now, we're going to need to set up making those. So for this, I got two kind of approaches I can go. One is this is made out of railroad tracks, electric furnaces, and productivity modules. So I can make stops to create those three things, and then ship it to a 4-stop to make the purple science. Or there are 6 materials that go into making that. I can ship the 6 materials to 1 stop and make the purple science start to finish there. And there's arguments to be made for both of those strategies. Now, realistically, I don't really want to make... Because realistically, if we're looking at this nonsense... I want to turn that back on so I can... Yeah, so everything's basically covered. Realistically, if we're looking at this nonsense, I actually have a lot of difficulty in moving a lot of stuff around here right now. Because I've got these cliffs everywhere. You can see where I kind of had to wiggle around one cliff here with the railroad tracks. With my current setup of trains, like I got a cliff blocking me here. This one might be doable where I could like fish it. You know, that's actually maybe where we go with this. I could fish this up here and over. It wouldn't give me a lot of room with all these cliffs, but might give me some room. But you get the idea, is I'm running into issues where there's cliffs everywhere. And I don't have an efficient means of getting rid of the cliffs. What was the... So to destroy the cliffs requires the science I get from the lava planet, which I haven't been to yet. So I can't just delete the cliffs and move on. So that's kind of our catch, is we're running into kind of a space constraint where getting around these cliffs is starting to become a little bit of a pain. Like, that's actually a really big open area I could probably work with down there. This is okay. I kind of wish I hadn't put this whole setup here, but I'm sure as heck not ripping it down now. There might actually be a lot of space to work with up here. But regardless, I have the issue now where I've got to fight my way out somewhere to get myself a place I can expand to do this. Because that is one downside with the setup I'm using with the trains. It is not space efficient. But one of the beauties of the first planet is it's effectively, it's not really infinite in size, but it's like 1,000,000 tiles, which might as well be infinite size. It's kind of like Vintage Story. Vintage Story, the world does have a finite size, but it's so big, it's kind of irrelevant. So trying to go through that would be a mess. I think what I might do... I did not leave myself enough room to wiggle the tracks. I was gonna say, if I could wiggle the tracks down here, I might be able to snake these tracks through here somewhere. So I might be able to split off here. Yeah, no, Factorio is technically finite, but again, it's that finite where it might as well not be finite. It's finite, but to such an extreme, you don't need to worry about it. So what I might be able to do is I might be able to break off here, have a railroad run, go down this way, and then turn out here. And there looks like there's a lot of room down here. 1.7 million. Oh, is what you got the score up to? Alright. Okay. So I think we're going to be administering a certain level of violence here in the immediate future. So I'm going to want to get myself a really big supply of bullets and a really big supply of rockets. And I believe my rockets are produced right there. Yeah, because what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to clean out the biters. So give me rockets. Increase the max amount you're allowed to have. And then we're also going to run over here to hey, Rush to Space achievement is done. Okay. And with that, start researching everything. Alright. Independent science about you increasing it rather funny. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that there's some people who are like very conscientious about all of that, and then there's some people who just, it's nothing they think about or care about. Yeah, so let me get over to this tank I ditched over here, or like way back. We'll go grab the tank. Let's go mark the area we're going to. So we're leaning towards this area. So let's add a tag. That's the area we're going to be clearing towards. I'm going to run over here because I left the tank here previously. And I'm not planning on using the tank for the actual fighting. Ooh, do I have sentry guns on? Yeah, I do. So you need to be on my bar. Alright. We've got our drones and all that. Cool, cool. Oh, also, there is uranium down there. I was just sitting there thinking, it's like, there's uranium here, there's lots of copper here, but again, that's a hard-to-use area. Yeah, we'll go down to where we're looking at. I'm not going to go out of my way for the uranium or anything quite yet. Alright. Do I have what I need to make a couple of walls? I did not. That's fine. Because I'm about to. Okay, give myself a little bit more wiggle room here to bring the tank through. Because I already know my own luck. If I don't give myself a lot of room to work with, I will be simply slamming into those walls every single time I go through and just have to be rebuilding the walls again and again. Alright. Then go here. So now I've got myself a little airlock of sorts. Reinforce that a little bit. And there's no research I could do right now, correct? Right. I can queue some of these up. Alright, so let's see. We can make the drone port MK2, the mining speed, the steel plate production, the scrap recycler production, the blue circuit processing. Let's go based on the cost. So you're the cheapest. Then you. Then you. Yeah, I want that too, but... Alright. Those are going to take for absolute ever. Hey, Muffy, how's it going? I hope you have a good one. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. First scratch of No Man's Sky today? Gotcha. Alright. So like I said, I don't want to actually use the tank to fight. I don't actually have that much ammo for it and everything, so we're going to park the tank back here. And we use our tried and true strategy. We run relatively close to the nest. We drop a bunch of guns. I realized I didn't bring my ammo, so we got to go back for that. I mean, I got enough ammo for dealing with this nest, but not like my full campaign. Alright. First spawner down. We stand behind our sentry guns and let them do their work. Okay. Yep, and you get the strategy pretty easily right there. That it's pretty much entirely... You give yourself a defensive line to retreat to. You get yourself a nice long-range, high-damage attack. And you just open fire. Alright, so my military science is down there. So I just need to get down there to get ourselves some ammo. How much fuel do you have on board? You've got some. Okay, so let's quickly zip on over here. Because I can work on a lot of stuff remotely, clearing out nests is a little tricky for me to do remotely. I can do it with the tank. But it is one of those things that could easily go real bad. Okay, so I have a box set right here. You should be a passive provider box, actually. There you go, buddy. You do not have a drone port nearby. We can fix that. And a drone will come here and fix that, so in the future they can bring me bullets directly without me having to go here. Alright, so we go right back out. Try to avoid slamming down our own power pole. It's bound to happen a couple dozen times before the run's over. Okay. Oh, I also have not checked on your power grid in a very long time. It's fine. We'll definitely need, as we start doing some expansions, we'll definitely need to set up more accumulators and all that, but we can worry about that then. That's okay. We just destroyed a solar panel and immediately put it back. Do I have repair tools? Yeah, I do. I actually have a lot of repair tools. I guess it's just showing me that my tank's shields are down, which is fine. Why are you recovering your shields so slowly? Ah, you have no batteries. Because you weren't finished. Because I grabbed this tank last time and drove it away from the base in an emergency. It was like, it's only half cooked and I just had to make it work. Alright. Tank holds back here. Same exact plan. Now, it won't be too much longer till we hit the next level of evolution on the biters, where they go from the blue ones till we start seeing the yellow ones. That's, alright. They're getting caught up in the trees. And that just kind of makes them come out in like little groups here and there, little fits. And that's something we don't want when we're trying to clear bases, because instead of coming out with one wave to be knocked down really fast by your sentries, they kind of slow feed in it, which gives them time to respawn. Alright. That's an nest done. They'll have about 700-800 rockets left. And honestly, where I'm running around out here, probably don't even worry about the tank. The tank's my ride to and from. Now, later on we get much faster ways of killing the nests. One of the strategies you can do, which is usually the one I go with, is down the road we would just, we would just go over here and I would just use artillery and just pound the nests into the dirt from artillery from the safety of home. Another one is you roll in with a nuke and just launch a nuke into the base. And it'll take care of it. Has its pros and cons. Okay, so it's actually close enough that they're chaining, which is fine, but it means the waves will not be stopping. That's fine. My shields can take it. Oh, hey, you. You're pretty close. Alright. Yeah, so the goal here is we want to clean up as many nests in this area, because what I'm ultimately going to do is where we've got that ridiculous wall of sentry guns. I'm going to, like, turn that wall out and try and expand to cover this area. But to do that, I gotta get the biters out of here, or they'll just murder the drones on the way in and out. So I'm going to clear out as many of these as I can for right now. Okay. The good news, a lot of these nests don't seem to be that big. I'm not going through too much ammo. But yeah, so this is the thing that brings up the question is, my next big move we're going to be making is I've got to make the decision of I can go to Volcanus or Gleba, which are the two next planets. And with that, there's pros and cons with each of them. So with Volcanus, ultimately that gets me stuff like artillery, which makes this like a trivial thing because all I have to do is I just sit back, you know, sit way back and just huck artillery shells over the walls until an area is cleared. Alright. And once the area is cleared, then I can just expand how I want. And the advantage with that is I can effectively do that entirely remotely if I want to. Because all I would do then is if we look at like one of the border areas of my base, where I've got this wall here, I just put an artillery gun there and tell them to deliver ammo there. And then when it gets like a full complement of ammo, I would just open up and it would kill like a couple of hives here. And then you just say, okay, build the wall out there, and then you delete the old wall. And you just kind of do that little like you do like the StarCraft where you'd crawl your little your Protoss, you'd crawl the little Protoss turrets forward. It's kind of like that strategy. You artillery things away, and then once they're down, you then fill in the gap. You just keep on doing that until you take the area you're looking for. Alright. Cannon rushing? Yeah, basically cannon rushing. It's kind of like cannon rushing, a little different in that the cannons, there isn't like an artillery cannon and like a defensive cannon, it's the same thing. But similar concept of where you're using your defense as an offense. Okay, how are we doing in rockets? I'm down to about 300 rockets. Alright. Yeah, focus as much as I can, just clearing up here, working our way over. You recommend using laser turret later for tileable blueprint with electric poles in the middle? Upgrade version once you have enough? I mean, that's basically what I'm doing, is I've got the laser turrets here, and it's a tileable blueprint. That's exactly the width of what these can handle. So I just have those all overlapped with redundant power poles and everything, so if something happens and one of the biters gets a lucky shot on a power pole, it doesn't drop or anything like that. And then later on, we'll mix artillery in there as needed. Come on, get over here. Yeah, using aggressively is usually fun. Yeah, the big thing is, like, having them try and push a base ends up being a problem. If you're going to use it to, like, push close enough to a base that the biters chain attack it, that can work. The big problem you run into is the cost on electricity is absurdly high at that point. It's still doable, but once you get to, like, the yellow biters and all that and whatnot, it starts to be, like, really rough to maintain. But part of why I like the artillery strategy is it's very low effort. You just plunk it down, and it just takes care of things. Here's an air base right there. Got about 200 rockets left. I'm hoping we find a choke point up here. Because if we get really lucky and we find a choke point, I can block off the choke point, and then we can kind of back clear. And then that gives me a huge area to work with that I don't have to, you know, babysit a bunch of stuff in. It's almost all spitters. Okay. I don't think we go all the way over to those ones. I'm satisfied that we're not going to have a significant choke point. Like, there's the cliffs here that I kind of use a choke point. And they work. I'm running away from my turrets. The big problem with using the cliffs as a choke point is it's really hard to use them with blueprints. You have to have a huge range of blueprints. They're nice because they're a solid, rigid area the enemy cannot, like, just physically cannot break through. But they're harder to take advantage of than, like, a big lake or something that's just a very consistent barrier the whole way over. That'll be an interesting nest. So I think I actually want my defenses over here. And the bear's like, we don't know what to do. The shots are coming from the sky. Hey, a few of them figured it out. Okay, so let's run around here real fast. And finish off that nest. Alright, we've got about 150 missiles left, counting what's already in my rocket launcher. And by now there's probably 200 back at home. But that'll be enough that we should be able to start trying to cover the east area. Is that iron down there? Yeah, it's iron. I was hoping it was water that this would be a choke point, but no luck. Yeah, because I could start building a wall over here. I'm just going to try and do a massive, massive expanse of our territory. The factory must grow, and therefore the biters must die. I'm flying too close to the sun. Okay. Yeah, I'm having a little bit of difficulty just because, one, it's down where my menu is. And it's vertically enough that I'm having problems getting much time on the nests. Would you get up here? Alright. Okay, it's 2 more nests down. Alright, so the rest should go down relatively quickly. Probably getting really low on rockets. Okay, did I finish the nest? Okay, I did finish the nest off. And with that, I only got 70 rockets to our name, so we're turning in because that is not enough to keep the push up. Okay. So, I could, in theory, daisy chain my drone ports over here and start building the wall way out here somewhere. That's going to be a little bit tricky. Because the downside is, once I start daisy chaining that, this whole area in the middle becomes vulnerable to attack. But at the same time, it kind of needs to happen. Alright, so let's get to where I don't have to worry about getting swarmed by a bunch of biters while I'm not looking at my screen myself. I'm going to put down the drone ports to start daisy chaining them over to the edge there. And then from there, we're going to go ahead and, got automatic production of nukes yet? Nope, I don't even have uranium yet. The uranium has all been, like, way on the outskirts that I haven't been able to reach it yet. So we don't have nuclear power or nukes or anything like that. That's usually one of the go-to strategies, just roll in, drop a nuke or two, and then you're sorted, but for the moment, we're using the rocket strategy. You can also use the tank with the tank shells. It works really well. I found, though, I usually knock out a bunch of nests. It's just a matter of time before I catch myself in a rock or whatever and get swarmed, and then the tank's dead. And then I feel real dumb. But we'll get there. Okay, so that should be close enough. If I get swarmed, we'll just destroy them. Alright. So let's go and start planning here. I don't have a reason to not use the water with consideration. Man, I really wish I knew it was farther out. Because I got a bunch of choke points up on this side that we were taking advantage of. Never did finish this area, did I? Okay, now let me get close enough to get that built out. What I can do in the interim... Well... Let's go see how many rockets I've got handy. If I got a bunch more rockets already cooking, we can just go grab those rockets now and push some more of those nests to give myself better position. If I'm only sitting at like 100 rockets or something, not a very big number, then what we'll do is we will tell it to just cut the new wall across and then go up. Knowing I'm going to basically delete my previous wall and then turn around and do it again. But with that, I should open enough space to start doing something with the train stops. Yep, no, there's lots of ways. I'm pretty content with the way I'm doing it. I know there's other ways that are more efficient, but just... Oh, hey. Well, that's all done. Ooh, I haven't been watching. Alright, so coal is okay. Probably could use more coal. Iron... Oh, I didn't pin the new iron. 1 second. I actually have more iron than that. I just didn't pin it. Iron... There we go. So I actually do have plenty of iron. Okay, how many rockets did you get up to? So I'd have 240 rockets? Is that enough to get anything done? 240 rockets might be enough to clear up those 3, maybe 4? Because we can get rid of these 3, and then maybe the 4th one there. I could potentially take this wall down here and cut it across there. I'm going to try for it. Because it works out great, if not, you know, kind of whatever. Oop, can't go that way. What do we hit that actually damaged you? Okay, so we did hit the pipe, but we did immediately repair the pipe. That's fine. Okay, so I already have a gate here. But it is insufficient for a tank. Alright, so there's not really a good spot here, one or the other. Let's go right here. And just like we did a minute ago. Gonna widen this up. Give myself enough room to drive in and out of without having to fight too hard through everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll need 2 more. Alright. That's fine. And we're not here to fight nests that got set up in this spot. It's just easier to go around, and I don't have to worry about hitting my own power poles and all that out here. We're just going to sneak around this nest. I don't really care about it. Sneak around this one. I don't really care about it. Same here. It's a huge windy day around here. A bunch of trees and power lines down. Is not fine? Yeah. Yep. We haven't had one of the really bad windy days in a little bit here. It's definitely been a year of them. Okay. Just like last time, I'm going to park the tank just off of the way here, so if they go on rush, the tank shouldn't get destroyed. They'll be under the range of the guns will tear up whatever hits them. Okay, so the plan is to hit these 3 nets as the first priority, and then we can see what we can get done from there. Because if we can manage to get enough nests down, I can start expanding this defensive line. And that should give me plenty of room to work. Okay. At this point, your streak exists for bragging rights alone. It is definitely an impressive streak that's still going. Alright, so we've got 207 rockets left. Next up, the one to the right. Because then I can actually take advantage of the cliffs a little bit. Oh, no, I have to... yeah, I have to take care of that one. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think I care about the nest farther down. Gonna try and take advantage of this rock, or this cliff face a little bit. Because also, that nest, that is a thick nest down there. We could definitely take it out, but that's going to expend a lot of my limited rockets. I'm down to 271 and dropping fast. Okay. Okay, just a couple more in the back there. Alright, and I'll take care of you. Hey, Whistler, how's it going? Alright, so that puts us down to 87 rockets already. Maybe we go for that one last nest, see if we can take it out. But ammo's getting low, and this time, because we haven't been out nearly as long, I have no belief that we've managed to get together enough resources to have enough for another push. Which is fine. Enjoyed the Blossom streams? Well, thank you. I really enjoyed Blossom. I felt Blossom was an excellent game. I did low-key yesterday after stream. I did actually finish all the achievements in Blossom. I appreciate it was one of those games that the achievements were fairly reasonable, where it wasn't like, you know, go and collect 100,000 of this resource or something like that. What got destroyed? Oh, they just trashed a couple pieces of wall or something. Okay. Yeah, they just struck at the end of one of my defensive walls. That happens. No matter where you go, there'll always be weak points or just the way things line up. You can't quite have a solid defensive wall. Just friendly fire yourself with a couple of rockets. If you didn't see, we ran out of rockets. But we did finish off the nest. And with that, we're basically out of bullets too. So that is what we're getting done for the time being. Yeah, I definitely would like to get the artillery up at some point. Just to make that life easier. That might be the thing that kind of cinches it that I'm going for Volcanus. Is just the fact that it's going to get way more annoying to deal with that if I don't get the artillery going. Did you backfill a nest on me? Suck. Alright. Well, I don't have the ammo to take that on. My tank also probably doesn't have the ammo to take it on. I think it only had something like 9 of its really good strong shells. I might be able to take out the nests to deal with it. But that nest, if I don't get rid of it, it'll just kill all the bots as they cross through trying to build the defense. So we got pretty hard trolled by that. Now, one key thing you can actually do with the tank, you could slam it into the nests to kill the nest that way. Let's see if I can't take that out real fast with the tank. I only got 13 shells, so we don't want to miss. Would you? Okay, well that went terribly. We immediately hit a rock and got stuck on it. I also noticed my explosive rounds... Okay, so put that away so we don't get all our drones killed. My explosive rounds were ricocheting off the trees and all that. Okay, so those hit ground, so I gotta get closer than that for that to work at all. Okay, the good news is the shells are doing about just under half the damage of the whole nest's life per shot. I got 5 more rounds. Okay. 3 more rounds. Yeah, we just don't have the ammo to do this. Playing a dangerous game weaving between all these rocks. I mean... So I got one more round. And not much in the way of bullets. Let's go get rid of our friends. Yeah, okay, the machine gun, the tank ain't worth nothing. Alright, well, we got it down to one nest. I'm gonna have to back off and resupply. Let's take the tank all the way back to where we were building our tanks, because this tank wasn't finished. It doesn't have batteries in it. It doesn't have, like, all the other stuff it's supposed to. It needs to be resupplied. It's fine. We kind of did what we could with it, with its little ammo. But with the one nest there, I should be able to take some rockets, what little we've got, knock that one nest down, and then get the drone starting to build out the new defensive line. I need to not take too long, though. The longer I take, the more time the biters will get to try and expand to take that spot over. It's just unfortunate the timing that we had just cleared it out and biters had moved into one of the spots that we cleared out that was, like, right in the center. It was off on the edge, I could have ignored it for a while. Then dealt with it, you know, when needed. But right in the center, the moment I start building defenses, it'll just start chasing around my drones and killing them. Okay, so this is the tank line. Okay. Advance the wall of turrets. Yes, I will be advancing the wall of turrets. The problem I have is right now, when I go to advance the wall of turrets, that set of biters is right in the way that we will have them get attacked. Because I actually want to go and I want to take the wall of turrets, I want to bring it down this way, and then over, and then up, to give me a huge amount of space all at once. Versus, like, starting one thing and then tearing it down, just inching it forward. Alright. We want to get the purple and the yellow science online, which is why I'm doing this, is I need more space. I can put in some, like, really, really low effort, just one assembler to have it making a non-zero amount, which probably wouldn't even be a bad idea. But I'd much rather roll in, have what I need to, like, properly knock it, like, properly get some going. 94. That's definitely enough to knock what's left of that down. The rest of that's going to just need to run for a while. How are you doing? Okay, so at some point we need to capture more oil. We've hit the point that we're doing that. Sorry, I mean make 3 thick layer. Then take down the inner 1 layer, then create layer 4, then after layer 4, good to remember layer 2. I mean, the only problem we run into that was the power infrastructure, because those will have the lasers going pretty much perpetually once we start pushing up to the biter's nest. I also am pretty sure that the really, really big spitters outrange our sentries until we get higher quality ones. And so I think we'll run into the problem with that of them just murdering that. Alright, so you're in relatively good shape. You're still missing batteries. You're missing batteries. What's going on that you're all missing batteries? What's the deal here? You were waiting on batteries. You're producing the batteries. Do I not have batteries on my network? That might explain that. Well, no, I would have to have batteries on my network, right? Because we would never make a laser turret ever. Ah, no, they have a box. Okay. So yeah, there's our problem here. Is I don't have, as far as I can see, I don't have batteries on my grid. So we'll definitely want to get that sorted out. We could just do that here. Grab you. Grab you here. Pick you up. Move you there. Lock you in at 2 stacks. You can build that down for me. Alright, so that explains why we're not getting any of the batteries through. That the only batteries that we're getting there were ones that, you know, got scrapped out of my inventory and that kind of thing. Okay, so this is the one I think was in the best shape. Is only missing 1 battery and a drone port, and I don't really care about the drone port in our current situation. It doesn't have, like, any bullets in it. But I believe with the 94 rockets, and then stopping for a quick grabbing of bullets on the way down, that should give me what I need to knock down that nest. And then we're going to go ahead and get the laser turrets. But yeah, no, the big issue you run into with the laser turrets, I want to say, only have like 12 range. They're fairly short-range weapons. Like, the flamethrower is shorter, but they're fairly short-range weapons. So they'll outrange, like, the spitter biters, but, like, the spitter, like, the base things, they don't outrange. And it's going to take a long time to build the defensive wall. So me just standing on the front of the wall waiting for it to go up to then walk out and missile and all that stuff. Laser turrets have range 24. Yeah, I didn't have the units. Yeah, so it's just one of those issues that the moment I get in range of them, the laser towers will start getting spat at. The drones will go to repair the towers or replace them if they get destroyed. And the drones will start getting killed. And if I'm there, I can intervene and take care of it, no problem. Once again, I need to be on the inside. I'm just going to cut a hole through this wall. We're about to go through and move this line anyways. I might as well just chop a hole through it. Hi, one mostly dead spitter. Yeah, no, if you have higher quality ones, that'll change everything about what we're talking about. Okay. But in this particular case, that's not what's going on. Why have you made literally no bullets this whole time? You're out of grenades. Because you're out of iron plates. And you're working on it. Yeah, that's honestly, that is primarily... Oh, you know what? I got my bullets. Yeah, so the iron plates is primarily a matter of stuff like not having the better belts and all that. That it's making it difficult to scale up a bunch of stuff. You learned rare blue rocket launcher is a huge range difference. You can throw rocks to the next area code. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We did that the last times. I think I got myself up to a epic rocket launcher, and it was just like, you know, don't care. This conflict is just a nothing. Doesn't matter. There we go. Don't mind me. I'll just break things immediately. Alright, so we're just going to roll over here. Going to set up our defensive line. I'll rocket down that last nest. So get their attention. Alright, because now it's just mop up on these things. Jeez, you hurt so badly once you get through that shield. Alright. So before they can get a chance to reset up... Map. Book. I need to do some... I need to be involved myself on this. That's a little sketch there, but that's fine. Did the drone port line up perfectly wrong? That's fair. Okay, that's a little annoying. So let's go ahead real fast. Yeah, because the drone port lined up to be directly on there, so it won't work. Yeah, so you would be here. I don't think we go another tile farther down. Okay, let's figure out exactly where that's supposed to appear. That'll be close enough for our purposes. Yeah, so right now I'm just driving along, plunking this down. The bots can slowly work on it. Now once that's done, like while I shouldn't say while that's done. While they're working on that, I will work on getting the next part set up. Okay, yeah, so you can keep going this way a bit more. Yeah, and these cliffs will kind of mark where I want to turn up. I expect this to be a absolute disaster because of these cliffs, but... Okay, so we got another one of these spots that... So you basically go there. So I'll make do for our purposes here. Alright. I actually missed where I wanted this by just a little bit, and we had another nest move in behind. Of course we did. That's a problem. Okay, they won't be ready to take on that corner for quite a while. I don't have the ammo to do anything about that nest in the corner. The good news is they can only go kind of in the order that the drone ports are available. So work from the left and work their way over. Is that another nest that showed up down here? You suck, biters. Man, they're being aggressive on the expansions. Alright, so the next move, now we got that all sorted. We're going to want the railroad tracks on the bar. Here, actually, I want the railroad tracks down here. The signal there. This signal. That signal. Those will be our immediate things. Hey, Don, how's it going? We'll turn our drone port again. You wanna fix that? Weird. Okay, so let's get you out of the way for right now. So what I need to do is, I think the plan is gonna be probably where's a good spot for it? Probably around here, maybe? It's either here or here. Make a three-way intersection so I can bring it out and then down to, like, snake it through to get to this area. There is a little bit of oil here, not a lot. But we should be able to put a couple of stops in that area. And I think that's what we're going for. Yeah, so I bring you over. There's a couple of cliffs there. I guess you over, down, cut through this area. Like I said, you'll go into this area. We should be able to fit like 4 or 5 stops in that general area. Maybe. Yeah, so let's get that started. Heck, where am I moving this? Yeah, I've got more room here, but that also runs up closer to that. I think that's just what we have to deal with. Alright, do we have enough space here to put an intersection? So ultimately, I'd be aiming around there. We can actually center it on this. Let's get out real fast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move your pole there, yoink you up. Okay, and with it up there, we should be able to start snaking it over. Yeah, because then if I run along the existing drone ports, I don't have to worry about fighting with any of that nonsense. And that gives me a basis for starting your nonsense. Okay, so you are up. Okay, believe I made it so it was up on the right. Yeah, so it's right sides forward. I can go over here. There's that one. You go 1, 2, 3. Actually, I prompt too much and made a big loop-de-loop. Hey, Server Lord. Okay, so we've got both the ones going into this lane. Good. There, now I got you. Alright, so that gets that intersection going. So then ultimately we're going to be trying to curve this down here. So probably bring it over, bring it down, versus going the diagonal. Then we'll kind of weasel it around there. And then we'll have the train track go right through the middle. So let's see, where's that cliff down there? So it can go way over here. That pole should go. You know, so I'll be connected on the grid, so we should be fine. Alright, so I need to remove that one power pole over here. Your factory world is clogged with trees. Cannot wait for explosives to destroy them all. It's honestly the drones that are the big one. Oh, they already took care of it while I was looking. I was like, where is it? The drones are like the big one for all that stuff. It's like once you get the drones, like, yeah, I'm just not gonna worry about this. Okay, so what we do here is 1, 2, 3, 4. Ultimately, we just want to get these to match up. Yep, good enough. Okay. Are you all in drone range? You are. So I don't have to put any further effort into that consideration. That's good news. But you can separate any Factorio experience between two distinct phases. Before bots and after bots. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yep, 5-stream streak. Thanks so much for the 5-stream streak. Okay. So with this, I actually have room for a train stop here and over here. Which is good, because I hadn't really factored that part in. So, now comes the big question, how I'm dealing with our yellow and our purple signs. Let's get the tank out of the way. Alright, so, with considerations to the yellow and the purple science, if we look at what we require for these, the utility science, that is the blue circuits, flying robot frames, and low-density structure. The processing units and the low-density structure I already have on my train network. I am missing low robot frames, which with flying robot frames are the electric motors, green circuits, batteries, and steel plates. What all of those do I already have in the network? Don't have the batteries. I don't have green circuits. So all that's going to be a chore. Okay. The other science we can work on is the production science. That is the productivity module, electric furnace, and rails. Now, these both present a problem in that I have none of these three things on my train network. I also don't particularly see a reason to make a rail stop, specifically. Or a furnace stop, for that matter. I'm never going to want those in a high quantity other than for the purpose of creating science. So I do think this is going to be an obnoxious 6-stop train station, which will be hard because that's a lot of space that's going to be required. Now, I have infinitely more space on the right than the left, so we'll start there. We're going to go ahead and start designing our little train station over here. I'm probably going to have to move some of these drone ports and stuff like that. That's fine. So looking at our existing blueprints, I believe that's my most significant one I've got set up, where it's got 3 inputs and an output. Yeah, because we have an output 1 input, an output 2 inputs, an output 3 inputs, and then we go on to other things. And we're looking at 6 inputs. Can I move you far enough down that the drone port could just stay? Yep, and that is honestly fine by me. So you go here. Meanwhile, that does mean I want to be connecting these up. Because I do like to run power right down the middle of my railways. That way I always know I've got power. Like, if I'm ever in need of power, it's just like, yep, go to the railway. You'll find it. Is that really not in range? Whatever. I'll add a second one, it's fine. Okay. Meanwhile, how goes all this? It all goes fine. Right, so requesting. New requesting stuff to go on here before I forget. I want you to give me the explosive shells. And just keep sending them my way. Bullets. Keep sending them my way. Repair kits. I don't need a lot. Is there anything else I want to bring on me? Not really. Okay, so I'll tell them to keep bringing me bullets and all that stuff. How's the defense system holding up? It's holding up well. I'll definitely need to expand my power grid in not too long. Because as we're doing this, adding more and more load. Yeah, and we're getting to just under 50%, maybe a little under 40% during the night. Because all of our power is basically solar at this stage. And that's the whole thing. Okay. You're gonna need to go here. Have another stop. And another stop for the inputs and outputs. Easier from this side. I have to fix all these belts, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. So we got those going. And Wizards on 190 stream streak. Catch the last 190 streams without missing one. So thank you so much for that. So I got your signal. And your signal. And thank you, Server Lord, for giving a tier 1 sub to Wizards, putting you at 24 subs gifted to the channel and all that. Thanks so much for that. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. Alright, so we've got all of our inputs set up here, which is going to be a whole thing I'm going to have to deal with. Now, the big catch is I need to fix these conveyor belts. These conveyor belts are designed to carry just a couple of goods over, because you can see I got the 3 paths here, and I got 2 more extra paths here. So we're going to start over here, we're going to clean things up. So first of all, your conveyor belt going to the output, it's gone. It's just not even remotely in the place I need it to be. We'll deal with you in a minute. Alright, next up contestant. We have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that didn't have to be that way. 1 second. Okay, so we got our 6 outputs. So then we'll have you. Won't be going along here anymore. Alright. Alright, so that's input 2. No, it's not. That's wrong. Okay, there's input 2. And now I have input 3. Then grab U3. I'll grab you again. But you get how this is working now. They go to each one of these. Just pass it over. There's input 4. Wait, did I have this wrong? There should be 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the output. I think I'm short 1. I am short 1. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that's the output. So I actually need 1 more station. Alright. Needless to say, this is easily the most substantial station we have so far, and probably will be the most substantial one we'll have for the whole run. Meanwhile, I'm probably going to need to go here. Getting our drone port put down. One splat by a train yet? I have not. Generally speaking, like the last Space Age run, did I even die to a train? Generally speaking, I die to trains very, very seldomly, despite having a high dependency on the trains. Part of that is just because of where I choose to stand. I don't stop on the tracks or anything like that if I can help it. And then, usually there's only a couple particularly dangerous places you run into the tracks. Like this intersection here is a very dangerous place. And then you'll notice I'll avoid on, say for example, like the ore pickup, like the smelter ones, I'll avoid the train stations entirely on those ones because those are trains constantly going to and from. Whereas stuff like dropping off the stone brick is a relatively inactive train station. So I don't have to be as cautious because they're far less likely to have, at any given moment, a train rolling through. You also just keep an eye on your map. You have like a little red arrow going by, so it does stand out relatively quickly. That said, realistically, I'll probably take a death or two to getting smacked by a train before this is over. But that is very likely to occur. Alright. I'm hoping as the logic drones work their way over, because here we go with our little swarm of drones going back and forth from the mall to slowly build out our train station. And once I get the conveyor belts sorted out, I'm going to snapshot this one. And then what I could do is I can immediately take this from the 6 to the 5 by just deleting from the blueprint all of the extraneous conveyor belt spots. And I do believe didn't I set up the fuel one to accept wood? Yeah, I told that to accept wood. That way we'd have wood over here. Well, the train tax is as bad in this game as the obscure title of the game Lobotomy Corporation. In both, the train takes a toll. Oh yeah, no, the train, if you get caught by a train, unless you were like super endgame and fully armored up, usually you get hit with the train and you instantly get to look at the loading screen. Because the train straight up does not mess around. Okay. So there's track 1. This is track 2. This is track 3. That's track 4. There's track 5. There's track 6. That'd be all the output tracks. We can go ahead and grab the thing here. That's fine. I'm not too fussed by that. Actually, here to you. Do this. All right. So what I want to do here is just get all this wired up. And like I said, we'll give them a minute to actually build it. And once they built it... spacing's a little different on this one, I guess. Okay. Yep, so once they've got that built out, we should be good, because this should be ferrying power. Oh, no, you'll actually need a little bit more power over here. That's fine. So we put a power pole there. You'll be good. You've got power right there. Okay. So yeah, so what we'll do is we'll let them build that out, and then we can take a quick shot of this whole thing. I'll need a signal over here. Actually, I'll need a couple signals over here. But you got those signals on the top and bottom there already sorted. You are upset with me right now with what we've got. Let's get that sorted so it stops messing with the rest of the train signals on the track. Granted, it doesn't matter because this whole segment's kind of off on its own. But that's fine. Cool. And I'll have to get the signals on this end. But as you can see, I'm going to let it build that out. And we'll take a blueprint of this one being a 6 input. Which is more like, I can't... If we end up having one that needs more than 6 inputs, that's definitely the point where like, okay, you're being set up different. Like you're just not going to have that many inputs. There we go. The backpack was turned off. I was like, what's going on? Why am I not getting this stuff? So trash you. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen the logic bots coming down here. I was expecting for them to start trying to deliver the rockets to me. Unless we don't have rockets, which is very possible. No, I got rockets. Only 21 of them. Okay, but another problem we have is we are short on oil. Now, the good news is I got oil here for days. The bad news is that's another expansion to deal with. But I'm kind of low-key hoping that what I can do is pretend that's not a problem. Let me get myself set up with the yellow and the purple science, go to Volcanus, start working on Volcanus things, and, you know, then this factory will be able to, like, mostly maintain itself for a little while. Ooh, that's actually a big problem. Let's go ahead and put you and you for some redundancies here. And I'm honestly okay with leaving this kind of this cursed state it is right now, because anything that runs down that corridor is getting murdered. But yeah, we can go ahead and work our way around this whole thing. Let me go ahead and grab one of these corner pieces. Oh, well. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so get this one up and running. That'll be one train stop ready. Technically, I could also turn this up here and get a second train stop up here, too. Wouldn't even be a bad idea. I'd have to inch that line for it, but that would be a very small expanse compared to that. It's also a curiosity that we do have the solar panels here and the accumulators here. I'd actually expect those to power it up a little bit. Yeah, let's go dip more. Yep. So if we check our power, we are still seeing it cap out. If we see it cap out, that does mean I just need more accumulators. Alright, that'll take them for absolutely forever. It is yet another project. There's also reasons I would like to get that going. Once we get the red and purple signs, because I have to clear area for it, or even honestly, if I get this enclosed, that would be enough. Yeah, so I have to destroy that nest and that nest. Okay, so we've got the first of the rockets are actually arriving. Oh, so we actually did have a couple hundred rockets. It's just, you know, I'm sending Logi drones across literally the entirety of the map because I'm too lazy to walk over there myself, letting my entire, like, mall effectively shut down because the Logi bots that run it are now busy dealing with my garbage. Which I will continue to make them do that because that's why I have them. Alright, let me check to see if Tombs home soon, because note today was an overtime day, so our hours are a little bit different than normal. Her car's not here yet. Okay. Bless the Logibots. Yeah. Bless the Logibots doing the work so that I don't have to. And then if I'm correct, all these should be unnamed. Well, I mean, when I say unnamed, they'll have random names. And we don't care about what they're set to needing. I mean, we can take care of that for right now, because this is for the yellow science? No, this is for the production. So I've got stone, brick, copper, iron, steel, and plastic. Right, but that's for red circuit boards. Hold up. So we do the red circuit boards, I no longer need the plastic. So let's look at what we actually went in here. I might be being dumb. So we have the productivity circuits. So it's red and green circuit boards. So that's going to be iron, copper, iron, copper, red circuit. We would need rail. That's stone and steel. And then we have... Where are you at? Oh, yeah. So it's not going to change the number of ports. The only difference is instead of shipping in plastic, I would ship in the red circuit boards. Yeah, so it doesn't change the number of ports. Because the plastic is only being used for the red circuit board. So if I ship in the red circuit boards, I still need a spot for that. So it's either I can make it plastic and make the red circuit boards locally, or bring in the red circuit boards and not need the plastic, which I'll be bringing in the red circuit boards. So meanwhile, I'm not going to rename these, but we'll get those set. So you'll be iron. Actually, let's not do it that way. I usually find when I start building out the area over here, it kind of becomes a thing that sorts itself out. Because what we end up doing with that is, like, I'll be like, okay, here's a material I'm only using once. That'll be my first rail, because then I can just eliminate that and I don't have to make all the conveyor belts to keep going. So, like, the military science had a bunch of that. If we go down to our military science, like, we bring in the coal and we bring in the brick. It's only used for the walls, so brick goes in here, and then wall goes out, and we never see the brick anymore. The coal's only being used for the grenades, so coal goes in, grenades go out, don't need it anymore. We have the iron plate is only used for the bullets, so it goes into the bullets, we never see it again, that goes out. Then we got the steel and the copper, those are used for this, and then we just have their output. So really, you know, this input ends there, that input ends here, and this input ends there. And then we got two more inputs that go on to the rest of the way. So now with that said, what order would I even do it in? As we have you. So the red and green go to the productivity module. I believe we use red and green in the furnace as well? No, we use the red in the furnace. But the brick and the steel, we only use in the furnace, if I'm not mistaken. No, we use the steel in the railroad. Yeah, so the brick is only used on the electric furnace, and then the stone is only used on the rail. So if we bring in the stone, use it on the rail, we can eliminate the stone off the list. Then we do the brick next, we can eliminate that off the list. And that would also eliminate the steel at the same time, because that's also the last time we used the steel. And then it'd be just the red circuit boards and the green circuit boards, like, well, the red circuit boards, the copper and the iron that go on to make the green circuit boards and red circuit boards for productivity module. It's still going to be a mess, because it's going to have several layers to it. One thing that is nice is because I'm building this out into the water, while it is going to take a little bit of effort because I'm building out into the water, and that has its own negatives, I don't have to worry about biters, I don't have to worry about terrain. It is actually one of the things that if you want to make your factory not have to have a big issue, if you have a giant like ocean or a giant lake, building out onto the lake gives you an impenetrable defense on whatever sides you've done there. The downside is you gotta make a lot of landfill, which is suddenly why I'm checking and going, I have landfill being produced up here, right? Yeah, it's right there. Let's go ahead and just, for no discernible reason, what if you were allowed to have 10 stacks of that ready? No reason. Yeah, we should be okay. They might get like one or two get picked off along here, but once they get that corner, they're gonna be farther to the right. I was worried about them getting caught by these biters building out this wall, and they might. Like, when they get down to this corner, they might actually get picked off by the biters here and there, but I think it'll be alright. Yeah, so they bridge the power, so this now has a defensive line. And they're making good progress there. How are my rockets coming along? I'm at 240 rockets. I've got more than enough bullets. So pretty soon I'll be able to go out here and destroy the 2-3 nests that moved back in real fast. I'll probably have to clear up those nests. But you get the idea. We can kind of keep an eye as we're inching around here, trying to watch as they expand. Not getting nests down that need knocking down. Meanwhile, everything's getting built. Do you actually require power of your own? Oh no, you're telling me that you're a train station not on a track. That's what it's actually complaining about. That's fair. Alright. And let's take a check to see how things are going on Fulgora. That's terrible. What's going on here? Oh, right. I added buffer chests, and apparently they weren't enough. Okay, so I think there's a situation where I want to get a recycler in here. Basically, in the event we have too many, just start recycling it. So there's a recycler here. Alright, just trying to see. Oh, so can I not Oh, I can't flip you. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because this thing is like, oh, I could just flip this in the event that the box starts to get full. I make that work. So we grab you as an inserter. Give you a wire here to here. And if you have... Where is it at? Ice cubes are more than 2,000. You just start shoving it in there. Yeah, no, I tried using it, didn't seem to want to. Because I've done that with other buildings. But for some reason the recycler didn't want to do it. I'm hidden. Oh, nope, never mind. There it is. It's fine. That's probably better design than what I was going to do in the first place anyways. Alright, so that unjams that. Are you full as well? I see. So we have another time to figure this out. We can do the exact same thing here. Okay, and we will grab... That is going to end badly. Don't do that. Because you're going to give me metal plates. You're not going to give me, You're not going to give me gears. Okay. So, we got to figure out a way to get the metal plates off of here. Or... I have another way of dealing with this that's a lot more terrible. We can grab... So basically what I should do is on this side, I should grab the iron plates off of this and start processing them away to get rid of them. Is ultimately what needs to happen. But I don't really have a lot of room. So I could weasel that under here, get access to it here, use an inserter to pass it down here somewhere. That's fine. So you do something like this, it would give me the metal plates. I can make this work. It'll be cursed, but I can make it work. So get those down there. You... Gonna yoink up you 3 here. And do that. And then we'll have you there. And that metal plates is over 2,000. You start passing it across. You can bring that over here. And same exact deal here. We just feed into that. And problem solved. So when we get an overflow of the metal plates, it just feeds it back and forth into those until they're destroyed. And then that in turn will unstick the gears, because then they'll be dealing with their stuff over here. Alright. So it's good that we checked on it, because this had stalled out because we had another thing that could get backed up. That's kind of the pain of Fulgora, is you kind of have to have everything have a way of going, okay, when you get too much of it, get rid of it. Because you're eventually, like, everything's going to inevitably have, like, a backlog of materials. So that should be pulling the gears off. We got the ice pulled off. We've got some low-density frames. Are you full? You are full. Okay. And what was it that makes low-density frames again? Copper, iron, and plastic. Well, we don't naturally get plastic on here, I don't believe. Iron we get. Or I should say steel. But copper, iron, and plastic are materials I want. Or copper, I keep saying iron. Copper, steel, and plastic? Which one was it? Yeah, copper, steel, and plastic. So steel we already get here. Copper and plastic we don't. So I need to deal with that one, but there's not really an elegant way of dealing with that. Iron chest recycle a lot faster, and use an assembler and recycle pair for iron destruction? Yeah, I'm not going to bother with that. This is fine. I usually don't worry about the speed of processing by, like, crafting them into something just because it processes faster. It's a fair thing to mention, but... Okay, so right now we can do this. That'll bring it to this side. But what's probably going to happen here is I'll end up having a recycler. That's going to put out the copper, steel, and plastic. And I should probably use those somewhere here. But at the same token, I just don't want it to back up again. I want to be able to leave it unattended. So part of me is leaning, since the copper's backed up here, the steel is fine, and then plastic's not expected here. I think what I'm going to actually do is I'll grab the recycler. I'm going to put you here. And then we're going to take you. Do the same thing here, where you will check for the frames. There's over 2,000 of them. You start frying that. And then on this side, we're just going to do some cheap and dirty, which is I'm going to take... Then I'm going to make a loop. Actually, we can make this a little bit more useful. Alright, so grab these. Grab you. You do plastic now. You do the copper plate. And then you do steel. And then that'll be good for a moment. Give you power. Then we can do here. Grab a splitter. Now grab plastic. You get too much plastic, you immediately feed it in there. If we get any out, it just goes back under the belt. We'll have an input priority on the side here, so the shredder always gets to continue doing its thing. Output priority will be on the right, because I might just put the other one right... Well, no, it won't fit right there, that's fine. Yeah, so what I could do here then is potentially grab you, flip you over here. Or I could just... I think it was... Control-Shift-Click? Yeah. So then same deal. Put your steel. And your steel. So you get the idea there, is we're just going to rip those off. And then you're the copper plate. Okay, so assuming all those have power at them, which they should, what'll end up happening here is when we have a surplus of the low-density frames, they feed in here, all the output goes in there, they'll be stored in the box in case I need more of it, and then once these boxes fill up, it'll just start yoinking them off and getting rid of it. That should prevent this from jamming up again, which will be good. Meanwhile, it looks like you're pretty close to done. You've got a couple of bits of railway to put down here, a power pole or two, and then that'll be done here. You're getting dangerously close to those biters. Alright, how am I doing on the rockets? I'm sitting at 346 rockets. That should be enough to knock down a bunch of nests. Let me check to see if Tomb's home yet, because she's probably home. She is home. Alright, so before I go on another biter spree, my wife's home, so I'm going to quickly run downstairs, welcome my wife home. Then I'll be back up to continue more Factorio. We'll continue getting the purple and yellow science online before we probably go to Volcanus so we can get artillery to start slamming down all these biters. But in the meantime, thanks so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. All right, and we are back. I did hear briefly one of the dare drop clips, from Blossom played. I did get those keys. So what we might do here in a little bit is I might go and start giving away some of the keys for Blossom Seed of Life. For those who didn't see what Blossom Seed of Life is, we did a sponsored stream of that, 3-4 days ago. It's sort of, like, aesthetically, it's Astroneer. Like, aesthetically, inventory management, it's Astroneer. Technology unlocks and all that, like your game objective, it's the Planet Crafter. It is its own thing, but like that's kind of the easiest you can explain it. Is it's got a lot of overlap with both games while also differentiating itself quite a bit. But I very much enjoyed it. It's not a long game. I'm pretty sure I 100% of the game in like 16 hours or so. So like it's not a long game, but that's not necessarily, to me, that's not a bad thing. Like there's certainly a place for games being like, hey, this is a game you can sink thousands of hours into. But I've also been very vocal that I also think it's good to have games you're like, this is a game you're going to get a couple dozen hours of game time into, and then put a little bow on it and be done. Like, one of the examples I usually like to hold up as a perfect example of a good game like that is Unpacking, where Unpacking is a very short game. You can 100% that game in, like, 12, 15 hours, like,
Thank
truly
you,
100%.
for subscribing for 2 months.
And, thank you, Panda Man, for the Prime Gaming sub. We'll get one of those a month to use it here, and I appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, because it'd be really weird for you to be subbing if you didn't. But thank you again for that support. I do appreciate it. But yeah, so it's definitely one of those things of that game, like, Unpacking, that, like I said, it's for 100% of the game, getting all the achievements and everything, you're probably talking 12, 16 hours, something like that. 8 playthroughs, probably like 8, 9 hours. Like, if that. But it's also a game I hold in very high regard. It does an excellent job of going, here's the thing I do, and I'm going to do it exceptionally well. Okay, now that I've done that, I'm going to get out of your way. And just let you go about your day. And I do think that we often undervalue that. About a game just doing something well, and then that's just that. That, like, I feel way too often, especially with games as a service and all that, way too often every game wants to be your forever game. And one, it's just not reasonable for a whole mess of reasons. You know, you want to play different gaming experiences. And if every game is expecting you to sink 2,000-3,000 hours into it, you know, there's just no way. But then also, like, quite often the way you get your games up to those kind of hours usually sucks pretty bad. Okay, so we've dealt with that immediate disaster, where we're going to start losing bots just to them trying to do that. We got another nest moved in over there. You're doing fine over here right now. And I've got 220 rockets left. Okay. Now that orange down there is close enough, it might be a problem. That's gonna be kind of the tricky one, is deciding, like, because again, I'm not running with a lot of missiles. I still got 200 roughly left. Yeah, that one's probably close enough. It needs to be dealt with. But this one is literally overlapping, so that's without question. So we'll go and deal with these ones, and unfortunately these two nests are right next to each other, and so it does mean when I aggro one, it's going to aggro the others. Get in my bag and then don't go out. Yeah, so we're gonna do the thing where we just chain into them again and again. Okay, another spawner down. Another spawner down. Yes, I'm just trying to get the spawners primarily. Okay, that's another one. We're down to 144 rockets and counting. Get that one down 2 or 3 rockets. Cool. 137 rockets. Okay, another one down. Alright, so it's looking pretty okay. This is going to tap us out pretty badly on our rockets, but we should be able to defeat these two. And then we can see what we're left with when we go for that last little one. And we're just doing this so the bots can get that defensive line up. Ah, that's 1 rocket short, that's fine. Yes, we're down to 99 rockets. $88 rockets. But that nest is fully cleared. $72 rockets. $63. Okay, I think we're down just a couple of spitters left. Alright, so we got 50 rockets, well, 49 rockets left. But we did get the 2 ones that we know for a fact had to go. Meanwhile, I can go over here and do this again. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And grab that corner. Chunk it in there. And we had noticed there was another nest down here. Make that 2 nests down here. That should be a very doable nest, even with a small number of rockets. So I think we're going to go for it. The only downside is I need to avoid building my turrets on top of that, or it'll mess up the ghosting. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go up, poke the nest. Get the initial wave done. Alright, I went deep there. But I still got 30 rockets left, and we got rid of one of the 2 spawners in there, I believe. 3 spawners. And it was close enough that the splash damage took care of the second one, so we've only got 30 rockets left and 1 spawner. Alright, and we finished it with 4 rockets left. But that should have that sorted. Let's just run down the line. I think this nest will be far enough away we can get away with it. But I'm just going to do a quick run through the neighborhood. Just make sure we didn't have any loop back. Not that I could do anything around about them. Yeah, so that's far enough we could probably get away with it. It's a little dicey. You piece of garbage. Alright, well, we got another nest that moved in. We got another nest that moved into the area that's going to be a problem. It's a small nest, luckily. But I got 4 rockets, and that ain't enough. They're throwing rocks at a building and hoping it falls down. Technically not impossible, but with as tanky as those things are for my armor-piercing rounds, I'm just going to spend the whole time fighting the biters off to survive and not actually getting damage on the nest, and 4's not enough to take out a spawner. That's fine. By now we can probably go back up to that train spot we were working on. And we can grab the, we can go and grab the blueprint of that and start building that out. Which will be interesting because I'm going to have to place it all and it's going to have to landfill it all, which we do have the landfill. But the bots are going to have to deal with a bunch of it. Okay. I'll still remember where I parked my tank. I got several of them, but that's fine. Okay, so I got this sorted. So step 1 of all this is before we go on and do anything else, blueprint, grab from up here, down to that signal down there. Clean off the extraneous stuff. And I'll get rid of those 2. Yep, so that is, it was like 1 out, 6 in, I think is the format I was using for the names. Cool, so let's create the blueprint, open you up, drop you here, move you down there. Shift you over here. Yeah, so only output, 1 out, 1 in, 2 in, 1 out. 3 in, 1 out. Save you. And then we go ahead and do this and change you to fit the format as the other, which is 6 in, 1 out. And before we go far, well, actually, if we need a 5 in, then I can go and fill that in. That's fine. Alright, so I got a blueprint of it. That way, if I go and screw around with all this, we can be fine. But that should all be up and running. So, the first of the things are making the purple science. So we look at this, it is the productivity module, the rail, and the electric furnace. So the rail is going to take the stone block and the steel. So let's plan for this one. We can program you, so you will be stone block. There you'll be checking for. We've already got the boxes in place. So I don't even need to wait. We can go here and run down the list. You are now the stone block drop-off. And what we can probably do here is I'll switch to using this. There'll be stone block. And then steel on you. to get you configured for the steel. And then we'll go over to you. You're going to be the brick, which I always forget is under here. Look at the brick drop off. And then I'll need to have the red circuits. And then the iron plates. Oh, I need to go in here and correct this. You need to be set to red circuits or you'll run forever. You'll be set to copper plates. And you'll be set to copper plates. And then you're set to iron plates, and you get set to iron plates. And just like that, all of the stops are now programmed, and they should bring in all my materials gradually. And now I just got to actually design the factory. Yeah, because it's red circuit. Okay, so first we've got the stone should be arriving here. That just has a much farther trek, so that should be fine. Okay. So with this, what we're going to want to do is split the steel off into 2 separate lines. Again, I'm going to go here, do it this way. I'd really need to get these things on here. Take those off. Okay. So I can do here. Let's take the steel like that. Okay, so that'll be the end of the stone there. And then you'll end up coming up over here. And we'll end up turning around and dealing with that. So for here, I can go and bring this down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, which is probably overkill for what I need. And since we no longer have the stone line, you go on the stone lines track. We'll bring you over. It'll be kind of the same thing, because we'll be done with steel here. Then grab you. And easily just go here, duplicate that over. And honestly, what I could probably do from here is shift you up. So that takes care of those two. So you would be for the railroad tracks. I'm suddenly double checking. Don't be a third thing. There is a third material. I just remembered that. Okay, so scrap all this before anyone does anything. It's wrong. Okay. So the iron, I believe, is my last track. Yes, that's my last track. So this is the iron. All right. So what we're going to want to do here is we'll go ahead and have the undergrounds here. I forgot that the rails do require a the rods. We'll have this. And same as before, we can go ahead and take these off the bar. Put you on the bar. I'll also need to put the long inserters on the bar. Did I take a blueprint of that? Don't give me a blueprint of that. Okay. So I'll have those. Those can be passed over here. And you're going to make those rods. Fair enough. So now we'll do the same thing we were doing before here, where you go up ahead a little ways. That'll go farther up. Okay. So you're going to then go down this way. I'm going to have you just step right over and go right back out. You're going to go one step farther out because I need to have the other inserter. And we'll have you go right here. So now you will be assigned to make tracks. Okay, so there we go. Oh, you need to be a splitter, so 1 second. Back off there. Do this. Pull that up. Do this. Pull you up. Put a splitter here. There we go. Hey, Sean, thank you for the 185 stream streak. I do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot that people still tune in after all this time and all that. Alright, so now I got the stone block coming over here. And same basic idea. We're going to go over here, and in this case, this will be the end of the steel necessity. So we'll go ahead and bring you down. We'll grab this one again. Actually, don't do that. Try that again. So here, you are going to be making... It's the furnace? Yeah, so it's steel block, red circuit. Okay, yeah, it's fine. This will be another one that needs 2 belts. What would be my best way of dealing with this? Because we can bring you over. So this will be another situation where I need a splitter. Yes, I think we do. Well, that's not what you want to see. We got a couple of buildings that are not under the lightning towers, and they got zapped and destroyed. You seem to be doing okay here, so we're fine there. I assumed it was one of my construction drones had gotten caught by biters. That's what I was expecting. Okay, so you're doing this here. So my plan is here. We put you there. Then you go over here. So that's the copper plate. So that should be my red circuit boards. Which does create a problem. That's why I was shifting it over. So I can go here. Oh, you don't need a... No, actually, you do need a splitter. That's right. So you'll need a splitter here. Okay, so that's the railroad tracks and the furnaces. Meanwhile, we have the copper plates, the red circuit boards, and the iron plates. So that leaves me with the productivity modules. Now, for the productivity modules, I will need green circuit boards, which is going to be another one that's going to be a little bit of a pain. Now, for the green circuit boards, that is copper wire and iron plates, and the copper wire is just copper plates. So this line here is my copper line. What we're going to go ahead and do is the copper line will end up going down. We'll have that go one more tile out, bring it on down. Now, one thing I've kind of learned with the green circuit boards is that rather than conveyor belting the copper wire around, it's got a nice clean ratio compared to a lot of the other ones that I can literally just go, okay. I think it was, what, 2 of those to 1? So yeah, so you make 2 every 0.5 seconds. And then if we compare that to the circuit board one, that's 3 every 0.5 seconds. So we go and we round it up to 1 second. I will need 6 for 2 of those. And we round this up to 1 second. Each one of these provides a little over, actually. That doesn't, the math's not as clean as I remember it being. That's fine. It's fine. We'll have it feed onto a belt. It's fine. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is right, it was 3 to 2. That's right. I was gonna say I remembered it being a nice clean ratio. Because most things don't work out quite that cleanly. So what we do is we go over here. And then you'd be green circuits. I keep trying to do it through there for some reason. So that means I don't need to bring the copper line back at all. And then you'd kick it off this side. I also never set you up, so let's fix that. I never set you up either. I did a real sloppy job of these. Okay, so that'll get that going. Which does bring us to doing this. I don't actually need to bring that out all the way. Okay, so then this one should be my red circuit boards line. Just bring that under, bring that under, bring it across, bring it over, bring it down. So that's half green, half red circuits. And then for the productivity module, that's just red and green circuits. Then go back here and go 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't need that. That's not at all what I need there. Productivity module. Alright, and that means we'll be making everything we need. So then we could just come across here. That all backwards. There we go. Alright, and so what we could do here is this. And finally, we bring you up here. Alright, now once we get the power poles and all that in here, then we will be good. And also once we change you over to actually be the science. Alright. Because you'll be productivity science. And once again, clicking in the wrong place. Alright, now all I need to do is put all the power towers in, so... This is not doing at all a good job. Well, it's trying. Now, the other problem I have is the fact that when you look at this, not all under the drone ports. So I need to go up here. Now, another set of drone ports. And I did notice the big power towers are not a position they can take advantage of, so I'll grab you. And you. And you. Just add redundancy to daisy chain power just because. Alright, so in theory that should all be set up. I'm sure there's going to be like one inserter wrong or one belt's facing the wrong way. There'll be something. Well that's not what you wanted. Oh, I have one... We didn't put the signals down over here. That'll do it. So you need to be there. Apparently you don't need to be there. You need to be there. You'll need to be there. You here. You there. You here. You there. What's this about? Well, crap. Okay, well, I got some missiles left. Y'all gotta fend on your own for a minute. We got a problem. They built another nest directly in line where I was trying to build my defensive line, so I am having my buildings be steadily attacked. That's going to be a constantly reoccurring thing till we get that line built up. One thing that will be nice is once that's sorted, I can rip down all the solar panels and accumulators and laser turrets of my existing wall. We'll leave the power towers and drone ports because those will be convenient for drones to recharge and all that. All right, so I need to knock down this nest. I got actually I almost have 200 missiles to go. We're actually pretty good with there. I thought I had less. I know, you're killing my stuff. I got it. I understand. Stop standing back and get in my turrets. Okay. Please stop slowing me down. Alright, well, it was definitely not clean, but is dealt with. Okay, so with that one knocked down, there was another one that built up over here. While we're in... Where now? What? What? Why is there a construction bot there? Unless, I mean, even went way up there. I don't think it cut across that far. I mean, whatever. It's fine. Alright, so let's go ahead and run over here. Keep letting them do their thing. Yeah, no, that's the thing, though. It was outside here, so I guess one went all the way up to one of these two and then cut across. So it's like, okay, I can see that you maybe got there, but that's a pretty out-of-the-way way to go. Alright. Cool. So I'm down to 50 missiles, but it is done. I've at least got a little bit more breathing room here. Actually, we'll turn that back on. We'll put the one damage shirt down. Let you fix it. Okay. Alright. And we're just going to kind of cruise up the side here. I don't have enough missiles to knock down another nest. I'm just trying to watch for if another nest moves in. So that I know, like, oh, I have to intervene before the bots get to this stage. We will likely have to destroy at least one more nest before this is done, or more. It's same in Fulgore. You cover a comfy spot for them, and then they cross elsewhere and get zapped. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. I believe the... I'm trying to remember if the... I think the elevated tracks can't be struck by lightning. I actually don't remember on that one. But yeah, I know it's a danger on, Fulgore is just dealing with all that stuff. Alright, let's go check to see how the purple science setup is going. Because after the purple science, we have the yellow science. Which, weirdly enough, we already have two of the materials being made. The problem is, the last material to be made, which is the flying robot frame, I don't have the batteries on the network. And that's going to be a big pain. I'm also not sure, I don't think I have the electric motors on the network either. Which that one's a little trickier, because that'll be a little bit more annoying to set up, because if we do need the electric motors on the network, that gets down to liquids. Which means setting aside a place where I can get a train to hold lubricant, and I don't want to think about that if I can help it. If I have to, I have to, but that's going to be one of those ones that's just going to be a pain. Did you unjam? You have not unjammed. Have you gotten these in place? No. Okay, once those signals get in place, the train should unjam. It's just the problem is that entire area, this entire area was being treated as one set of signals. Yeah, so you're doing fine. Let me go ahead and I'm going to intervene myself. And we'll run over to make sure the signals are in place. Somewhere around here I have a tank I've lost. Because I can't have these trains just sitting here jammed. This is one of the dangers of having trains. Is you will run into problems on a time where because you don't have enough signals, the trains just get backlogged. But you can also kind of get the reverse problem where you add so many signals that ends up being a problem. Alright. Okay, so I think we've got that set up. So it should hopefully not jam now. And you're continuing to do your thing, that's fine. You're continuing to build that out. How is our power grid doing with the latest expansions? It's doing fine for right now. We are seeing this starting to go up because I did add more accumulators to the mix. We do have it at the point that we have finally had our laser defenses have taken over as our primary expenditure power-wise. Shocking absolutely no one. So what the plan will be is once we get over here and start getting around there, I'll start tearing up some of this backline here to recycle those so they're not just wasted. Because I don't need multiple layers. That'll end up just costing way too much power. Let's go take a peek at Fulgora. Make sure everything's not catching fire over here. That belt looks terrible. So you are backed up on this. I was doing something with the green circuit boards. Oh, right. I told you to just go ham. Okay. So we need to deal with the green circuit boards. So we'll do one of these. You grab the green circuit boards. And then next, you're going to grab a recycler. Alright. You're not positioned right. That's on me. And we do a signal here. Yeah, because you grab the green circuit boards right there. So a little concern here. Alright. Grab a green signal. So basically, if we see that that's got this backed up over here, which is where we draw those off, start just trashing them. Now that's an immediate problem, which is not surprising. But we can fix this because we can go here. Change you. Copper wire. Change you to iron plate. Give you power. Meanwhile, we got steels grabbed back here. All right. And that should work because this will grab steel off of here. So that should open enough to push it back on, so it'll be like 1 and 7. We're just waiting for it to get that single spot of conveyor belt there. And then that should unjam the whole thing. Oh, apparently I actually did have copper plate already. Oh no, that's right. We didn't have copper plate there. That's fine. Meanwhile, this whole thing is just kind of looping back on itself. Then go here, and like that. That should help smooth out a little bit. Alright, so that's an unfortunate thing. Have you been making an okay amount of the science? Yeah, you're almost ready to send on another load. We're just dealing with problems on our main loop. That our main loop keeps having issues. And did you get resolved up here? That's fine. We'll go ahead and add a power pole just to at least contribute to the power grid. Unfortunately, that does create the problem of we're already running out of scrap up here. So what I'm gonna probably need to do start exploring using the bots. Because I've got a ton down here, but I don't have a good way of getting it across, unfortunately. And you're back to bringing me rockets. Let's go check on our production science. See how you're coming along. Okay, so you're still waiting on iron plate. It looks like the only thing you're delayed on. which we have noticed iron plate seems to be a struggle right now that I'm going to probably have to expand the capacity of. Alright, so let's go take a look at iron plate. What can we do for iron plate? So iron plate production is here. Nope, that's not, but that's even worse. Why do I have literally 0 copper ore? Oh, you're running out of ore, so it's just bottlenecking now. Okay, that's bad. So copper. You're out of the way. You're pretty far out. You're basically a meaningless amount. Alright, so it looks like I've got no choice but to make an expansion for copper ore. So I've got the one spot way down there. That's no good. We got 2 spots here. That's probably the play. That is a meaningless amount. We got a huge spot down there, but again, that might as well be on the moon. So it does look like I'm going to have to do another expansion out this way. The good news is I'll capture 2 things of copper ore, and then while I'm up there, we'll get uranium at the same time. So I think I'm going to pin these 2. Meanwhile, we've already got 2 iron nodes exploited. That stone's feeding into the rest of the system. That's fine. That stone's feeding into the rest of the system. That's fine. Our main stone is slowly depleting as well. So that might be something you gotta watch out for as well. So you're just a little ways out of the perimeter. You're... Okay, so I got two spots of stone that are gonna be inside my perimeter, right, like literally the rail is gonna go right past it. So that's going to be the 2 stone we go to exploit next. So that'll be that. Coal I recognize was getting a little low, because we got this one. It's only got 1 million left. We don't use a lot of coal, but that's a problem. So you're in a terrible spot, 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 you're in a terrible spot. You're already in my perimeter. Congratulations. You're not in an easy to get a train to spot, but you're definitely not impossible to reach. I'm not too worried about those ones. What's your deal now? Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. So one thing that might help here. If we do that... Oh, I can... Interesting. Yeah, if we do that, I can slowly expand where we can see what's going on. Yeah, so it won't fully cover. There'll be like that gap there, but at least it's not a huge gap. Yeah, eventually I'll have to reach Fulgara to get more scrap hooked up. And you're doing your thing here. Yeah, so here's an example where I just held shift and I moved it around and it did not work. Yes, those 2 will be fine. You won't be fine. You'll be fine. You shall be fine. Yep. It should take care of the power here. Alright, so... As I mentioned, copper is going to be a problem. That's going to require me to take more territory up there. And we're already working on an expansion that'll get us oil and the stone. and more room to work. So we're kind of in a bad place with the copper, but we're just gonna kind of endure it. Right, before I went into that, it was iron. Which also has literally no iron anywhere. Where are my trains? When you look around, you're like, where are all of my trains? That's an issue in its own right. Okay. Groups. Cargo trains. You're parked, you're parked, you're parked, you're parked, you're parked, you're parked, you're parked. Okay. So none of them are stuck. I literally am just... I don't have enough trains. That's what we've got going on, is I've got too many stops and not enough trains to work them. They're filling up and just sitting there. So with that... I don't... Do I have a building making trains? I'm pretty sure I don't. Let's correct that real fast. The 1, 2. You are going to make, for the future, trains. Congratulations. And you'll make the wagons. Not sure what's going on there. Alright, so let's run our way up there. I'm gonna have to make some, like, we can make the 2 wagons on my person. Let's make some trains. Because what's happened is I don't have enough trains for all my infrastructure. So they are getting kind of backed up. This is one of the downsides I have with my setup. Is you kind of need to have however many stops you have plus a few trains. Or this is kind of just what happens. That's fine, I don't care. It's literally just take the train and I flip it onto a cargo train and it works. But then I like to put them right there so they have the fuel right there and I don't have to think about it. And then over time they slowly burn the wood and the coal and all that. Eventually you want to get a much better fuel than that, but it's a non-priority. What is your deal that it wasn't letting me put down? Okay, it is there. Okay. So, I need to make... We'll need engines. And we need steel. I'm making engines in here somewhere. Because I got the tank here. Because steel hath the tank's engines. I'm just going to steal the stuff from the tank. That's what I'm going to do. Boom. What do you need for more trains? More engines. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. So we're making 4 engines and 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1. You need gears. One. Okay. So let's see here. So I've got 4 of those. 5. So you got 5 of those and 9 of those. So you need more iron plates. And need a little bit more steel, and then we'll be good there. Because I'm figuring I'm going to make some extra bunch of these. And now I need more iron plates. Alright, so we're making like 6 extra trains to add in the network. That might be overkill, but I figure I got a bunch of spare parking spots. Worst case, the trains sit at the parking. But right now, where our factory's not factorying, that's not really what we want. Because eventually, the biters would start making a little bit of damage here and there. And if we're not replacing the materials that are getting lost, it's just a matter of time before things get to be a problem. So let's see here. We can grab 2 of your wagons. I'm trying to remember. Okay. Cargo trains. Fuel's fine. Get out of here. There you go. We can put you on the bar. And you on the bar. Yeah, I think it just ran out of ammo for a second, but that is our next trip worth of ammo on the way. Alright. So we're just adding trains, and it's nice and easy. We just stamp it out. Change its name to align with the others. Turn it to automatic. And honestly, with the speed of the inserters nowadays, as fast as I can get through that is enough to have enough fuel to not have to worry about it. Okay. So, with that, let's see if any of those trains come back to parking. Alright. So that's basically perfect. That we did hit the point that just a few trains are going to parking. That's a-okay. Yeah, and they're going to parking, and then they're getting out of here pretty quick. Yeah, so that's good news. That's what you want to see, is you want to have a nice little cadence where maybe a train is sitting in parking, maybe 2. But otherwise, the other trains are zipping around doing stuff. We are going to need another parking spot later. But that should start fixing it. You're getting down to your home stretch of these last couple of buildings. I do see that you did not get a power pole that could reach you. Oh, your power's fine. Yeah, everyone else's power is fine. So it's literally just filling in landfill and all that. And then those will be square. I mentioned previously for one of our stops, we might end up bringing the trains up here. That might be happening anyways because we need that copper. It's kind of a bummer. I'm putting all the effort in here, and I'm going to immediately have to pivot and go up here because the copper is burning out. Like, I still have 1.4 million, but the issue is how many of these drills are offline. Also, come on now. Got a couple drills in the back there that don't have power because we set up remotely. You can go and yoink these up. They're not needed. I got the coal for later. The good news is the coal's mostly just making plastic, as it's only real draw, and then going to trains as well. Okay, and I got a spare one here. Realizing this whole time that wasn't configured. That's fine. Okay, yeah, so now I got a steady rotation of stuff coming in and out. Yeah, so now I've got this back online. That's good news. That's back online. Okay, so it's actually the trains are the immediate problem. But we also are running low on copper, which is an issue. And steel isn't needed anywhere. That doesn't seem right. No, steel is genuinely not needed anywhere right now. We're just good there. Okay, so pretty soon, the purple science will be back online. So let's start working on yellow science. So yellow science, like I said, we've got the low density structure and the processing units are already on the network. It's just the flying robot frame. Now the problem with that is we have steel and we'll need the steel, the electric circuits, the batteries and all that. So it's 5 inputs for that. And just to double check for my sanity, I'm pretty sure we don't have the electric motors anywhere on here. We do not. Nor do we have lubricant. So that's going to be a really big pain in the butt. Because the electric motors, so the batteries are sulfuric acid, copper, and that. Do I have batteries on there? I'm pretty sure I don't have the batteries on there as well. So let's check. I'm pretty sure the batteries are not on our network either. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Oh, also, before I forget, I didn't configure your output. So, okay, you will be checking for production science. And you have your name. So that means once we start getting those... Okay, so the issue is I need to make batteries. That's sulfuric acid. I actually do have sulfuric acid on the network, as I recall. I believe it's going here to make the blue circuits. So we actually do have the sulfuric acid there. That's at least one saving grace there. And let's check to make sure that's all working okay. Yeah. We do have the sulfuric acid there. That's one saving grace for making batteries, because it looks like I'll be making batteries on there. Let's consider. I don't think I need the electric motors independently on the network. I don't... Let's check things. So let's check the batteries. So the electric motors, those I'm not going to make on any scale. We're already making these. Those aren't made on this planet. So it'd strictly be for the robot frames that I have to really worry about that. So that is definitely one to consider, the robot frames. That's alright. We'll check on that in a minute. Let's check the batteries next. So the batteries... The good news is the batteries aren't used for anything else I care about. These I'm not going to make on any scale. That's not on this planet. We've already got that in our mall. So, I could potentially move the lubricant and the sulfuric acid to a stop and use that to make the yellow science. Because the utility science, that's going to be you. So we would already have those shipped in. So that's 1 and 2 inputs. And then we need 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my god, that's way too many. Because you're 3. 3's no problem for a stop. It just doesn't... It doesn't feel like it makes sense to make... I mean, it's science, though. And we will want a lot of it. I just don't want to set it all up. Alright. Batteries first. So there is enough room here. We can get a stop in that area. We could definitely get batteries in this area here. And that should be nice and easy to set up. Let's go here. So batteries are going to be... We'll start with the 2-stop. I know I'm going to need a 3rd material. That's fine. He'll set up for 2, and then we import the sulfuric acid, which will be its own thing. Actually, I don't even need to be there. We're at that stage I don't need to walk everywhere, so take up these signals. Those signals are fine. You're probably fine here. Alright, and what we would do here, so you'd have our copper, our iron, get rid of that satellite dish. And what I could do is, I can be extra lazy, we'll go right down here to this stop that already has the sulfuric acid at it. Just grab you as you are. And run you up here. The downside is I don't believe I have... I don't believe I have the pumps being made anywhere. Honestly, those... I'm just down to, there you go. I'm just down to... Actually, you know what? Let's not be lazy. I literally have an extra one of these just sitting right here. So I can go to you. Alright, so you are now making pumps. I don't know why those are in there, but okay. Alright. You know, those are turning away, and gradually they're going to work up on our quality modules. The goal here is that I'll ultimately be able to move up our quality modules till we could get some level of rare ones. I don't expect that to be anytime soon, though. Do we have the storage tanks being made anywhere? I think we do. Yeah, we do right there. Alright, so we do have everything being made for this. So with that said, that brings in all the materials I need for making batteries. Now the good news, I believe batteries are just straight up, you put the 3 things in and you call it a day. I want to say there's like an intermediary on top of that. Where are you at? I thought you were, there you are. Yeah, so it's a chemical plant, you just shove the 3 things in. Fair enough. Actually, with them being just shove in, nah, we'll do it right. I can grab the pipe. Don't need you. Go ahead and plug that in. And this will be the materials in. That'll be the production out. I can see that we're not in bot range. I'll deal with that in a minute. This will be the batteries. So whereas waffling and us not complaining, but I was like kind of dragging my feet on it. This one wasn't too bad. Oh, Ghost and Serve. My bad. I'll connect that just for good measure. And I will need a drone port up here that we can get at. There we go. Okay. And with that, that'll put that all in range. The next thing is you are making batteries. There we go. You're already configured to accept sulfuric acid, and if it's under a certain volume, and yada yada. So looking at this, you will be checking for batteries. And if you got it, cargo pickup. You will be for copper plate. And you will be for iron plate. Alright. Where's parking? So it's actually got to where it's trying to get. Right, and it can't reach it yet. That's fine. So that means as they get this done, they'll get all that sorted out, and that'll be good. Meanwhile, how are things going down here? It is continuing to just tick along perfectly fine. Alright. And how are you doing? Missing a couple pieces of conveyor belt. But ultimately, you're missing the very first material you need in this entire process. And you're missing that. Yeah, so you're almost done getting the purple science online. And then this gives me... Yeah, this will give me the battery production, so the batteries are on the network. Okay, so the next thing to get after the batteries is we're ultimately trying to get the flying frame, whatever it's called. U. So that's the batteries. So the red and... So copper and iron can be brought in for the circuit board. Steel is steel. Batteries are fine. The last one would be the electric engines. So we look at the electric engines. That is also circuit board. And we already have engine units on the network. So we look at getting the wiring, the flying frames. So we import the engines, and then we would also need lubricant. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stops. And that'd be 6 stops for steel, the battery, the copper and the iron for the circuit boards, the motors, and the lubricant. Now, the problem I have is I don't have anywhere where I've got lubricant where I can get it on the train network. I've got this monstrosity down here where we pick up fluids and move them around. But I don't really... My lubricant is located right there. I don't really have a good spot. Well, actually, no, I take that back. I can put a stop right here. And then just pipe the lubricant over there. It's sloppy. But I could definitely put like a really quick one-stop lubricant pickup there. Okay, let's get that done. So let's scoot you up enough that your signals aren't going to cause problems. You have a different spacing than the other one. Lubricant is pumped to the right. Why not stop there? So let's check where the lubricant line was again. So we've got our lubricant here. And it's pumped here. And it goes right there. So I've been avoiding adding a stop here because this is our science area. I mean, in theory, yes, I could add a stop right here. It wouldn't even be the worst spot for it. That's no fun, Bassett. I have unfortunately... The classic as you get older. Unfortunately, you end up having more and more of that. So I'm sorry to hear that, but... Yeah, you know what? It's never fun. I'm convinced. We'll do it. I'll try and we'll see if we can't fit a stop right here. Because then I don't need to add storage tanks and everything. We'll just have to add a couple of pumps. And then we'll be good there. So what I want to do is we can grab you. Let's not copy that. We'll copy one of our regular stations and go from there. But yeah, no, it's like I said, it's one of those things I've learned as I've gotten older. It happens more and more frequently that people you know aren't around anymore, and it's never a fun time. So yeah, no, it's nothing I can say to make it better, but it sucks. Not much else to be said. It sucks. Okay, so we've got you. The signal here. Train station there. Alright, so here... Unfortunately, I cannot see the spacing until that's built. I might actually be able to see... I'm standing right next to him. Here I am remoting. It's like, oh yeah, like literally I'm right here. Okay. I'm still using the ghosting because I don't have to have it on me. Well, that's an offshore pump. That's why it's not working the way I expected. Got the wrong thing. He's been trying to reconnect with them. Guy's got a hold his wife of him today. Oh, yeah, that's no fun. Yep. Yeah, and it also sucks for the other person because, you know, they're just trying to go about their day and then... You know, someone who's genuinely trying to connect, like, it's not a bad thing for someone to reach out or whatever. But, you know, you're trying to move on and all that kind of stuff, and someone reaching out. Like, that's not negative on that. What's going on here? Why are you waiting here? So they're not tied up here. Do we have a traffic jam? Have we hit... Ah, I can put in our signal over here. That'll help. Okay. And you're trying to get there. Alright, so I need more signals down here. And these are just the pain points. Because you're waiting there for the next signal. You're waiting here. I see the issue here. So because that includes the crossover. Yeah, so we got the loop because it includes the crossover. So if I put the signal here and not there, put the signal here and not there. You can scooch out of the way here for a second. Yeah, so the fact is that they can get into the intersection. That should help a little bit. Oh, that was... Alright. That's pretty close. I've had closer, but that was tickling a little bit to see if we make it to tomorrow. How are you going? So you are where right now? You're floating over Fulgora. You're doing your thing just fine. All your resources are just fine. You're parked there just waiting. Let's see. Did you already send on your stuff? I believe you did. Yeah, so you sent on your materials. Okay, what do we got now? So you're completely saturated with copper wire and steel now. I thought I already had steel being removed from that line. Okay, so you're gradually pulling that, but where's the copper wire coming from? Oh wait, it's just straight up is copper wire, right? Honestly, at this stage, with all the crap we're getting in here, well, these are designed to just yoink and destroy. We definitely don't want to make that happen. Okay, we can make a quick and dirty solution to this too. What is your deal? So you're waiting. Oh, you're not waiting on the conveyor belt? Okay, there's the problem. You're just straight up not waiting on the conveyor belt. Right, so you have copper wire set here, and you're passing it over there to that thing. And you just don't have need for more copper wire. Okay. So we'll do another one of these jobs. Every material. This is just Fulgora. Every material you could possibly think of is just going to have a problem sooner or later. New plan. Okay. Not an elegant solution, but that should work. Cool, so if you end up with surplus, you huck it over here and it goes into the shredders. Yeah, so the steel's struggling to keep up a little bit, but that'll at least keep it from jamming. And then we can get the other stuff off that belt to keep it going. Alright, so I've forgotten where we were even at before. Okay, so the trains have unjammed again, so that's good news. You are waiting for your iron plate, but everything else should be in order here. The iron plate is doing its best. The issue we have with the iron plate right now is basically the saturation of these belts. I need... Oh, right, because that is a spare rail, isn't it? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so it's basically... It's taken too long for the trains to get topped off here. These boxes... Oh, no, the boxes aren't staying mostly full. Why are you mostly full? Is that one of the back seems to be staying mostly full. Okay. Oh, right, because this thing. I put these two close together. I forgot that happened forever ago. Alright, Right. So one messed up way we could balance this is by bringing it the other way around, but that hurts the throughput even more. Because, yeah, that's what's happening here now, is we could fill up the back one really fast, but not the front one. And that's because I didn't put enough space when I built these. I probably have a really kind of messy workaround for this. This is going to create problems in the interim. So as soon as they get that built, I can turn this around. It's still going to be a bit of a hodgepodge, but it is what it is. So I'll get that sorted. You're fully built. You're just waiting. I don't see any blinking power lights or anything over there. You're basically getting your last stuff built here. Yeah, and you're waiting on iron. You're waiting on copper. Okay, those signals are angry. Yeah, that's not what you want. Okay. Okay, I'll fix those signals. Alright, okay, so and how are you doing here? Cool, so I've got that basically set up. So that's what we were doing before, is we were setting up the lubricant pickup. Hey, pretty pictures. Thank you for the 220 stream streak. You have yourself a good lurk. But thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. Alright, so let's go here. We got our handful of pumps. As technically, these can be like right next to each other and they'll be fine. Okay, so with this, boom, you're online. Now the only catch here, so we'll see if this works. Yeah, so I can't put right there. Let me grab a couple more containers. They'll throw out things a little bit, but if I don't do that, we're gonna have headaches. So fluids greater than, what the heck do I have the sulfuric acid set to? You are, what's this? I'll deal with that in a minute. You are set to over 20,000. Oh, come on. I have 400 rockets. Stop killing all my bots. This will be much better when we have artillery available. When you have artillery available, because your artillery technically doesn't need line of sight when you turn it on the automatic thing. It just starts throwing, it's like lobbing shots out at where everything is. So the problem is we're losing our construction bots like one after the other, and that's bad enough, but we also lose what they're carrying if they get killed on their way out. So that could be even worse. Come on, get here. There you go. I haven't seen any more being destroyed for a minute. What's going on here? Oh. Probably the ones that were going for the wall sections over there died. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely, as we're dealing with this, I'm getting more and more being like, we're going to Volcanus. I want my artillery so I can just not have to put up with this. Just ship in what I think was a tungsten. Just ship in the tungsten bars and just start blasting. Okay. On the plus side, we've definitely made a lot of progress so far in closing this area. It kind of just sucks that's like, okay, we've been working on this. That's like immediately going, oh crap, I need copper, which is the other way. And it's kind of the way it always works out. Is that you end up needing the thing from the other spot. But still, you enclose this, we'll end up needing stone. This has 2 good stone deposits in it. It'll be fine. Stop hitting my stuff. Feel a little bit rough. All right. All right. And let's walk the perimeter again. Like, one of the really good news things, though, is while it's taking them so long to do this, they are just kind of getting this done. And once they've walled in an area, I don't have to worry about it. So this whole area is still compromised, potentially. But we're working on it. So let's just walk the perimeter. Check for any more nests that have moved in. And I don't want to start knocking down the nests for where we're going to go for the copper yet. It's going to be way too long before I'm ready to move in and tackle that. That I don't want to put the time and investment in just to have to do it again. Also, I didn't set your corner. I don't need to look nice, I just need to function. Okay. I can head back up. Oh, and that's why we checked. There's another nest right here in the middle. I put it too close and the spitter was able to just spit at it and destroy it. Alright, that's fine. Make sure they're all fixed. Okay. So we got those done. Just gonna walk kind of along this water on our way back. Close enough that I should be able to see a nest on either side, and I think we'll be good. Alright, but progress is progress. They're getting that all sealed off. That'll give me room to work in the future. We'll have 2 patches of stone. We'll be like an arm's throw away from getting ourselves a really big area of iron. If nothing else, it's room to grow. Yeah, literally there's over 6-7 times how much stone I've got right now. Alright. Now run back into the perimeter. Are you actively running yet? Or are you still waiting on iron? You're still waiting on iron. Okay. Yes, you're still waiting on your iron. That's all fine. That's all fine over there. I've got all that running. You're continuing to build out the defensive wall. That's fine. Okay, so with that, you're all wired up here. You're still waiting on some more there. Do I actually have a roboport here? I actually don't know what a roboport situation is up in this area. Ah, okay, so there's not a roboport that reaches there. But there is now. Okay, that's fine. So, that puts lubricant on there. So if we look at what we've got going on now, we are going to be going for the yellow science itself. So for that, I need 1 spot for the low-density frame, 1 for the blue circuit boards, so that's 2. We need the flying frame, so that'll be steel, battery. Oh, right. We went through and we checked on this, and it's a whole thing. Well, actually, okay, so you're just adding 2 new things. Okay, that's fine. That's not actually that bad. Okay. Right. Yeah, so for the yellow science, we're going to need the flying frame. So it's the yellow frame plus 2. So 1, so it'd have steel, copper, iron, the batteries themselves, the electric motor, and lubricant. So it's another 6-stopper. We do have a 6-stop thing we can set up. So we literally have that on a blueprint now, so let's go ahead and get that going. Yep. And then once again, that's right next to me. So here, remove that signal. Take this signal. Scoot you down 1. I'll take care of that for a minute. That takes care of that. You do not want to have 2 signals that close together. That'll cause all sorts of mayhem. Alright. So the next thing we want to do is I'm going to need the drone ports. To reach. I see. That should be enough to cover this area. So, the catch about this one is one of these is not going to be a, it's not going to be a material one. It's going to be liquids. Alright. And then what we're going to do is we take all the junk in here, we'll make the various different materials one by one, and then ultimately we send the yellow science back. In the meantime, what we could do is let's grab one of the offloading locations. You'll do nicely. And then you'll be renamed to lubricant drop off. All right. But otherwise, we'll have that all set up. Okay, so this is going to be another one of those ones. It's going to be a whole big setup. That should all just get put together. That I shouldn't have to babysit it. It'll just take time. It's just another project. But with what we've got going on here, we can have, as far as our different lanes, the outside 2 lanes can be the stuff that's already basically done. The low-density structure and the processing units. And then the inside lanes are going to be responsible for making our flying robot frame. For a flying robot frame, so we'll need the green circuit boards for most of the steps. Yeah, because the electric motor. So I have to make the electric motor. So we do that one first. That gets rid of the lubricant and the engines. So plan to have that as our first step. I'm going to once again not stand here and just do it this way so I can move around. I have to have actual materials on me. So go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. You will be electric motors. You do one of these jobs. Okay, that'll be the lubricant hooked up. And the electric motor also needs... Oh, wait. Once again, I have put it out of order, and it's not going to work that way. Okay, so first, we need the circuit boards. So for that, we can go and be low effort about this and just say, hey, that's a mighty nice circuit board setup you got there. I'll just go ahead and take that. Alright, so with this, I'm pretty sure we don't end up needing the copper plates anymore. So that's fine. And I believe this is the only place we need the iron plates anymore. Let's double check to make sure that's accurate. So, you require a circuit board. You require a circuit board. Cool. So that's just the iron. That'll be the iron and the copper plates gone immediately. Nice. So let's go in here. So that means this stop. You now check for copper plates. And you'll be the copper plate drop. You're the lubricant drop. And then you will be an iron plate drop. Okay, that takes care of those top 2. And then this gives me circuit boards on this one. So, the next thing would be up is the electric motors themselves. No problem. We can do one of these ones again, because this would be our motors. Actually, let's give ourselves a little bit more room. We're dealing with a liquid here. Okay, so that'll take the motors out of here, so we can go right up here. We'll start with the 4 again. If I need more, that's fine. But you, for that. And probably the best way to do it this, so we got pipe down here. Yeah, so you can just go over here and cut straight across. Alright, and that means you'll have the lubricant here, and then we'll have the circuit boards, and we'll have the, like, the bigger motors going. We could just chuck them on the other side. So I'll take care of all of that for right now. So now I got the electric motors. I need the green circuit boards again. The batteries, the steel, and that. Right, so you got dropped off here. Right. That's fine. We can make this work. Because what I could do is I could put a splitter back here. Actually, you could move you. Put the splitter here. And you'll go underground and over. You go there. Alright. So then with this, same deal. That'll be the circuits and the electric motors, at which point then you need the steel and the batteries. So that means these 2 lanes will be steel and batteries. That doesn't sound right. What's wrong here? Something's not right here. So we got the lubricant, copper, iron. What's not right here? So we got the lubricant, copper, iron. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so you got the lubricant, copper, iron. Then we would have, the next one up would be steel and batteries. There's the iron. So you're steel. And then your batteries. And I'm still feeling like something is really not right here. Am I stopped short? Have I miscalculated this? Okay. So we have iron, copper, engine, lubricant, batteries, steel. It's a 7-stop, not 6. So bear with me for a second here. Let's just grab all of this. And actually, you could change it up. Grab all of this right here. I'm going to save that for a second. I'm going to tell you to not do any of that you started doing. And instead, I don't even know how this is going to work out. It's probably not awful. It's probably awful. Okay, so I could drop you there. Get rid of that pole. That's all fine. So terrible. Oh, right. I think that's... Okay, so... I'll need to have a signal coming in. Signal going out. Alright, so now we can grab that blueprint. Where did the blueprint go? Oh, it's in my inventory. Right, okay. I was just saying, I was like, wait a second. I made this blueprint. Where did you go? Okay, so let's go and just shimmy that over here to the left slightly. I need to reset all these signals, so rename these signals. So you're now iron drop-off. You're iron drop-off. You'll be copper. You're lubricant. The next one after you is going to be steel. So congratulations, now you are steel. Next one after you is going to be batteries. So you're now batteries, which is a new one we don't have hooked up to anything else. Batteries, where are you hiding? There you are. Base drop off. And you'll check for the batteries. And the next one over here is going to be the low density frames. Drop off. And then the next one will be blue circuits. Drop off. Right, and then that's the actual cargo pickup. Okay, and you are utility. Cargo pickup. Okay. So that was a mess. But that should be resolved now. Okay, so that hooks that up. Right. So the big catch is we gotta get all this fixed. So you... Let me just do this. Alright, so... Copper in. And then this is iron. So iron in. This is where it's going to be real cursed because everything's going to have to do the wiggle. That'll be you down there. Okay, so that's out. We'll need to merge some of those. Okay, so after this, we need the flying robot frame. So that's going to be 2 spots over. So flying robot frame. So that is the circuit boards and the motors, which will be on that line. And we need the steel and the batteries, which will be these 2 lines. Why does it still seem off? Okay, copper. Iron. We should have 3. Oh, okay, no, we're good, we're good, we're good. Okay, that's fine. No, it's not. What's... Okay. Iron. Will you be playing more Timberborn tonight? No. So today we're doing Factorio. Tomorrow we'll probably do some Stardew Valley for the Talman challenge, and we'll probably be Timberborn back to the next one. I've kind of got too many games I'm juggling the channel, but my plan isn't to be done with Timberborn. But I don't want to drop the other things I'm already working on either. So it's kind of one of those things as I'm spinning a bunch of plates. So I got steel. We got the batteries. So that's the next line. So steel and batteries. So you'll be... Yeah, so this is the steel run. This is my steel line. Why is this wrong? So that's the lubricant. Your copper. Your iron. Copper should be over here. Oh yeah, no, you'll have a little time to catch up. Like if you're just trying to like see what's going on. So, okay. Alright. This one is copper. I have such a mess. I'm waiting for one of these trains to get here and ruin everything. Okay, well that spot's not done yet, so we got a little bit of time. Once that spot opens up, everything goes to hell if I don't have this configured right. What? Oh, you're already wired up. That's right. Check for copper. If it is less than 24,000, I think is what we've been setting these to. What are you set to? 20,000. Well, that's a liquid. 24,000. Okay, so copper goes there. This belt here, you are now iron plates. That's the problem I'm confusing myself with. Alright, so now you are steel. Because it's copper. Yeah, so it's copper here, iron plates. Then steel comes in here. Wait, copper, iron. What are we bringing in for you? Oh, engines, engines. You're not steel, you're straight up engines. So let's go over here. You are copper, iron, engines. Where are you at? Alright. Yeah, so we've got copper, iron, engines, merges onto this belt, you're good. Goes into this belt, that's circuit boards. And now I need steel and batteries. Holy crap. I've been confusing myself by having the stations labeled incorrectly and then just carrying that forward. So there's the batteries. Why do you still seem wrong? Am I still short a station? Low density frame, blue circuits, batteries, iron plates. Oh no, that one's wrong. Okay, okay, we're fine. We're fine. You have the wrong thing there. Okay, so steel. Why? Okay, you need to be renamed to motor drop off. Okay, so copper. Copper. This. You need to be iron plates. Because you feed this line, which goes over there. The next line after you needs to be motors. I think I'm still short a line. And the next line after you can be batteries or steel. That's fine. The next line after you would need to be steel. And then I have blue circuit. And then I don't have a place for the last one. I don't have room for another one. Okay. So you're once again. This is a mess. Blueprint. Create blueprint. Tear it all up. Get it out of here. I don't want to look at it. Tear that up. Get it out of here. I don't want to look at it. I got a whole mess to clean up here. In the meantime, grab all your crap. That drone port's just gonna have to move is what's gonna have to happen. Okay, so meanwhile, grab you and shift you here. Does that still keep you connected, or did it break everything? It's fine, we can just put an extra drone port there. It's a bit wasteful, but whatever. Oh, and for the love of everything, let's disconnect let's see. I actually don't have a good place to disconnect. We can go here. No, that's gonna be worse. Blue circuit board. We can change you to be above, because that should prevent all of these from turning on. So we have those two. You're fine. You're fine, but you need to be steel. You need to be the motors. You stay the lubricant. You're a liquid lane. You need to be the iron plate. And then you finally are going to be the copper. Alright. So this has been an absolute fiasco. Okay. So one thing that's going to be totally wrong is all of these belts ribboned over here are going to be a huge big pain. I'm just going to try and get them to be elegant on this end. We're not going to worry about what was already there. So, now we'll try this blueprint. So delete the old version. And I might have to shimmy it along because I am running out of space. You know what? Hate to do it. But I think the first time we're going to have it where we just turn this. Give it more space, just... That's fine. Okay. We're just going to turn this so we don't run into a whole bunch of headaches. Alright, so with that... we can go here. So there's our copper line. Feeds in, becomes wire. This is our iron line. Simple enough. Feeds in. We have all that. You are all gone. No, wait, no, wait. I don't know what your state is right now. There. Okay. Okay, get rid of you. Get rid of all of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. And you. And you. Alright, so next up, next contestant. Don't go around that. That's just silly. Okay, so next contestant is going to be the motors. Fair enough. Plug that in. Plug you in. Bam. Motors are hooked up. Next contestant goes here. I remember if that's steel or batteries, but it doesn't matter as long as it's one of the two of them. That's good enough for our purposes. So I can go over here. All right. Yes, so that's the motors. No, that's not the motors. So copper, iron plate, boom and boom. Oh, then you'd have the circuit boards come off here, and that goes into the splitter. Then this is the motors that go there, that satisfy that. And then the next two are going to be our, the steel and the other one. So that's this one and this one. Yeah, because I haven't run it over yet. Okay, cool. So with that, what we want to do here is first of all, clean that up. You're not on the right track anymore. And you two can combine into one belt. And that gives us what I need here. So then you would be coming back this way. All of this other stuff is utterly irrelevant now. And then we can go right here. And you're now utility science and done. That is not lined up right. Hang on. Because I need an extra space for the belt in here. Now you're utility science and done there. And that's because I need a second belt to come in through here. Because then we will grab the last two stops. Why is this not making sense again? So you're the frames, you're the blue circuits, you're the batteries, you're the steel. So you two combine. I missed one. So you combine with you. Oh, I see what I did. You shouldn't be here. Alright, let's follow our lines. Okay, your engines. You follow the third rail. Oh, you turn... Wait, what? There's your problem. There's your problem. That's why I'm losing my mind. Okay. I understand. I got you. It all makes way more sense now. Us there's like, I don't understand. What's happening? Okay, so we follow this one back the whole way. That's batteries. Right, so you are steel, correct? You're steel? No, you're motors. You're steel? Okay, so this is the line we want to combine. So let's get this sorted. You get combined. Because I want the steel and the batteries in the same line. And that line should go over here to this step down here. So you go under, you come the whole way up. You go over. We're fine, everything's looking good. We're good. That's not where I expected that to be. You're steel, you're here. Oh, I've done it again. I keep thinking of this crossing under being the one, so this needs to connect up there. There. Alright, and then you will be the frame there. Man, it is amazing how fast that can just really cause you grief. Done. Dear goodness. Then you're our return lane. Okay. Bridge that. We have all this to fix up still. Alright, so we have all that set up. The only things I believe we're missing is the inserters. And once we get that, that should be done. So, you can absolutely make Factorio miserable if you run to the situation where you've set something up and you lose track of things. You can just walk yourself in a circle where it's such an easy problem that you just have to line things up and it all makes sense. But as you can see there, like, it was a very simple thing I was dealing with. I just kept mixing up my belts and my train stations, and because of it, I was just confusing the crap out of myself. And unfortunately, that is a thing that happens in this game. Alright, so with that, all of that should be fully configured now. So now all I need to do is all these train stops. I just need to make them functional again by flipping those. I don't think a train can have queued up to them or anything like that yet because it's not, there's no path. If they do show up and everything's wrong, there'll just be some mild internal screaming as I watch everything become a convoluted mess. Which will be followed by the various stages of grief. And then eventually, things will turn out okay. Alright, so now with that doing its thing, let's take a quick peek at Fulgora. Are you grinding to a halt? So steel is still getting worse, which is not what I love to see. So we are learning that there is a significant bottleneck on steel. And I could fix this in a proper way, or, hear me out, have I introduced my friend, what if I just did that, and that, and ignored my problems. Alright, meanwhile, you up here are basically spent on scrap. And also, you're not actually connected. Alright, so that's a big problem there. Interestingly enough... Oh, am I not making the power towers? Really? I'm not. Okay, that'll fix that. But we do have a really big problem on Fulgora, where basically I've run out of scrap. And I don't see any more where I'm at now. I do want to continue to, like, bridge out and connect more and more of the network. And hopefully we can get that resolved.
Who's the husband?
Oh, that'd be me.
Yeah, you're the husband.
No.
And you're the sexy husband.
No, that's definitely not true.
I love you.
Love you too. Oh, hey. We did finally get attacked from up here. I actually hadn't planned on how I was going to set up this defense, because I put that drone port there. And those are kind of in the way of where I'd want to put it. But, you know what, this is going to be cursed because they're all going to be overlapping, but it's perfect. Done. And I'll go down here again and grab the corner that I keep grabbing. Is that the proper way to doing this? No. No, it is definitely not. Is it going to be passable? As long as you loosely define it. Meanwhile, you're continuing to get that knocked out, which is good. Wait a tick. Wait a tick. Why don't you have a drone port right there? Huh. Alright, well, whatever. Meanwhile, we're getting that online. Okay, we're starting to get our goods dropped off. That's good news. The next thing... where am I? Promota's like, am I on a railroad track? Okay, so the next thing that needs to happen on our list of to-dos is... Oh, I left myself space there. Alright, hang on. We can make this work. That's gonna be real cursed. But that'll work. Didn't exactly leave myself space. So with that, you are going to be... production science space drop off. That's fine. What? Why were they both named that? Utility science space. You're officially on spring break? Congrats. Okay, there we go. So they'll have the correct names now. We'll need to go here and signals on that end. And signals on this end. Okay, so you are already set up. So just go ahead and forget any of that stuff was queued up to do anything. Where I was like, I need to make room and get this done. I apparently already did that part. So never mind. It's like this line here, that's the yellow and purple line. Already configured and ready to roll. And why are you sleeping? What's going on here? Do we have a holdup somewhere? Oh, it's they probably can't reach their stops over here. Well, no. Okay, let's see what's going on with our trains. All right, groups, cargo trains. So you're moving around. That's good news. I don't see any trains, like, obviously blocking intersections or anything like that. I do have a bunch of trains that are sitting around trying to find their way. I need you to not be here. So you're waiting to... I see. Okay, so they're all running into the need to refuel. And you need to get to the drop-off. I'm going to cancel that. That should get you out of the way. And you'll circle around and go to... Really? Okay, so I see a problem with this setup here. Clear that signal. Get out of the way. Clear that signal. Clear this signal and this signal. Yeah, it's the only one where we can get into a problem, is I've got too many signals here. And I'm gonna have to clean that up. Yeah, so the issue is a bunch of them grabbed stones and then got stuck, and they're all waiting for turns to refuel. What happened that you didn't finish with your refueling? Are you running out of wood? Why? Don't go to sleep here. Bad. Don't go to sleep there. Go to parking. So I'm gonna need another fuel stop. Let's also go to your logic. Refuel. We already actually have rules around if they're stuck for the refuel too long. Yeah, so that was what happened was we had a train that needed to do a drop-off where we had brick. And while it was refueling, another train queued, filled up to where the brick was needed, and blocked it off. And because of that, we got in this weird place where it couldn't go to the stop it needed to go to because it was no longer available, and it didn't have a place to be. And so it kind of seized up. Now, the workaround for that is I just need another place where they can refuel. Okay, so that's unjammed the trains again. And you're waiting on plate and stone and all that. You're still under construction, which is fine. Alright, what can I do to improve the throughput? I mean, one is I can get the trains to actually show up. That's one way I could improve the throughput on this line. Is that a thing? Can you get an interrupt? Can you interrupt the interrupt so they don't get stuck at refuel? You can interrupt an interrupt. I can tell a, I can go to these trains real fast. I can go to their instructions. So I can sit there and say, this interrupt is allowed to interrupt other interrupts. But, I gotta be careful about which ones I set to do that. Because ultimately what happened was it got stuck trying to drop off cargo. Destination full, no path. That might actually work. Ooh, don't do that. Actually, I see a problem with that. If I do that, they'll go to parking, which is fine. The issue is they will vacate where they are. And so they'll have a full cargo, go to parking, and sit in parking with a full cargo. As is happening right now. And then what that's ultimately going to lead to is more trains backfilling to go do the other spots. Yes, that's exactly what we've got going on. So we're going to manually tell you... Alright. So... I've created a problem by doing that. So the brick here... Let's go to one of the brick drop-off points. Here. Congratulations. Go ahead and bring more. We're basically full. Bring more. It's fine. And when the train gets here, we're going to flip it to turn that stop off again. Alright. Who else is stuck in parking? Red and green science. Let's go to a red and green science and get them unstuck. I already have trains in red and green science. Alright, well, you just get to stay stuck. Coal and steel. So I'm assuming by doing that, it's already on its way. It'll come there anyways. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we got plastic. So I can go up here where the plastic drop-off is. Change you to 24,000. We've got sulfur. Where do I take my sulfur? It's gotta be somewhere remote. I wouldn't have tossed it on there with it so close to the other stuff otherwise. Where do I take myself? Do I not have a sulfur stop? Alright, I'll choose to ignore that one, just move on to another one. Coal. So coal gets dropped off at military science. Yeah, so interrupting the interrupts, not the play. Definitely don't want to do that again. Alright, so you're on your way here. That's good news. But that's kind of the danger of interrupting interrupts, is you run into weirdness around that. So I'm going to need another fluid wagon. I'm a little concerned about the fluid wagons ending up in parking with, like, full setups there. Because I'm going to need to get lubricant here. I only have the one fluid wagon. I need to not have this many trains caught up here. So the science ones are going to just stay the way they are. You with concrete. Yeah, you filled up. Yeah, that's created a mess. What is my best way of clearing this crap out? Because what's going to need to happen is I'm going to need to clear some of that parking. Eventually it'll sort itself out once I get the other sciences, but I'm a little worried about having that many trains not out and about that they're going to, you know, choke up the system. So let's see here. Well, the good news is you're not actually that full. Okay. So you can go and do whatever you want now. Yeah, so that interrupts... Okay, so that's actually not that bad. This is not a super crisis. So we're going to change you to go from here. I probably already have the red science pickup. I can grab you out of there. I'm a couple shy of being able to do this. We can put you and you into trash spots. And that clears you up. Oh, I need to actually go to you and tell you to stop doing that. Alright, and I can manually run the... I can manually run our science over here. And just shove it in someplace. Oh, that's not... Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. It is what I did. I didn't think my button pushing through. Where is my lab? You're in here somewhere. Gotcha. It's fine. Alright, can we just go over here? Yeah, we can make this work. Hey, train. Have some science. Hey, other train. Have some science. Oh. Have some science. Alright, so now I got a bunch of concrete on me I gotta get rid of. We're making that over here. So I'm gonna see if I can't just shove it in a bunch of boxes, because we did just have a train pull up there and fill up, so there's a good chance that's not had a chance to get all its stuff up. But basically I need to run around and, like, empty the train's cargo manually into a bunch of things. And that should ultimately unstick a bunch of these jammed up train stops and all that. Nope. Like, don't get me wrong, eventually I'm down to pave the world. Which is part of why I don't regret just continuing to churn out this much concrete. But right now, I don't need my worker drones doing that. Okay, so we got that cleared up. Let's go back down to our parking and unscuff it. Okay, so the next one to consider. So you're pretty full. You're not going to be an easy one to tackle. You are absolutely, completely full. And the fluid wagon, I'm not too fussed. Actually, the fluid wagon... Okay. We need the sulfuric over here. I just made a new sulfuric drop-off. That's fine. Right now... You'll accept it, and you get out of there and just sit there. Think about what you've done. So you're out of here. We can drop off the green science. Cool. So I actually have a train or two getting into parking. So we have unstuck things. I am going to need a second fluid wagon, maybe a third, just so I have one that can come by here and get lubricant while the other stuff's tied up. Meanwhile, how would you like a whole bunch of green science? So I need to make a couple of trains. Yeah, for you I probably just need a bunch of steel and all that. That's fine. Got 3 trains. I'll leave that alone for a moment. Give me like 10 should be good. And I just need some steel. Let's go over here. Snag a little steel. Where else could I snag a little bit more steel? Okay, so let's get some fluid wagons driving around, and that might help. And then we can check to see what our train situation is. Okay, you're sorting yourself out. That's fine. Okay, it's fine. We'll just make another train. I had planned to make that many. Okay. Fluid trains. And get out of here. Fluid trains. And get out of here. And finally, where are you at? Fluid trains. And get out of here. All right, so in this case, I have too many trains, and we're going to actually run into a lack of parking spots. Wonder if there's a good place that we can just duplicate up this whole setup. And just give ourselves a bunch of parking spots to just shove somewhere. Hey, it's my tank. That's fine, I can just sit there. Alright, so you're all in the area, you're still getting worked on. You're still doing your thing. You're doing perfectly fine at getting that all built out, so we're almost to the point where we'll get around that bend, and then that'll get to going pretty well. How's Fulgora going? Okay, we've got more of the drone expansion going on. Okay, we're just continuing to expand the network here. We're basically just kind of like using the bots to scout out for more salvage. Okay, got another island over there. Please tell me I actually have a bunch of those towers. I'm gonna be pretty unhappy if you're just gonna get zapped. Okay, yeah, you got towers. That's fine. The downside is it looks like I'm about to finish looking at this island down here. Unless there's a big bunch of scrap down there. That's gonna be the end of the science from Fulgora until such point that... Please get those electrical towers over there, please. I see you moving with them. Do I have repair stuff being made? I don't think I actually do. Okay, some make repair stuff. That way as our things get zapped by lightning once in a while. You got a solution for that. Okay, so we got most of that covered. We do have them crossing over this spot where they're getting zapped from time to time, which is not ideal. Gotcha, so I couldn't build it there. We'll scooch over here. I'm just trying to get more of a view in the off hope that maybe there's salvage we can reach. Because if not, if I want to keep the Fulgora science coming in, I'll have to go back to Fulgora as soon as we get like an elevated railway or something and hook that up. Yep, that's the bad news. Yeah, so basically Fulgora Science is on a complete standstill. So you can go ahead and cancel anything related to Fulgora Science for right now. It ain't happening. We'll have to go back there and fix it. Man, there's so much of that locked behind. Oh, well, most of this is productivity. Most of this is productivity stuff. So you can go here. Elevated railways. Well, that would allow me to solve that. Braking speed, better inserters, better belts, better pizza. Alright, so we can go ahead and we can get all that stuff sorted out. You're doing your thing. You're doing your thing down there. How is our power grid doing? I haven't checked in a long while. Not great. Okay. We do need more accumulators. I assume that we've been doing good down here. Yes, we have. Because we're not running out of charge. Sorry, we're not running out of power production. If we look at this, we got a nice, large, flat surface on there. But, we just need more accumulators to store more power to do anything with that. Alright, so they're getting all the construction going. We basically have just about everything set up with, like, one or two... I've got, like, one or two mistakes here. So we got... I need power over there. Need power over here. You should all be good there. We got a couple things with the stops here not ready. Oh, hang on. I'm seeing a big old problem. Yup. I don't know how that became an issue. Not you. And we copied you from this side. Alright, you're still waiting on your iron plates. Okay. So solving iron plates. So one thing I do is an immediate improvement. Is we can actually fit some more of these on here. And that should probably about saturate the out belts. Because there's still a little bit of space. But then the issue we run in from there is if I want to get more out of here, I've got to go the other way. We'll probably need to get a third belt going here, and again, the idea being to saturate these belts. Yeah, because we got 3 going in here, and right now they're being fed in that way, which is okay. So I'll take a minute to fix that, which is going to delay things for a hot minute because we're blocking off a lot of the conveyor belts. And then the idea would be we'd try and get that. Like, I could probably use pretty soon here to just belt balance it into 4 lanes. I probably should just do it. I should probably have right here that we use an actual belt balancer to make it 4, and then put like a whole extra strip onto this thing. And do that. We're honestly at that stage where I should do that kind of a thing. Instead of this nonsense, which is breaking it down to 2. Alright. Let's see if I can't remind myself how to belt balancer. So let's get you out of here. Well, actually, before we mess with it, we'll set it up right down here. So if I remember correctly, it's going to be that on the in and out. And if I remember correctly, we do something like this. You'd go here. So he goes, all 4 lanes go through that. Then you go through one, and then the outer lanes go through one. So an equal number of flips through all that. I believe that is correct, if memory serves me correct on setting up a belt balancer. That looks right to me. It's been a while since I've set up a 4 belt balancer. So I can go here. It's once again in my inventory. We can get rid of you. Oh, nope, that's not right. Don't do it like that. Okay, hang on. That's where I want. Okay, so with that, we no longer want you. There, we go have all these go through. Belt bands are basically only things you straight up look up otherwise. I took the time to set up where I could take like 10 to 1, or it was like 1 to 10 and like all that. Like I took the time to figure that all out once, and I had a blueprint I made of it. And a lot of the times you end up with very, very similar designs to other people. But, am I anywhere nearby that? This is probably one of those ones I should run over there and start working on myself, because it's going to take the construction drones an eternity to deal with. But yeah, no, I took the time to get all of that set up once upon a time, and then I just never went back and, like, redid it. Because it was, I don't remember if it was, like, moving computers or something. At some point I had lost all my blueprints. Or it may have been a version change or something. I think it was a version change. It's not that I lost my blueprints, but enough of my blueprints were just not right anymore that I was just like, ah. Like, I'm just not going to bother. But the only ones I remember fairly clearly were, like, the 2 to 4 and 4 to 2. It's, like, pretty much all the ones that were, like, between 2 and 4, the variations around there were the only ones that kind of really stuck in my head. What are you doing right now? So apparently I already have construction bots on the way, which is why it's sitting there like this. But yeah, so the idea behind this, for those who missed what this belt balance is about, basically I'm splitting all the input out into 4 belts. Doesn't matter how they get there. But once they go into this setup here, because it is, you go through an equal number of splitters between all the different lanes, it does balance it all from left to right, so that all of these belts coming out should be about the same. So then instead of doing a bunch of splitters and nonsense over here, instead it's just one of those things that... Okay. Instead of doing all that nonsense over here, we can just have it so it gets immediately fed in. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so each of these will just go in and you'll get a full dedicated lane to each segment of that, so that should improve our throughput on the train. That'll equally distribute it to all 4 segments of the train. Now, the ways I could still improve the throughput of the train is, one, if I give that train spot more area, I could potentially get it down to each, like, I'd have, like, 8 different lanes that go in here, that goes 3 to a section there. Or more realistically, I just slam down our stop. There's not enough room for another stop there. I would need to move another stop over here, which would be a little annoying. But, it would be another way to solve that. It'd be just add a whole extra stop onto this thing. Actually, it wouldn't be that bad. I could probably take this lane here and just scooch it over, move the ore lines down over and bring them back up, kind of thing. But that'd be the other thing to do, is to give ourselves a whole extra lane. I don't think we're quite to that point yet. I don't think we have enough iron plate production to take advantage of that. And check out Basset playing some Digimon Story. Also plays like Pokemon, a bunch of that. So if you're looking for like turn-based RPGs, that kind of thing, you can find it over there. Alright, with that, chat, bear with me for a minute. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, grab myself a new drink and all that, and I'll be back in just a minute. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Hey, thank you for the raid, McQueen. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Yeah, like I would have rushed back, was like, I have to use the restroom. But welcome in, Raiders and all that. Can we get a shout out for McQueen, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of indie games and like quite a few roguelites and all that stuff. Actually, I can get it if no one else is already on it. But definitely someone we're checking out and all that. Doing some Slay the Spire 2. Excellent. You know, solid roguelite there and all that stuff. But yeah, definitely go check out McQueen. If you like indie games, you like, you know, your roguelites, all that kind of stuff, you could definitely find it over there. Good times and whatnot. For everyone who's here, popping over, I'm Rual, Storge, play a variety of games here on Twitch. I play mostly indie games as well. I do play a pretty wide range from like simulation, settlement builders, city builders, doing some factory automation today. I've done plenty of like slice of life sims, if you want to, you know, whatever you want to call Stardew Valley-esque games. It's a pretty wide range that I do. But today we're doing Factorio Space Age. We're in that kind of phase where I've actually gone and I've done one of the other planets now. But it's kind of slowing down because I'm running out of material. Slice of Flesh games. I was saying Slice of Life. You know, Slice of Flesh, that's what, Binding of Isaacs? Which I have played as well. But no, it's Slice of Life is usually when I'm talking like Stardew Valley, Coral Island, Animal Crossing. These like, you're just kind of like living your life kind of games. But yeah, at the moment we're doing Factorio Shenanigans. For those who don't know Factorio, it is kind of like the big factory automation game that you can get absurd scales. And my factory is a little hard to go through and explain, not because it's like overly complicated, but it's all train based. And very much so, like we're in the progress of reworking our iron production here. But, so, like, when I zoom out and you see this monstrosity going on here, let me hide that so you can actually see a little bit better. When you see, like, all the different things going on here, the reality is it looks more complicated than it really is. You'll just see, like, all these flags and all that. The way to look at it is this. You'll notice there's this gray lines that kind of crisscross through here. That's just my trains. That's just my rail system that connects everything. But ultimately, when you look at any given stop, the way to think of it is output, input, input, input. And then we make stuff. So, output, input, so we have the iron plates out or in. It goes and produces that and puts it on the network. And so the idea is where you might have conveyor belts and you might have your area making iron over here. I'm using trains. I like the way we can scale trains. And then one big advantage I have with trains, because I can effectively reuse them, when I go and say, oh crap, I have more ore here, I could literally just name it correctly and all the trains just work. Because we do have some pretty fancy interrupt setup on our trains, where if I go to one of my trains real fast, you'll notice on my trains, actually I'll go through this menu. If I look at my trains, I only have 2 different types of trains. All of my trains have only 2 sets of programming, which is trains that do cargo and trains that do fluid. And if we look at our cargo trains, pretty much the instructions are straightforward. If you're low on fuel, you go to the station named fuel. You can probably guess what happens at the station named refuel. It gets fuel. And then if we go to get cargo, if your cargo is empty, and you can reach a place that has cargo, you go there. And so all of my stations, those outputs, you'll notice that one's called cargo pickup, that's called cargo pickup, that's called cargo pickup. They all have the same name. So what'll happen is the train will go to the first available station of that name it can get to. Once it's got the cargo, it then goes to a state, like it then says, I have cargo. And this is kind of where the magic happens. It'll be hard for you to see on the stream. Is I've got a little green box-looking icon there. That's a wild card. And what that wild card does is it checks the first eligible piece of cargo in the train, and it replaces that with what it is. It's effectively a variable. So if I have, for example, this train is full of green science, and we look over at its instruction here, it shows green science space drop-off for the train station name. Well, there is a train station named Green Space Science drop-off. That'd be right up here. So that train would go to this stop. We're having a little snafu because I was experimenting with some changes and it was not the best move. And if nothing else is available, it goes to a place called parking, which is where we park our trains that aren't needed right now. So that's a whole lot of stuff going on, but ultimately when it boils down to is each one of these little ribbons things sticking off is just output, input, input. You do whatever massaging you do to get your stuff, and then all the train goes is, can you show the get cargo interrupt? Sure. If we go to get cargo, yeah, so all it's doing is it's checking, it says, are you empty? And then, can you get to a cargo pickup station that is not full? So, and that's just like, basically, is there a train station named cargo pickup that I can currently get to? And if those are true, then it will go to a station named cargo pickup, and if it's either full, or it hasn't received any additional cargo in over 30 seconds, or a full, 5 minutes have passed that it's been sitting there, if any of those are true, it stops that and goes on to the next spot. But yeah, so it's a pretty cool setup. Hello, I have a train station named Cargo Pickup. Yep. And right now what we're doing is, this is getting to be a mess, and I finally broke down, it's like, okay, I need to actually set up a belt balancer, which is what we're doing here. And it's all backed up not because I'm making that much ore, I mean, I'm about to, but because I'm making that much iron plates, it's backed up because all of this is waiting to fill in. Because they've hit that stage in Factorio where I don't really go around and do my own work anymore. Like, I will from time to time, like when the biters are a problem, I'll go and slap down some nests. Oh, we should probably actually do around and check on the biters down there. This time I will take the tank, which is there. But we're going to go ahead and make sure the biter... Like, I'm doing a major expansion. And it was definitely one of those things I started the major expansion and going, I need to get this done, which was followed immediately by, crap, I need the other ore, but I'm already kind of committed to this expansion. Also, what's going on with my copper? Why are you empty? You're empty because this does not have nearly enough. Oh, right, I forgot about this. Right, this needs to not be this way. We set this up lazy early on to get a much higher throughput, and now it is no longer going to cut it. So we can fix this pretty easily, though, because all of these are empty. So go ahead and tell them just to yoink all of these. And then what we can do with that is I can go over here. You'll go like this. Right now, you just keep putting that in there. But yeah, so I'm just going to have it dump it all in there. It's still going to be inefficient, but right now the whole thing is just gridlocking. And I could clean that up once some of the stuff is out of the way. Oh, are you even in drone range? Yeah, the whole thing's in drone range. Okay. Okay, something got destroyed someplace. It's one of my bots tried to cut over this area. That'll happen on the rare occasion, and they'll die. And then they'll feel real dumb. And I'll get a new one. Yeah, so we're waiting for them to start yoinking all this. I mean, honestly, a lot of this can come up. So you're all done. You're all done. You're all done. You're done. You're done. You two are done. Got a little bit of ore over here. So we potentially go here. The one there. The one here. You're still working away at that. We get a little bit more ore out of that spot. There's a tiny bit of copper we missed there. But yeah, needless to say, we're at the point we need to make the move on copper. We've known that's been coming. The plan there is I've got these two marked, but I had already started this expansion. It's like I need to finish this expansion before I go and I start trying to do another expansion. This is becoming more and more urgent. The good news is I could just kind of fish right off of this railway down here and kind of bring it up and over and get both of those, and that's going to be more than like quadruple the amount of copper we had to start with. But then the negative is I've got another area we've got to put some defenses up on. Alright, now back to what I was doing before I realized that. Get our tank. Is what I want to do. Let's take a quick little peek down here. Because we've got that expansion. Fine. Sometimes you need to remind those, remind your local infrastructure who's boss. That it gets to continue to exist on your whims. Yeah, so just want to cut through here because I was worried about biters moving into the area, and they have. So I'll go ahead and deal with their nosy neighbors. Because as you can see, my construction bots are going right across this area. They're just barely missing going over the nest where they'd be killed. Okay, so destroy that nest. The plan is just do a lap through the expansion. Okay. And we'll knock down any biter nests we see. Because we're getting pretty close to when they close it off. And once it's closed off, I don't have to worry about them getting stuff in there. And one thing that'll speed things up is I'll be tearing down, like, the wall that is now farther back. Alright, so we got another expansion here, or another set of biters. I knew it had been quite a while, so... Alright, you got plenty of ammo for the time being. I knew that was coming. Okay. And we'll quickly send one of my drones out to repair that. And how are we doing on our missiles? I've got about 500. And that's why I don't use the tank to fight, because some of those cliffs can be hard to see. Yep, so that's where the defensive line is going to be, so we're just kind of doing a loop around here. Alright. You know, that's fine. And once we get back here, we shouldn't have to worry. Why not run a radar out and do the words expanse and find the nest running? Oh, so the problem is, I mean, I could set them out there. Like, it wouldn't be terrible. I could cover the whole grid with the things. It's just the drone ports now have their own stuff, so I don't really need to do that. But yeah, so we got the 2 nests that moved in. Realistically, what happens is I put the radar out there that just kill the radar and have to replace it. So it takes care of that. What I am going to start doing in the meantime is I think we're going to run up to the north, where those copper nodes are, and start trying to push the biters back up there. We still have a ways till this area down here is done. I need to be careful about not pulling too many resources to deal with to the north. But at the same time, it does need to get done. I need to make a way for my tank to get in and out. Okay, and we can go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't care. Just give me a bunch. Okay, and how's your fuel? You still got decent fuel. Alright, so let's start seeing what we need to clear out up here. Start knocking some of these biter nests back. I was hoping I could put this off till we had finished Volcanus so I could just artillery them and not put any real effort into it. But that does not appear to be in the cards. Okay. Alright, we got that one dealt with. Now I'm hoping as we find choke points. Wait, did I miss one? Or were you just stuck in the trees? I think you were just stuck in the trees, okay. Alright. And later on we'll have much more efficient ways of dealing with the biters. My personal favorite is, I've mentioned this a couple times during the stream, is get to the point where we have artillery, just put the artillery kind of near the edge of my defenses on the inside, and then just pound the biters at range into the dirt. That way when it comes to the expansion, all I have to do is kind of like move the line forward to just kind of what's just a little ways inside my artillery range. And it could just be a thing where I can just grab like a whole wall and be like, okay, expand that way. Complete with the artillery and all that, and then you yoink up the previous wall and just like kind of slide it forward. Alright, so we've got about 360 more rounds. There's the first copper node that we're looking to claim. Why are you being weird about letting me aim at that? Okay, so we got those two. And now just clean up. There definitely is a choke point here. If you look at this cliff area, we could definitely put like a wall here and choke point that. The little lake here offers me a bit of defense, so I think that might be where we move the lineup, is to here and then over. Because it wouldn't be too aggressive of a grab that it wouldn't have to like go through a whole big process to try and clear it and hold it, not like the one we're doing to the south. So that might work out pretty okay if I just don't get too ambitious. Because the one we were doing to the south was more about I needed space for a bunch of more factory stuff. And this is just a resource grab. You got 2 nests nearby each other that they're cross-aggroing. Alright, we'll deal with the nest to the right next. And I do think I'll take the time while we're here to position where we're going to put the turrets and all that. And just queue it up with the bots. It'll be another project that'll be just too much queued up for them to get done in a timely manner, but that's fine. Alright, fall back here for a second. Okay. Then I got the nest on the copper to the north. And I'll probably have to do that other nest to the north as well. Supplies-wise, I got about 500 bullets and about 230 rockets left. So we're getting a little low. Not so low that I'm worried yet, though. Okay. It'll be nice when we finally get our science back online. But I think that might genuinely wait until this copper. Okay. Looks like we might have one more spawner way back here. Alright. So let's see. So like I said, plan to put like between these 2 water sources and then that nest probably has to go. We are getting pretty low on everything. Got about 140 rockets left. And then probably like 400 or so bullets. Okay, so I might be able to use this one a little bit with that ledge. Alright, back off for a minute. Okay, we just finished that one off. Alright, so we're down to about 60 rockets. We're probably down to about 350, 300, 400 bullets, something like that. Would be my guess. So not enough to really push much farther. I could knock down maybe one more nest. But I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that'll help us. But what we do want to do right now... That's going to be a problem spot. Yeah, let's go ahead and place you like that to get around that problem. Alright, I might have to destroy this one last nest at the corner here. But that'll put 2 large copper nodes and then my first uranium node inside my perimeter. Yeah, that's close enough. That'll be a problem. Alright, please don't be a very big nest. I don't have much supplies to deal with you right now. Try and be efficient and aim for the middle. Okay, you're getting real low on rockets, but are down to just 1 spawner. And you can, if you don't like the combat side of Factorio, you can just straight up turn off the biters. It is kind of one of those things that early game the biters are like, the biters tend to be not that big a deal very early game. Because you can, like, as long as you go out and deal with them, they fall over pretty easy. Then you get to around mid-game, the biters do start to get a bit sturdier, more dangerous. It's kind of when the biters are the most menacing, dangerous, whatever you want to go with. Is usually around the mid-game. You know what? I wasn't going to go this way. But that'll be the easiest way to set this up. But, it's just kind of nature of the beast. Once you get to late game, the biters become utterly irrelevant. Because you can just use stuff like artillery, just pound them into the dirt. You've got enough of a lead on them so far as strength that you just don't care anymore. Which is good, because it'd be annoying if they were a threat forever. There wouldn't be much of a feeling of progress there. Okay, so with that, let's run down here. I don't actually want them to build across the water so much. I might be able to get away with that. I can go here. Because I don't have the rockets to deal with. I only got 10 rockets left. Meanwhile, we can go to you. You know, well... There's your drone port. I'm basically daisy chaining some drone ports, so I have multiple ways to get over here. Alright, that'll do it. Okay, so let's get our tank. So we've got that not secured, but started. You can also configure your customer experience, like making it so they don't expand. Yeah, and there's a lot you can do. And the only negatives with doing that is, like, one, if you don't enjoy your changes, obviously that's a problem. But also, too, like, the only thing that turning off the biters, making them pacifists or whatever, is there's 1 or 2 biter-specific achievements that get disabled. It's one thing I kind of appreciate that they do in this game. There's a lot of games that you're like, oh, you chose custom mode? Well, no achievements whatsoever. They're a little bit more sophisticated about that, and this one we're like, okay, here's the deal. The only achievements that they disable for turning off the biters and their ability to do damage and all that is just the ones that are specifically related to biters. Everything else just stays functional, it's fine. Alright, so let's get the tank over where we've been parking our tanks. Okay. Alright. Oh, and you are bringing me all of the rockets. Love to see it. Yeah, so we're going to start working on that. That's fine. We'll start bringing the drone ports across. I'm kind of doing that, hoping I can kind of get ahead of this and put a little bit of defense over there. It won't be too much longer before they have this secured enough that we can start ripping up this wall. I'll keep all the drone ports and the power, but we'll pull up all the laser turrets and all that kind of stuff to fill that in. That's more accumulators we have. Alright, so with that said, if we were to take advantage of these copper spots, what would be the best way for us to do that? I'm going to actually run back over there on foot. So you can basically tell it to set down... Well, I mean, I still have to get the train over there. That means tearing down the wall. That's fine. We'll deal with it. So the good news here is once I get this enclosed, I can leave the planet and just go work on our things and then use the drones remotely to handle all this. Because we should be good on most materials. Ooh, how's our iron? Well, I have 2 iron nodes, right? Yeah, I got 2 iron nodes. So yeah, we're fine on iron. Stone. I already have more stone inside my perimeter here and here. Once that closes off. Coal is one that we don't have a good solution for. I'm only using coal for plastic and for refueling my trains. So we really don't use much very often. Let's go ahead and find where our next coal is going to be. So we got 9.4 million right there. That's not amazing. That's farther out. 8.2 might as well be on the moon. That's farther out. 3.1, that's pretty far out there. 2.8 might as well be on the moon. 1.4. Okay, so I do have 1.4 million coal inside my perimeter. So yeah, so I'm not too worried about that. Though we do run it low on coal, I could just toss a thing down here. We'd have to snake a train track through there, but that's not that bad. If that doesn't work, then this one would be a problem, because I'd have to clear out the biters to get to it. I don't anticipate, especially being able to use that one in the meantime. I will be able to get ourselves situated in Volcanus and all that kind of sorted by then. How is our well, actually... So Forgora, you basically shut down by now, right? Yeah, so Forgora's done. Until I can get back to Fulgora to get more scrap, we're done. And even if I can find more scrap, because I have a bunch here, but I can't get it over there, I'm not going to be able to resolve that until we get the elevated trains, which is there now. And that's just depending on our existing science actually sciencing. Yeah, which is iron plate forever. That's what everything's depending on, is iron plate. Okay. Oh, interestingly enough, even adding all those extra buildings on there, I mean, you're hitting saturation, but the other ones aren't. Okay, well, I'm going to make a great decision here. Which is I cannot be bothered to hover over this whole time. So I very much doubt we have the throughput to handle it. I'm just going to grab a whole segment like this. And chuck you over there. And obviously I'm not doing any meaningful kind of like load balancing or anything on any of this. Third column from the left has no inserter. There. Where'd you go? There. Yep, I see it. And then you. And then you. Well, that's messy. Okay, well, I'm not seeing any, because, like, yeah, you can tell because there's nothing in those. Alright, so that should sort out those ones, make sure none of those other ones are broken. And I'm sure we copied over the problematic ones, but I can't see well enough to do it. So I'll worry about that later. I'm gonna go tell them to yoink all these trees. Alright, so let's check. It was pretty far up here. I think that one's one of the culprits. Yeah, see an in without an out. Yep. So I've got that as a problem here. I think we're good at this point. I'm sure there's still one or two missing stuff. But yeah, so I basically am just doing I don't have time to fix this right. Just slam more into it. It's fine. It is a usable strategy for dealing with a lot of these things. That very genuinely, sometimes you're like, I don't want to deal with the math. Okay, just shove it in there, it's fine. Yeah, you're not in range for any of this, that's fine. So we can yank up the old defenses, because these old defenses are worthless. A lot of them aren't even using the armor-piercing rounds. You deconstructed a fish? Yep. That fish is going to have a bad day. Got a couple of fish we've deconstructed. 55 of them in there. Poor fish. And I have just a mess in these boxes. These are I don't feel like dealing with this. It's just on the network. Take it. That's what those boxes are. Eventually they'll get out of hand and I'll either need to deal with it or just continue to expand that. Alright, so they are slowly getting that done. At this stage, where is our drone production? Yeah, so I told you to turn off. You're now going to 500. Make that grid scream. You know what? The hell with it. 500 for both of you. Is that too many drones? Yes. Am I doing it anyways? Also yes. Did you ever get sorted? So you're all sorted. You're ready to rock and roll. You can use a manual drop. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm just choosing to not care. I can definitely fix it, but I usually don't end up eating the fish very often or anything like that. So they could just become rot in a box. I think I might have to hitch a ride. Well, I mean, without the, like, that's the thing. Even if I get stuff solved, I can't get the salvage here. I have to, I'm gonna have to get this set up to get the salvage over there using an elevated thing. That's also what's gonna happen is I'm gonna make a train station over here somewhere. And then wherever I can get the train to, like, loop through. I remember that ends up being a big pain because of just how it works. We'll just need to get the train from one side to the other. I also don't think I left myself much space on Fulgora, did I? Oh no, I left plenty of space. Yeah, because I could literally just make a train station anywhere in this area. Oh, hang on. Wait a second. Pick up the rest of it, but it looks like there's one tiny little spot of scrap right there. Oh, nope, there's another spot right here, too. So we're mostly fully expended on scrap, but there's a couple pieces here and there. Yeah, that gives us a little bit more. Got a little bit more there. That gets you access to that. Got a little bit there. Got a little bit there. Yeah, it shows you how little's left of anything. Yeah, so when we get elevated railways, I'll probably need to head over to Fulgora to just run a thing there to keep the science happening. And all this is waiting on iron plates, which we are continuing to expand. I hate that I'm looking at this and seeing this behind. What is your deal again? Did you get resolved? Oh, you're just running low on material. There's not much more to add. You're just running low on material. We could turn you around for right now. And I know it's going to cause the back end to get filled up first. There's not much to do about it. There's just not as much ore here. But that's why we needed to annex this area. Like I said, this we went in with the plan of using this for a bunch of our train stops and all that, and then just this has become the new concern. Alright. And you got more and more construction bots going out there. I definitely ramped up the total number of those we're going to have. Alright, so there's 0 construction bots available. There's plenty of Logi bots available. But construction bots, we've got 215. But they're just all working. Like, the whole map is covered by them. Okay, and I actually think it's probably about time. Yoink all of this. Up here. So we're not yoinking the accumulators of the solar panels. We're yoinking all the laser defenses and walls. And the idea is because then they can just pick it all up as like one big group and start moving it over wherever it's needed. That's probably not how it's going to work out. That's fine. Because that inner wall will stop being important. Because just technically I could have one walk around this whole way and attack me from here. It's very, very unlikely. And watch, it's going to be exactly what happens. Yeah, so you need iron plate drop-off, you need iron plate drop-off, you need iron plate drop-off, you need iron plate drop-off. Everybody needs iron plate drop-off. What's going on down here at the iron plate drop-off? Right, you're continuing to do your thing. The only thing that's slowed down from what we had before is that splitter. It's slowing things down a little bit. But my hope is, if we can get all these extra smelters going... Yeah, so I can't fit that many more. But... one more shim worth of those on there. You need power poles there and there. And that's basically as far up as I can go before we have a problem, and we've just expanded over. We could definitely get more on here. It's going to be another train stop. Another option we also have is open, like literally just copy this whole thing as like one giant unit. And then find another place to just put it off the train, just have a second set of smelters. Yeah, so you've almost got that sorted out. Let's check on our power grid real quick, because I haven't looked in a while. Power grid's looking fine. Alright, well we do have the laser defenses in place right next to that nest right there. Yeah, so we just definitely need more and more construction drones. Now, this would also be a lot better if we had gotten the purple and yellow science much earlier. We'd be in much better position right now. Because what I'd be able to do in that situation is just go ahead and get a bunch of stuff taken care of. Honestly, yeah, so I probably should get a lot of that stuff going. Tier 2 is still set up. Did we ever get the better... Yeah, so you've got the Tier 2 quality modules. And you've got your Tier 2. Yeah, now require Tier 2 circuit boards and all that. That's not going to happen. Those are already Tier 2 qualities, though. So I can go here. Okay, so get all the Tier 2s we can in there. Those are already qualified up Tier 1s. We'll chuck those in there. Chuck you in here. And that's fine. We've got the shredder and all that. We're not going to want to keep on my person. Right now, I think I'm just going to chuck that into the storage over here. And just get rid of some of the stuff I have in my person. So, let's drop those surplus things there. Drop you there. Drop you there. Get you out of here. Get a bunch of these random bits and pieces out of here. Have way too much repair stuff. I don't need any Logi drones on myself. I'm a little concerned that we've had those on myself. I'm imagining a bunch of our Logi stuff was shutting down. Okay, so we got all that on the network. I'll even put that on the network. So it's basically we have our own construction drones, the sentry guns for when I go to push, a bunch of bullets, and a bunch of rockets. That's what I'm carrying. I think we just over time have accidentally picked up a ton of logic drones. Meanwhile, how are things going over here? So you're gradually building that out. You're gradually building that out. Very slowly ripping that up. Getting that sorted out here. I'm sure that corner is going to be a problem again before we get that all enclosed. Um, and you're already working on that. I'm just double checking to make sure. I think I had at some point turned the priority for the mall to be higher. That way, when we run to situations like this, we're getting the stuff to continue to build things out. I'm also very concerned to see how I keep seeing the copper slow down and keep panicking, being like, oh, what do I need to do for the copper? It's like, right, the copper is still jacked because we need that. Are you still capped at 50 bots? No. I've been raising the cap. That's actually, we just jumped the cap to 500 bots. It was at 200 for a while there. I expect that to be one of those things that strains the power grid. From all those bots running over and having to recharge. So I'm thinking here is I start planning for the copper. Because we're going to need to get that, and that'll be another project in queue up that my construction bots will never be able to catch up on. Alright. And there's cliffs there. So I can bring this one up this way and get over there, or I can bring that one up. I think I'm going to take this one and bring it up that way. The first step of that is I'm going to have to punch a hole through this wall. Okay. So from here... and go like this. Alright, now with that, need to do the whole thing where you set up all the drone ports. Alright. Flashing train signals. Where did you see oh. Actually, wait, will that fix that? I should do that differently, but I'm not going to. I'm just gonna ignore it and keep moving. I'm sure it'll jam up at some point or regret it, but you know, some point isn't right now. Okay, so let's run up here. We've zigzagged our train setup through here. We've got a brand new nest to my south. Part of why I came up here, and I should have plenty of ammo to deal with it. That's the problem with that sucker known as Future Roll. Hey, when Future Roll does something for me, he can have demands. But thus far, I seem to be doing all the work for Future Roll, and Future Roll isn't doing crap for me. Okay. So we can go ahead and yoink all this up. I want to daisy chain the drone ports over here. That's close enough. That should give you enough coverage to be able to do all that stuff. Alright. So that should give me more than enough to get all that set up. So the next thing I need to do is just get some drills set up. You do this the quick and dirty way again, which is I just go here. Grab you. Copy. Paste that. Copy. Paste that. Copy. So this will result in a lot of redundancy that I don't need, a lot of wasted stuff going on. But now I can go to this one and grab the whole thing. That should cover all that. Okay. The catch here is now I need a train station over in this area. This will be just a pickup train station. It's fine. It's really not, but we pretend it is. I would put more effort into making that better, but I also know it's a temporary thing in the sense that once that ore's gone, I have no reason to care about that ever again. Looks like a Junimo. I can see it. It's a little scuffed, but I can see it. And in this case, we will go here. And just combine those two. We're also going to need to run power up there, so that's taken care of. That's taken care of. Alright, and what we could do now... There's our belt balancer I probably don't need, but I'm going to build it anyways. I bothered to make the blueprint. I'm going to get my money's worth out of it. It didn't cost me anything, but I'm still going to get my money's worth out of it. Okay. Now you're getting more than your money's worth out of the free blueprint. Exactly. You won't want to get less than what you put your money's worth. That's just a waste. It's fine. And yes, I know you could go under and save like 3 or 4 conveyor belt. That's fine. So the point is, when that's all said and done and wired up, we will have a big copper node here. And so we can go here, and I don't have to wait. It's already set to copper. That's perfect. Oh, no, that is the wrong answer. That is not set up correctly. Hang on. There you go. So once that actually has copper in it, that'll be good. And we can go down and check to see how this one's looking. That's not a drop-off. You're right. There. Thank you. Alright, so we do have uranium here. And if I were to ship sulfuric acid into it, we could finally, after all this time, get uranium started. Which we should have probably had a very long time ago. Because we just haven't had the opportunity this whole time because of just the uranium's been way out here in the middle of the biters, and I've had other things to deal with. Oh, actually, I just use the exact design I was already using. Because we can just grab you. Okay. 2 red undergrounds is worth roughly 8.5 belts in resources and similar in build time. So nah, going underground doesn't save enough. Oh yeah, and I wasn't even thinking about... Yeah, so I was talking about up here. It wasn't about going the underground, it's that I went the long way around this, as opposed to I could have just gone this way and up. So I did add, like, however many, like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 belts? Which it's like one of those things, like, if you're ever at the point that matters, you're playing the wrong game. You will be upset playing this game. Alright. So now the real question is, how do I want to set this up? You're playing Deathworld? Even Deathworld, I didn't care about that kind of thing. I haven't done Deathworld since Space Age, to be clear, but before Space Age, I have done a couple different Deathworld playthroughs. Even there, you don't do that. I mean, you don't do the rail system like I've got here until way late in Deathworld, because good luck having the space. How do I want to do this? Because I could put a train stop on the other side here for one of the resources. Yeah, you know what? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a train stop on this side for the uranium. And then I'm just going to do a very lazy piping this in. I hate this so much. I'm gonna do a very lazy just piping in the copper from this side to the other side. At some point, I flipped these. I don't know when it happened. But now my life has consequences. Just got to rip this up. Man, past Rual's doing future Rual dirty. Fact. That side should be set up. I can't see with all the trees. Okay. Yeah, I still haven't decided how I want to set up a lot of these things. Yes, there should be the in-out here, in-out here. I think that's fine. This is probably not going to be a high-traffic area for a long time. Like, eventually, one day it'll get high traffic. Actually, that's probably not even true either. Alright, and this one, I don't see much reason of doing the load balancing. So we've got that input there. And the reason I don't see much reason to do load balancing is if I'm ever in a situation I'm moving the uranium that fast, which can happen when you start talking, like, really big factory situations. Alright, what's your deal? Fine. They'll resolve that in time. So we only lost 2 of the guns up there. And that's because it's a defensive line in progress and being attacked. I keep doing this. Do this. Zoom in. So, boom and boom. Okay. And that'll all wire itself up. And so right now that copper isn't doing anything. I'm going to probably just leave it alone for a while. But when we start having copper problems again, I could just grab this and shove it directly into those lines there. And just use that same copper station, just flip it when it's time. So you are going to be uranium. And we will set you up to cargo pickup. Alright, none of that's going to get done anytime soon. And a lot of it's a distraction from things I actually probably should be working on. And I'm choosing not to for no discernible reason. Meanwhile, you're doing fine and filling that in. Right, the sulfuric drop. That's right. Thank you for the reminder. So we can just go here and say, hey, all this, forget that for a hot minute. We do have sulfuric drop down here. So I just grab you just the way you are. Make sure you've got signals. Alright. So, now we can correct this belt. Okay, so that belt's sorted. Now you got the sulfuric output. They're already wired together, which is perfect. So let's go ahead and set these up so we can pipe them all together. I'll need to check our drone coverage, because I'm willing to bet this is out of the coverage range. And straight pipe. Oh, thank you. I'm not sure I actually did miss it. It's not... Yeah, no, it is actually there. Yeah, it's actually there. The tree's being weird. Yeah, the underneath isn't. You are correct. Alright. Actually, no, we probably do have full drone coverage there. Alright, so needless to say, that's going to take an eternity to get done. And they're still working on getting all this filled in. And they're still peeling up all this stuff, too. Meanwhile, how's all this getting done? So the good news is where we did jack up the ability for this to get unloaded now. That's at least resolved for the time being. I'm going to go ahead and grab the conveyor belt. Like, we're going to run home, grab the conveyor belts and all that for the iron plating. And see if we can't get that sorted. Because, like, right now the iron situation and the copper situation are not good. They're both starving the factory. Now, the good news is we basically have things set up where once that gets over there, we're good. So far as the copper. Now, the iron, I just need to get over there. We'll expand the throughput. If that doesn't end up being enough, I'm just going to grab the entire iron smelting stop, copy the whole thing into a blueprint, and just find somewhere else on the rail to shove a second one. And then that should resolve it. But I'll go grab a stack of conveyor belts, some splitters and all that, and run over there myself and deal with it. Because I was really expecting to get to, like, Volcanus or the other planets right away, and that this yellow and purple science would not... Like, I expect it to take me a little while, but it is taking me considerably longer than I had anticipated. It's not like it's horrifically long or anything. But it's just a bunch of projects that have been kind of sitting, piling up. Okay, let's check on our trains, see how our trains are doing. You're doing fine over here. There are no obvious places where I'm seeing a bunch of trains just blocking each other up. Pretty soon, I'm probably going to potentially need more trains. More cargo trains. What's a no path warning? Concrete. That's my concrete train. I'm not actually using the concrete anywhere, so I just have a train sitting there. I probably could turn the stop off entirely and just clear out the train, but at this point I don't have a place to put the concrete, so I've been kind of just ignoring it and pretending it's fine. This was a copper line way back. Developers track games. You're a little surprised no Dwarf Fortress? Is that a game you didn't click for you for some reason? Yeah. No, I gave it a shot, but it was definitely a game that I found I very much didn't enjoy. Ultimately what it boiled down to is the UI is incredibly obtuse. So it's not that it's like pixel arty and all that. That's fine. But like the extreme obtuseness of the UI, I ended up finding extremely off-putting. So it's actually one of the only games I've ever refunded, you know, in my time, you know, on Steam. Oh, you're turned off. There you go. So it's, you know, it's stuff like assigning roles to people. You know, all the roles will be assigned here for there, except for that role is its own place, but there's no connection between it or warnings or notifications or anything like that. And there's a lot of that kind of thing that I found very frustrating. Like, it is one thing if I had played, like, the ASCII version that was free to grab and all that. That would be a different story, you know. But, when I picked it up on Steam, it was, what, like, 30 bucks or something like that? And, you know, if you're gonna charge 30 bucks, there's a $30 expectation there. Now, that said, to be clear, I really love the storytelling side of it, where, like, all those things happen. I love the depth of everything there. Like, that part of it, I love watching the game. That part I'm good with. But, actually navigating the UI I found to be incredibly frustrating. Which says a lot considering the number of games I play that are also known for having particularly not great UIs. Like Project Zomboid's UI, if we're being generous, is tolerable to okay. That's if we're being generous. It's a pretty rough UI in its own right as well. Rimworld's UI is pretty rough too. Okay, so let's go over here. Oh, you have the old inserter still. You used to play StarCraft 2, where the bad UI is a feature. Well, see, the thing with StarCraft 2, though, is it was understandable the UI looked the way it did. Because we didn't have, you know, decades of learning better. Like, people be like, oh, but Dwarf Fortress, it's a game that's, what is it, like 15 years old now or something like that? It's been around for 15 years, you gotta adjust your expectations. And like, counter-argument, it's being actively developed. There's a certain point where you gotta be like, hey man, at some point, spit polish in there. You also heard the code in Project Zomboid. Oh, like, for the record, I absolutely believe games like Project Zomboid and RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress, the code is a mess. Like, not as a criticism against the devs. Any project that exists for any length of time, unless you are stopping and being like, I'm going to work on this for the express purpose of cleaning up the code at this stage, your code will get worse over time. It's called technical debt. The more you work on just adding features and expanding and adjusting your code, if you don't go back and do cleanup, it will get worse. And usually there isn't a financial motivation to do that cleanup until the code debt gets so bad it's preventing you from working. Every Factorio player knows what technical debt is. Yep, all those corners you cut, that someday you gotta come back and clean up your mess, that is a very visible form of technical debt. The difference is in Factorio, you can kind of go, drones, delete this, and then stamp out a new one, and go like this. Because, you know, there's a lot of stuff you're going to repeat your designs in Factorio. Whereas, when you're talking about, like, in real-life code, you know, in theory you're doing net new novel things that you might be able to copy and paste some stuff over. But if we're being realistic, if your code's doing anything worth mentioning, so far as, like, interesting, that you have to put some thought into it. And that's not to say routine work isn't valuable, but, like, the kind of stuff you're worried about that happens in gaming where technical debt gets real scary, you know, you're not going to be able to just, like, copy-paste it in. You've only rebuilt your factory, like, 6 times so far. Yeah, you'll notice one of the habits I've trained out of myself is, generally speaking, I will not tear things down until I have something to completely replace it. So just broadly speaking, like, you'll notice with a lot of stuff that, like, for example, if I'm going to be setting up a mall, I will leave my other mall intact until I've got my new mall built, and then I will tear down. And that's just something that's come from dev years of, if you just rip out the old thing, you end up with just bunches of holes. Like, there's certainly, like, you'll go into a method and be like, this method is bad, and you will rewrite that method. But you're not going to commit it or anything. You can keep productioning. Do you wonder what kind of tech debt modern CPUs have in their hardware description language? Oh, there's a bunch of them. That's where you run into, like, for example, there's been vulnerabilities that came out with, like, Intel processors recently that have gone back for ages. And it's one of those things that's like, well, it's software, but at the same time, changing those instructions now would break so much stuff that it's like, it's just a vulnerability we're going to live with because, you know, future CPUs, we can fix it. But with the existing ones, the vulnerability is less dangerous than the incompatibilities created by fixing it. But yeah, and that's that is a thing you run into when you have, like, that's there was a big push for a while of software on a chip. That you would have something like, you know, whether it was Windows or Linux or whatever, like that's not the important part of the conversation. But that you would have your operating system like in a base form, physically like the software on a chip where if something went wrong, you could tell it to like reinstall your OS from a chip on your motherboard and all that. That would literally restore your operating system back to the way it came out of the box. Like, just like day one. No hard drives, no nothing and anything. There's definitely an advantage to that. And then some of the ones that were like, okay, well, we make it like CMOS. And, you know, or not CMOS, like BIOS, where you could like rewrite it and all that and change it, but the whole point of it is that it cannot be changed. So at any point you have effectively a big I want to try again button. Have you never heard of edge computing? Edge computing. I know I've the terminal is definitely very familiar to me. I'm just like I've heard it before. I'm having problems remembering what edge computing was. You got to also keep in mind there's a lot of things that a lot of terminology that's been recycled over the years that like we'll say like, you know, this isn't an actual case. It's about just what you said. You have to be more specific just because I've had a couple things I've said, but yeah. You figured with multi-threaded security bugs for performance was more bug than technical debt, but then again, spaghetti is difficult to understand, more bugs. Oh yeah, no, code complexity will almost always lead to performance. Executing software and the hardware closer to the system. Oh yeah, absolutely. Right, where like the line between hardware and software gets very blurry because it's software on the hardware, but like, you know, it's kind of can be effectively permanent, or hardware that you would have something that was previously kind of solidly stated in there that you couldn't change, but now they've got, and again, like memory chips and all that you can reset and whatnot. Your modern file systems like ZFS are like 15 years old. File systems we actually use are much older. Yeah, well, it's very difficult to have those kind of changes because the only way you ever truly get rid of that is to just abandon backwards compatibility. And even when that's 100% in your favor, like just it's a good thing to do, it's still a very hard sell. I'm telling you, you yoink all those defensive location. I mean, those ones you can't reach. Yoink those defensive locations that are well inside my defense. Where if those become relevant, then I'll be frustrated because my base is getting completely demolished mode. We'll end up needing to go over here. Let's see, you think just make new formats, use new file systems? Right, well that was a whole thing when NTFS came out. When NTFS came out the first time, people, even though it was objectively better than FAT for most things, people threw a fit about that because they're like, well, I have all this stuff in FAT, it doesn't work with this. And you're like, well, come on, man. Yeah, FAT32? Uh-huh. FAT16 and FAT32. But yeah, no, because it was, and there were reasons to use FAT32 over NTFS, especially in the early days. But yeah, no, broadly speaking, it was like you should just be using NTFS at that point. But it was still like pulling teeth, getting people, like, a lot of people who just didn't know and didn't care, no problem, they just went on to it. But you had a lot of people like, well, I got this hard drive, it's in FAT32 and all that. It's like, well, that's fine, you can have it as a secondary hard drive, it'll read just fine. It's like, well, I want to go ahead and boot my operating system from this old hard drive, and you're going, dude, you've got a new computer, and you've got all this stuff. Just put a freaking hard drive in it. Like, this is one of your cheaper parts. Cross-platform compatibility works in Windows, Linux, BSD, your camera, whatever. Yeah, there was that side of it. There was definitely that thing with, like, especially devices that had, like, the micro SDs and all that. Or I guess they were just SDs at that point, but later would be micro SDs. Yeah, there was a reason to use, like, FAT for some of that, just because the camera you might be using might be a legacy camera, like an old school digital camera, and use FAT. Like, there's lots of that kind of thing. But for the typical, like, hey, you're running a computer, you're gonna use that new fancy email, and you're gonna boot up AOL, AOL to get on your instant messenger to talk with your one other friend who is on there because you're on the bleeding edge or whatever. You're not checking your file system. Like, you don't care about that. Alright, so we got all that going on. So one thing that's going to happen real fast is we're about to hit another ad break. While we're in that ad break, I'm going to take just a minute to mute my microphone and eat this food that I've got next to me. There probably is a mod for it, but it would be good to have a mod that you could, like, have it kind of, like, pan over the factory here and there. But similar thing happened to Cat 5, Cat 5e versus Cat 3. A lot of households were made in the early 2000s used Cat 5 for phone, just didn't use all the conductors. Yeah. Yep. Alright, well, I'm going to zoom this out so you can watch the little dots move all over, and I'm going to quickly eat my food and I'll be right back.
Sorry about that. Normally I try to avoid eating on stream, but I was getting properly hungry, so it's like, you know what? I'm gonna eat. It's an ad break. It's fine.
Yeah, so we're getting that built out. Progress is happening. And we're not seeing any of the drones getting harassed along here. There's only a little bit more there. They're also starting to get this line up here covered as well. So it shouldn't be too much longer before we start getting this enclosed. Oh, it looks like they're actually starting to get that area over there handled. So the next thing I'm going to quickly do is I can run over here and snag the inserters. So I can grab the inserters and I can try... Let's actually check to make sure I haven't already done it on me. They haven't. So I'm going to go and grab the inserters and run them over to the iron. Because I think the iron plate's probably my biggest pain point right now. We'll just almost die to a train. Alright. In the meantime, I'm going to go right here. Chuck these into the surplus on there. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned, iron's kind of the thing we're scarce on. So I'd like them to not waste time making a bunch of extra resources they don't have to. Okay. So we're at the phase where I wanna keep the bots dealing with that, and then as much as possible only running in to manually intervene so far as building stuff. In cases like this where it's like I need to prioritize something and, you know, the bots are overwhelmed. I should probably check. How are we doing on our bots? I can't actually see. You love the trains? Thank you. I tend to go very, very train heavy in my builds. Okay. Alright, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we're still winding up getting more construction bots to get things moving. But yeah, we're starved on iron plate. Earned a follow for being a train fan as well. Yeah, no, we're using interrupts. My entire factory is primarily based around trains. The only thing the bots are doing is they're tearing down this defensive wall and building that one. Because trains, they could move the stuff to the edge and then load up boxes for then the bots to do, but they can't help with that. But all the actual like factory operations is very centralized around trains. Alright, so let's get up to this corner. And why aren't you getting ore down here? Oh. Because my belt balancing sucks on the other side. So I gotta actually do that. Why not build a train only for... Why not build a train only for building? I mean, you can do that. I've done that in the past. Is had a train with like 2 cars in the back, and then we had a drone port, and I'd just go to the back of the train, grab what I need off of it to deal with that. In this one, mostly because of what we're doing, I haven't had the need to kind of go about with that approach. Alright, well that was all of the, So that was all of the inserters I grabbed. So at least that's going to ramp that up. Okay. So realistically, I gotta turn this mess into not what that is. So let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 separate lines of iron. So if you want to take advantage of that, you got 3 inputs. And do one of these. Because with that, these wouldn't be needed at all. Actually, I might be able to get away with this. Alright. So this is a mess over here. And these are also a mess up here. So we just have a ton of these that are completely redundant. What I want to do is get these 3 tracks here. We can put 1 track here, and it'd still be a sloppy splitter. We're basically just shoving it all in there into 2 and then just branching it out again. But once we get the undergrounds here and the extra couple of belts there, and honestly, these don't even need to be here either. Yeah, because this one's causing a throughput issue. This could be much better. Alright, so let's have you primarily deal with the right input. I'm going to do the same thing here, and that'll unjam you. Alright. Yeah, because if we see these slowing down and we got room here, there's more to do. Yeah, this mess down here, I could potentially design a... I'd probably just make it a 4 to 8 splitter. Instead of a 3 to 8 splitter, because we just want to add more to it. Yeah, because to make it a 4 to 8 splitter, I'd bring it around the other... Like, I'd probably bring both those... Yeah, I just put those two too close to each other. That's fine. That's a mistake I made. No, I can just manually chuck you in here, and that'll be fine. That'll work. Yeah, so at least that's unjamming you. Oh, you shouldn't get input priority on that. Okay. Because that'll help a little bit. Because, yeah, with 4 of those, all of these be redundant. It should be that just goes straight in there, that goes straight in here, and then this one goes straight in there. And that should be what I need. The thing is, I don't have enough conveyor belts here to do that, and I don't want to shut it down right now. Because adding more splitters doesn't do anything. The belt balancer handles it. Let's get some underground and belts. I figured I was done with this, but let's grab some underground and belts. We can clean this up. Because if we do it now, when we get our blue belts, we can just chuck the blue belts on it. It's already set up. We just hit upgrade, and everything goes faster. Meanwhile, I can check over here. You are slowly closing off more and more of that. Okay, good. We're starting to get this set up over on this side. So they can get a couple of guns and all that set up over here. That'll make me content that they're going to get all enclosed. I'm honestly surprised they're still getting that much done. I figured the slowdown... Oh, well, I forgot. I set the maul to have priority on the copper before on the iron before everything else. So that'll at least keep functioning. But it is the thing that's caused all of our science to stall. That we're missing the yellow and purple science because both of them are waiting on iron plate. Give me those two. Give me that. I'm gonna run right on back down there. Yeah, you can see where the circuit boards are all falling behind and all that because it has to keep restoring the iron. How's our power grid doing? Power grid's getting a little worse as time goes on. So we're definitely going to need to expand. Is it accumulators or? It's probably both at this point because you see how the flat top is getting narrower. Little by little. That's telling me it's not hitting maximum charge too much before everything kicks off. So we probably are going to need to stamp out a bunch more solar arrays and all that as well. Okay. So let's run down here and clean up this garbage I got down on this, because this is not right. So first, get the underground so it's at least functioning again. Next. You go here. You go there. This line is done. It serves no purpose. Same there. Okay, so with that, you serve no purpose either. Alright, so with that, now we won't have bottlenecks here trying to reach the belt balancer. Now the issue we have here is we've got 3 of these. You see how they're all stuttering and nothing's getting down here? That's because this is a colossal disaster. So the way we would fix this potentially is we would need to be bringing ore in farther down this way. So let's go here. It is definitely straight up a sloppy way of dealing with this. So it should help a little bit. This middle belt here is not really moving. But as long as those are moving at speed without, like, stuttering, that tells me we've hit the throughput I can handle on that. Now, if I wanted to get a 4th belt in here, the issue is I'd need to be able to separate this out and bring it over. And the only problem with that is I don't have a good way, because I didn't give myself space, of getting it where I could get on both sides of the belt. So this is literally running at almost speed. I might actually, you know what, I can make this work. I can make this work. So this will come over here. This will go over there. We bring you on over. We bring you on over. And so now what we do is we go over here without getting hit by a train. Let's do it this way so I don't accidentally dump stuff on the other belt. All right. So if you didn't see why that helps, ultimately what we've done here is I've taken these boxes and I've split it so these 6 boxes in the middle go down that route and the 6 outside boxes go under, over, and into that route. So we've effectively turned it from 3 belts onto 4 belts. And that's looking like it might be enough to get all these running. This is still just an absolute train wreck. I'm honestly wondering if this little stagger here probably serves zero purpose. But a 4 to 6 belt balancer, what would that look like? Turn on my drone port for a minute. See if I can remember how to do this. So, ultimately, for a 6 to 4 belt balancer, so you got that there, you got this here. So, the goal is to have as many go through at the same time. Oh, this is going to be one of those ones where I'm going to have to do one of these jobs. Where you have to, like, take it like this. And go and, like, bring it back around. Kind of thing. It's basically an 8 to 8, but the excess lanes get to recycle. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is it's one of those ones where you bring the extra lane around. I'm trying to remember exactly the way it was worked because something. Yes, it'd be an 8 to 8. We'd remove you, and so ultimately the big thing is that they go through the same number. Right, so it's been such a long time since I've done it where we've scaled up. I used to have all the blueprints for all these things that I made. Right, so you'd sit here, you'd bring you. This is not right, Yeah, it's been so long. This thing is something like this. Because it was, wait. Oh, it's to 6? No, it's to 8. Yeah, there's a point down here where you take the extra lanes on this, and you'd flip them back into themselves. And the reason you do that is what would end up happening is on your belt balancer, you'd have, like, the middle lanes would end up going through, like, 2 or 3 splitters, and then the ones on the outsides would only go through 1 splitter, so you'd have to flip it back through so it goes through the same number of splitters. Because that's how you do a belt balancer, is all of these going through, each lane goes to the same number of splitters. So you follow this lane, it's 1, 2, 3. And if you go on this one, it's 1, you know, it's like 1, 2, skips 3, 1, 2, skips 3, 1, 2, 3. If you just follow your lanes. And you want to try and get them to the other side. But man, it's been so long, I don't remember how it works. Because it's one of those things, like, it's like you figure out the one, and then you can just kind of change your lanes, you just add an extra splitter or whatever. But yeah, so we work back from here. So like I said, it was something like... You'd have your 4 lanes that would come through. I'm trying to remember how you did the ups, like where you scaled it up to the last lane, though. Because I remember you had to do the flip around. But was it just literally another splitter after... I think it was just a splitter after the flip around. You can also just stack enough splitters. You can also just stack enough splitters on the left lane so you can get to the right lane. Yeah, I mean, right now it looks like actually this lane, these two are slowly getting to the slower amount. But like you can see, basically, as long as this is full movement, anything on this side doesn't matter. As long as these are all going at full speed, it doesn't matter. Because that means I can smelt this faster than I could feed ore in. Doesn't matter. Until we get blue belts and we can start dumping even more ore on this line even faster, we're good. But if we see this start stuttering, that means we're losing... Ah, crap. We are seeing stuttering. Never mind. Oh, I mean, we're seeing stuttering in all the lanes. That's fine. Yeah, and all of them are saturated. We're good. We're good. That's no longer a bottleneck that we have to care about. And this has just enough throughput that I can handle that too. So we probably did massively increase the efficiency of our operation here, because this belt was nowhere near as full, considering we have an entire extra belt we added there. And all that. Yeah, no, and this is depleting very rapidly. If you look at this, this is already almost spent. This is almost spent. Why are you sitting here? Oh, do we have someone blocking up the refuel again? No. So you're sitting here waiting for your turn to refuel. Someone's got to be on their way to refuel and is blocked, like has it queued up. I see. Okay. So you remember where I was like, this isn't right and I'm going to pay for it? So, you know, it's not right. Yeah. No, that's exactly what it is. There's not a turnaround point here. Oh, and that pipe's going to be a booger to work around. We can just do a fast and messy. So you go up, over, down, scooch this way. There's your turnaround. Signal right there. Signal right. Come on. Snap to it. There you go. Signal right there. Fine. Alright, in the meantime, I can unstick this my own way. So, what we can do here, then grab you. All of them are full. That's the problem. All 4 of those have a train sitting in them. So you have to drop off plastic. You have coal. If I move those trains, we're going to have a problem. So what I can do... I hope you're not backing up. We're lucky we don't have trains backed up farther here. You take over manual control. Do I not have a way to turn from up here? Ah, that's the actual problem here. Is I don't have a turn lane over here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll move. Okay. Okay, so now it should be able to go there. Once refuel is cleared. No, that's right. I backed out that way I could get through the signal. Right, so let's fix this, because the issue that caused all this problem to go on is that there is not a way for a train to turn right here. There we go. And while it shouldn't be a problem, there you go. That was the big issue. We still probably do want a turnaround that doesn't involve all that over there, so I think it's good that we keep this building right here. But yeah, no, as the problem is the trains going for the stone had to go down here and then back up just to get to that direction. There was not, or they'd have to go around that way. I'm honestly surprised that didn't cause us a lot of problems sooner. To be honest, I figured, like, something like that I'd expect to break down pretty early. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is it only got stuck when everything was blocked up. Okay, you're getting close to done. But we do have more stone we can hit over here. Okay, so it does look like they finally yoinked all of the guns and all that off of the other areas. We didn't manage to get a single one of the guns over here, which is a bit worrisome. You're getting all the drills and all this stuff in place. You're slowly getting all that in place. Did you... Hang on. Are all the sentry guns just sitting in a box up here? They are. They are. But these are passive provider boxes. Any reason why your outside wall is too thick in most places? Rather than really thick for the occasion? Just I'd have to build more. Oh, why it's really thick here? It's because if you notice, like, honeycomb thing I've got going on here, it's just where they overlapped and had problems. Okay, so I was just getting attacked. Yeah, no, it's just, if you look at this, I had the pattern not quite right. So everywhere they would overlap where the drone ports are. So if you look at my drone ports on the defensive wall, like, that's how it looks. But the issue is, when I go from this drone port over... Yeah, well, I mean, I'd have to change the spacing. And it's like, it's 10 walls. It won't hurt anything. Oh, you are set... You know what? I don't know why those are all set to the blue scale of it, but whatever. I really need you to get a couple of those over there. How on earth is it that you have all of this and, like, none of you are grabbing the guns? Alright, so we can probably help out, speed that up a lot. Let me just go over there. There's like 100-something laser guns in that box. I'm just gonna grab the 100 laser guns. I'm gonna walk up to that wall. I'm just gonna run up the length of the wall with them. And save a lot of bots a lot of effort. Do you have enough drones? We do have our network set up building more drones. No, I can't. It's fine. We have a couple hundred construction drones and they're making more. It's just the fact that I'm doing like 2 expansions overlapping each other while we're also having a problem with our iron kind of being low. Okay, so we do have trains getting to parking at least briefly. That tells me we're okay on number of trains. If we have it where, like, they literally never come to parking, that tells me I need more trains. So, the big mess of boxes up here are passive providers. But I noticed, and I think it was this box, there's some lasers. Oh, you have literally hundreds of them. Like, hundreds of hundreds. Oh, happy Pi Day? I forgot it was Pi Day. Well, happy Pi Day. Brig wall and electricity. I probably should. I mean, I probably should. That's fair. Let's grab some power towers. The walls I'm less concerned about because I don't want to have my constructors tied up with that, but I do think the power is a very valid thing to be like, hey, let's get the power set up. Where are your... have them being made here. I don't remember where. There you are. Give me those. Give me those. Give me those. Give me these. Give me that. Yeah, no, I grabbed all the power stuff. Because honestly, the walls aren't super necessary. You know how church organs have multiple giant keyboards? You want that but with PC keyboards? And map a ton of Unicode characters to different keyboards? Oh my god. I don't even want to think about trying to keep in mind of, like, what's where and all that. You could do it. Like, that would be a very doable thing. Especially nowadays with, like, USB port keyboards as opposed to, PS2 ports and all that. But, there'd also be, like, the... Should you really kind of thing. Could be a do-it-yourself project? Yeah. No, it's definitely like one of those things, like, it's certainly worth doing for the sake of being like, hey, I did this interesting thing. From a practicality standpoint, I mean, one, you tend not to need that many obscure Unicode characters that often. Not never. Oh, get out there. Okay, draw the others back. You don't want to wasting all the power poles on this part. Alright, so I'm going to start on the bottom part here, because this is most likely where we're going to get attacked anyways. Especially if that turns on. Alright, kiddos, get to work. Alright, force them to come back. And again, force them to come back. And I'm doing that so I don't just get stuck trying to put stuff over the water. Alright. So we're just kind of intervening and just building this out as fast as we can. It's taking entirely too long. Yeah, now to be fair, the only reason I was able to do this is because we tore down that wall and they weren't actually putting down all the guns and all that they got there. They were in passive provider chests, but they were just leaving them there. So it's the fact that I had a backlog of, like, several hundred laser guns just sitting there. But we're very quickly churning through a lot of it. The laser guns I still got plenty of. But that's because he basically tore down, you can see where this wall used to be. We tore down all of that, and now it's all in the box. Use Colmac layout. Things like TM degree, etc. are surprisingly useful to have mapped. Not percent, etc. You'll be surprisingly useful in mapped. Though having the strike through EN dash doesn't quite useful because people will think that the EM dash, which AI uses a bunch, and they'll think you're AI, which is an irrational fear of mine. To be fair, I think it actually is a legitimate concern to be mistaken with AI, because there's definitely a lot of people who they will they'll basically treat you far less good if they think you're just using generative AI, because like professionally, if I see a developer and I see them using generative AI, I'm just going to think less of them as a person so far as like their trade as someone who's a developer myself. It's kind of like the same thing where someone just goes and grabs random code without knowing what it does and just copy pastes it. I see it as kind of that same level. I go ahead and grab that and think that through the whole way. You can just do it this way. That'll do. So I think being worried about being mistaken for AI, I think that's actually a reasonable concern, because like I said, it can be a thing that people will judge you professionally if they think you are just, you know, throwing AI at everything. Alright, so we need to get this over to the other end here so that we actually have power across it. The good news is there is power right there. So right about to connect this thing up, I think. Right, we can make this work. Let's see, the EM dash is about the width of an N, the EM dash is about the width of an M, but people don't think most of the way are the difference. Yeah, but you'll definitely have those kind of things where people do mistake one for the other just as a thing. You know, they don't recognize the difference, that kind of thing. But yeah. Yeah, so we've got these in place. They have run out of power poles in a big way, which we do actually have way more power poles than this really strictly needs. So they see the dash and think it's AI. So maybe I should improperly use the hyphen instead of the EM dash. Yeah, well, I don't know. It's just one of those things. Also, now that that's enclosed-ish, gotta watch the train tracks so don't pair those up. Now keep the solar panels and all that. Because there can be a value in having layered defenses, but more likely it's just going to be a whole big hassle with other stuff. Alright, I'll just work on this, I guess, in the meantime. Let the bots go in and deal with their stuff. How's the power grid doing? Because that was a lot we added to it. Those dips are getting deep. So while that's going on, we are at a stage where I think it is time we're going to need to expand our power grid. Okay. So that'll be even more stuff to deal with. If the insects at least swarmed and attacked in large swarms, it'd make it useful. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, if the insects were hitting in swarms where, like, them punching through your defensive line was a normal occurrence, I think people would get very frustrated with the game and they wouldn't stick to it very long. Because it is an unfortunate reality that, like, with as much effort as it takes to set up stuff and configure it all that, having stuff get ripped down late game can be pretty painful. It's one of the reasons I think it's genuinely not a bad thing that you will outpower the biters over time to a point that they start becoming less and less relevant. Because if you could imagine, like, you're dealing with stuff on another planet and the biters just get into your factory and there's not defenses and they just start tearing everything up. Because even if you kept your line of defenses, like if you have like very late game, end game defense, you got like scattered turrets here and there from earlier game, they're just gonna fold the moment the biters get on them. Because they have like a defense that was set up to, you know, deal with mostly first tier, maybe a couple medium biters, and then suddenly you got this yellow biter rolling in, basically shrugs off the bullets. All right. Could be a whole thing. I do not have the inventory to do this. Are there faster train tracks like conveyor belts? It's not faster train tracks, it's you have better fuel for your train. But same basic idea. If you start putting, like, rocket fuel and nuclear fuel in the train does get substantially faster. Just release some legendary biters. Yeah, that's the interesting thing is later on when you can do that. You can also research some better braking to add, and add more locomotives. Yeah. But, like, that's... Later in the game, the better braking actually becomes one of the most critical things for the train's performance. That, like, the train's top speed becomes a little less relevant because it's so fast, it spends so time actually doing the traversal part. But it ends up being more and more and more of a problem, being like, okay, but no, really, your train has to slow down in time to make the turn. Which it does, like, derail or something, it's just... It has to start braking way earlier, but when you upgrade the brakes, it's allowed to start braking way later. Alright, so I'm going to run over here and do kind of the same thing as we did. This time I don't have a lot of the power... Like, I have the big power poles, I don't have the littler ones. But this should at least cut back on a lot of the stuff. It's at least also something I'm actively doing to contribute while we're waiting patiently for things to get up and running. Because once we get the elevated rails, even if we're not ready to go to Volcanis, I can at least hop back over to Fulgora and just chuck down a train there to at least... Because right now, Fulgora has effectively shut down. For all intents and purposes, this is shut down. Yeah, it's done. It ran entirely out of salvage there. And there is one drill that apparently I ripped up the one spot there. This is that little teeny tiny bit there, and then it's completely done. Can't you rip out the back power poles of the old one? I can. I haven't been doing it, but I probably could. Also, fun fact, a locomotive at the front of the train has less air resistant than a car. So if you have multiple locomotives, you should put at least one in front. Makes sense. Oh, right, you don't have the... I have the construction bots. Technically, we're putting down more solar panels, That does mean during the day these guns can actually operate a little bit if there's any power towers. There's a good chance they'll just get attacked and destroyed, but the way I see it, I'm saving the bots a lot of trips. Remove the BP from the water? You're right. Yeah, no, I didn't clean that up because I need the drone port there, but the walls and the guns can go away. That's close enough, it's fine. And the solar panels and all that I'm not too worried about. There'll probably be a point where I'll literally start filling in entire areas with just all that. But yeah, we got this practically enclosed. There's one gap left here, and it's getting filled in. This, while it's sloppy, is mostly sorted out. They've got that whole area where we filled it in. That's all in solid shape. They're missing drone controllers to see that last bit, but that's fine. Yeah, no, that's definitely one of the things is as you get later, you do more and more with the drones where you don't even have to worry about it. Yeah, that's the only reason I was going to grab the walls the first time was just... The walls just take time to place, which is fine. But that's okay. We're just manually moving that other area we tore down really quick. And pretty soon we should be able to connect to the area down there. Unfortunately, there's not much in the way of power poles down here, so a lot of these guns just won't operate. They'll get there. Let's take a peek while that's doing its thing. How goes you? You goes good. You're still waiting on the iron, though, unfortunately. But we know the trains can get here because all the other stops that are not dependent on iron, for the most part, have gotten picked up. We do have the... Ah! Okay. That explains that one. I was like, how on earth do we not have the lubricant yet? Train pile up on the west side? Right, because there's not a signal separating this out. So that should fix that part of it. And I can also fix this a little bit better by putting another one down there. In the meantime... Well, crap. I know exactly what that means. Means another train is on their way to this stop because I vacated that stop. What was that? Let's see. Same with the loop, crossing both tracks. Yeah, so we would want a signal there to separate the sides. You just go to parking right now so you don't jam everything up. Okay. So we're getting low on the solar panel front. Why didn't... That's weird. I guess I must not hit shift click. Shift click. Drone ports. Yeah, no, that's we're getting the blue and the orange thing. Change things a little that way it doesn't enter the fork unless the exit is clear. Hey, Phobator, thank you so much for the raid. Change signal so you don't enter unless that's thing. Well, so this one they shouldn't go here unless oh right, change signal down here. Right. That's correct. And check out Phobator, another fantastic content creator playing RimWorld and all that good stuff. So if you're looking for RimWorld, you can definitely find that over there. And thank you again so much for that raid. And welcome in raiders. We're just doing more Factorio today. We kind of got Fulgora about as far as we can for the time being. And now we're back at home dealing with things back at home. Yeah, so hopefully that... Can I actually see if those are daisy over? I don't think we can. I think until they're built, it won't show. Yeah, no, it won't show until they're built. Honestly, these days the pollution's not that bad. Let's walk around here and keep putting down all the guns. Yeah, no, it's been going good. We're doing Space Age. Oh, it's not Space Age mod, it's DLC. It's official. How many biters have you killed so far? A lot. No, Space Age is a DLC. Yeah, so we're helping the bots catch up because I'm trying to get this enclosed. We've been running a bit slow on... Yeah, the mod is space exploration. Technically is a mod, but is a official mod and also DLC. I mean, I would... Okay, but then that's having the whole discussion about what is and is not a mod and all that. I would definitely say something that the devs make it so you pay for it to download and all that. I would certainly call it a DLC. Because otherwise all DLC is automatically considered a mod under those circumstances, making the word utterly meaningless. Good host goes, no problem, Pevdor, you have a good time. Right, that's what I was thinking. Well, my understanding was there was a space exploration mod in the past. And that Space Age was like, okay, but what if we completely reworked that? Like, completely reworked that, like, fundamentally barely even the same thing. So I don't need the fish. Drop all that up, drop you off, drop you off. It does look great. Oh no, Space Age is amazing. Alright, I can also get rid of that symbol there. So we got this enclosed, so that should be relatively going. It still needs more drone ports and all that. We've got this mostly set up. We are working on getting our uranium set up. And all that stuff. We got you piped. We're getting our new copper area set up. So we've got all that thing set up. That'll be a good one. We've also got our iron plates gradually getting more and more. Space for Exploration is a mod and still around. Space Age is the DLC. Both go to space in our planet. That's about the extent of the simulator. Right, that's what I was under the impression is that there was inspiration or whatever you want to go with from it, but ultimately the Space Age DLC was fundamentally different in just about every other way beyond, you know, the thematic concept side of things. Alright. Eventually we'll need to get the stone. People always say this is just a mod every time, you know, RimWorld does DLC. Yeah. Well, and I get the idea between, if you're going like, it is a mod as in a modification and all that, it's like, okay, sure, but that does make words meaningless. Yeah, no, you're good, Mick. It was things in there. Is very significant and also multiple mods. Well, that's what I'm saying, Spubspace, is this is a DLC. It's not like they grab mods, they combine mods or anything that. It is literally its own standalone thing. And you can be like, oh, well, I could tick these on and off, and sure, but like you can go and download like, okay, you can go and download like The Sims or whatever and turn on and off outfits. I wouldn't call the outfits a mod, I would still call them DLC. The DLC doesn't break everything in the game up like mods do. Or DLC, yeah, that's the thing. Like, for me, fundamentally, a mod needs to be kind of like, it can be official. You can have an official mod. Like, there's plenty of games that have official mods. I do feel like once you get to the point that you're going to like the Steam store and buying it, like at that point, it's not really a mod. It's DLC at that point. Because ultimately DLC means downloaded content, so literally anything that's not the base game that you download is also DLC. But it is kind of one of those things that if you don't differentiate between like mod and DLC and all that in a meaningful capacity, then those words become so vague and benign they don't serve a purpose. I do think is Counter-Strike not a mod? So Counter-Strike originally was a mod. Then it became a separately sold product, at which point I would argue it's no longer a mod. It is its own thing, even if it is ultimately based off of the it wasn't Source to begin life, it was the Half-Life engine, whatever it was called. So I would say like it's the exact same thing where you kind of go and you start at a point where it was a mod, but then after a while they adapted it to being its own thing. Yeah, and like Dota be the same thing. I would say at one point Dota was a mod, and then Dota eventually, when it became its own SKU you'd buy and separate out and everything, that's when it flips from now it's not a mod, now it's a separate product. Even if it historically was a mod. They're implemented as mods, but they use feature flags that you cannot access without owning the DLC. Yep. It's like, yeah, just as Vintage Story mentioned, exactly, Vintage Story the same thing. Historically, I thought Vintage Story started as a server that had a bunch of mods, and then ultimately they spun it off into its own, like they started making it into a mod that eventually spun off into its own game. But yeah, no, like, I get the idea of saying they're not mutually exclusive and all that. But at least for purposes of discussion about gaming, I do feel there is value to distinguish this is a mod, this is a DLC as kind of isolated things. Even though, again, if we can zoom the camera out, we could say, well, you could have mods that are DLC and DLC that are mods. And you would be technically right. But for the purpose of conversation, mods typically mean a, like, modification most often created by community members. Sometimes it can be official, but, it's kind of once they get to the point of you buy it, it's kind of at that point where it turns into a DLC. Like, even if it historically would be referred to as a mod, you can be like, its history was that of a mod, and it is ultimately modifying the game, but for the sake of making communication clear. You're wearing blue pants, but you're also wearing jeans? I get that, and you'd be technically correct. But if you say you're wearing blue pants, while that could be inclusive of jeans, it doesn't necessarily mean jeans. If you say you're wearing blue pants, and then you're like, why don't you realize I'm wearing jeans? Like, obviously that's a communication failure. Because the whole point of language is to communicate clearly and, like, clearly and all that. Otherwise you've failed at a communication. Yeah. No, that's the thing. It's definitely something you could debate. My point is, for communicating, I do think it is important to distinguish mod versus DLC for a communication reason. Not that, like, it's not technically accurate. I agree it's technically accurate. But I'm not going to call this a mod, because if I call this a mod on the channel, everyone's going to go look at, like, the Steam Workshop or Nexus mods and try and find it, not find it, go, what the hell are you talking about? Where do I download the mod? And they'll be like, oh, you go to the Steam store, and they'll be like, well, that's a DLC. So it is, you gotta use the language that's the normalized language kind of thing to communicate effectively. But anyways, we'll move on from that. Like I said, you're technically right. Yeah, because it's good to know if the devs have their hands on it. Amorous Computer Sword? Yeah, it is good to know. Yeah, you always call it a DLC. You just don't see an issue with others calling it a collection of mods. I just feel like it's nothing wrong with it. I do feel like it creates confusion, though. Because if you call it a collection of mods, my instinct, if I were to acquire it, would be to go to the workshop or Nexus Mods or wherever. Because that's where mods live. It leaves room for miscommunication. Exactly. You're taking away from the devs' work, too, at that point? Yeah, I mean, sure. But, like, there are official mods. Like, Giant Software, for example, one of the things they ultimately do is they get a lot of people who complain about, like, oh, you've released your new version of Farming Simulator and it's missing your previous vehicles. But if you look at the mod store, they usually shortly after will put all those vehicles on the mod store for, like, not mod store, mod section for free. And it's mostly to keep the download from not being a bajillion, gigabytes of files, because you're downloading the last 10 years worth of vehicles. So they put, like, whatever the new hotness is and all that. And then the rest kind of gets tossed into the store notes. How they call it mods? I guess maybe the point could be made that the devs themselves are taking away from their own work. That's a bizarre point. Yeah, no, I haven't noticed the devs call it mods, but admittedly I haven't kept up with it. I think Skyrim did it too, right? They had official mods become purchasable or something. Yeah, and that was met with incredible hostility, was the paid for download mods. No, I get what you're saying. So Subspace, like, when you play RimWorld, for example, you get the DLC, you buy it as DLC, it's under the DLC category in Steam, the devs call it DLC, everywhere calls it DLC, but when you go in the game where you tick the box to turn it on, it is under mods, and that's just functionally how it works. Let's see, in Factorio, I think it's the case that just a matter that they have a mod interface already and put their DLC in it. Exactly, that's what RimWorld did as well. But anyways, we're gonna move on, because it does feel like, to a certain level, this is being a bit pedantic. Because, like, the whole point is communication. We're not even arguing the technical, it's the communication. It's the same thing as the guy who's like, it's GIF, not GIF. It doesn't matter anymore. Communication-wise, if you say GIF, someone thinking you're trying to give them peanut butter. So communication-wise, that's the important thing. That's the whole point of language, is to communicate. Otherwise, what the hell's the point? You love being pedantic? Well, you can do that. Like, I've certainly done the thing where it's like, you know, people be talking about berries and all that. It's like, that's a raspberry. That's not a berry. That's an aggregate. Yeah, ideally communication should be both correct and well understood. Occasionally the two objectives work against each other, but usually not. Oblivion also had paid mods from the Horse Armor DLC. It's just Bethesda's way of marketing it on. Bananas are berries? Fact. Bananas are, in fact, berries. Strawberries are not berries. Raspberries are not berries. Elderberries are not berries. Blueberries are berries, though. Blueberries are berries. Tomatoes are berries? I think that one's right. What would you call a compressed image of peanut butter? A GIF. Or a GIF of a GIF. Ketchup is a smoothie? The ocean is soup? Oceans are soup. A taco is a sandwich. A hot dog is a sandwich. But an open face sandwich is definitely not a sandwich. That is false advertising. Yeah, what do you think primordial soup is? Literal soup, yep. Alright, so where's our situation looking right now? So are we starting to see some of the... Yeah, so we're starting to see a bunch of these iron drop-offs are being turned red, which tells me they're backfilling. So while it's taken a while to get that fixed, we are finally getting ahead on our iron. Also, McDonald's burger is not a sandwich or food for that matter. Selects all images containing sandwiches into an image of hot dogs, burgers, and tacos. And for the record, a lot of the stuff like what is and isn't a sandwich almost always comes down to taxation and legislation. What is your deal over here? Oh, that's fine. You're just hammering on that defense. That's what you're gonna do. Was it New York City? I think the idea was New York City, you had some foods that were commonly sold out of carts, like the little push-around carts, and other ones were typically sold in restaurants. And so for handling how to tax those little carts differently than the restaurants for purposes of being more fair and whatever, they're like, okay, well, you know, a sandwich would be taxed in this way. And so things were trying to be included, not be included as a sandwich to kind of get the most favorable taxes. It's just like, if you've ever seen Portland, Oregon, very famously, they've got this block that is just surrounded by food trucks. And thank you, Server Lord, for the giving out the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate that stuff. But like, you have the whole like block of food trucks, and it was just a case that they were taxing restaurants based on the number of seats. Food trucks don't have seats. So a bunch of them started all opening food trucks instead of restaurants because they were able to avoid, you know, having to pay the extra for all the seats. Yep, there was a Supreme Court case where they determined that while a tomato is a fruit, it is taxed as a vegetable because there was a tax on vegetables. Yeah, that's, so it gets interesting when you're talking, like, you know, botanically versus culinary. Because, like, you know, a tomato is a fruit. Unless you're using it to cook, then it's a vegetable. And I think it was corn. Was it corn? There was one of, I think it was corn, that depending on how you cook it, could be a grain, could be a fruit, could be a vegetable, could be a starch. And there's, like, one other thing. That's, like, it could be used, like, for everything. Which is why culinary definition shouldn't be used for anything outside of culinary purposes. Not too far from Portland, there's a food cart place with seating and drinks. You think all the food carts pay rent or something for the co-op? Oh yeah, there's a lot of places that do that. Like, I know there's, I can think of actually 3 or 4 places in Central Florida where they'll have, like, a good 8 or 9 food trucks will go to an area, they have seating and all that, and they'll kind of rotate out which food trucks are at which one at a given time. That's like applying alcohol tax to potatoes because it's vodka. It is what it is. I think technically fruit has seeds inside and vegetables have the seeds on the outside. Or go into the seed. No, it was hi. You sound sleepy.
You're the one who's sleepy.
Nah, I don't think that's true. I think you're the one who's sleepy.
Vegetables don't have seeds.
Vegetables don't have seeds.
Vegetables don't have seeds. Like lettuce. It doesn't have seat.
Wait, Bagro?
Hi,
No, she hangs out.
Hi, server lord.
Yeah, no, if you couldn't hear, Tomb said vegetables don't have seeds.
Vegetables don't have seeds.
Like, in the actual thing.
Like carrots. Hi, Zilliard. Zilliard.
Yeah, I thought it was,
Hi, Canadian hussy.
if I remember correctly, for, like, the actual, like, botany definition for a berry, it had to do with where the, it's not ovary, it's the, ovarium, whatever it is with plants.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's basically where that is what actually determines are you or are you not a berry. Not fruit or vegetable, but specifically a berry.
It's like it has to be one thing. It can't have like
Right, it has to come from like one.
Blackberry's not a berry because it goes like this.
Yeah.
Or a raspberry.
It had to be like one unit of fruit
Yeah,
has to
one
come
unit.
from the blossom, like where the flower was. And then it can't be like split up in other pieces.
Yeah, and I think like it has to have one seed in the middle or something like that, or maybe not has to.
Yeah, I don't remember all the rules.
Mm,
There's like 8 or
I'm
9.
pretty sure strawberry's not a berry, and I think it's because of where the seeds are.
Yeah, no, strawberry was an aggregate.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. It's part interesting relevance, but also part trivia / meme.
Hi, I don't know how to say that. Is mayonnaise a berry? I mean, if you believe it in your heart. Love, I'm heading to bed. Bye.
Okay, you sleep well. All right. Avocado would be a berry? I don't know. I know banana is a berry for a fact. That's like the trivia is what is the only berry like that actually has berry in its name, and the answer is blueberry, because all the other berries are not actually berries by the actual definition, like botanically. They're fruit. They're just not berries. Just checking. Yeah, so we got you two stuck here because there's not drop off. I've got to have a sulfur drop spot. Oh, there is simply not. Okay. There is not a train station to drop off sulfur. Then where did sulfur get picked up at? Then what's the point of this stop? You know what we're gonna go ahead and do here? So we have this stop. And the stop is supposed to be for sulfur. And I think we set up the stop a long time ago for when we were going to move sulfuric acid someplace else. And then we didn't do that. So let's save ourselves some pain and think, is there a good way that I could just turn this stop off? What I can do is I can just go like this. Concrete off. So no trains ever go back there again. Blue science needs it. Oh, there is a sulfur drop. Okay. Oh, and it's like literally 1 unit from going. Why are the back trains empty, but the front trains are fine? Okay. Yeah, we should be good. So you are a manual, stay right there. Then meanwhile, I'm going to go down here. Find where my blue science is, because I blinked and now I don't remember where I was. There you are. I'm going to go to the stop. Not this stop. I'm going to go to the stop. I'm going to flick it. Get that train here. Flick it back on. Because that'll free up a train. And you're back on automatic. Okay, so that unsticks that one. So we also have stone sitting here. Now stone... Oh, it's over here. Let's do the exact same thing here. I'm going to sit here real fast. You, don't go anywhere. Let's free up those trains that have been tied up all this time. So turn you like that. You're moving. Turn you back. Alright. Because I was going to say, is like, when I was sitting there, I was like, but you shouldn't be that way. There we go. It's a problem with your interrupts. The train can interrupt to refuel while loaded, in which case another train takes its job. Yeah, let's go ahead and try... Let's change our interrupts. This could result eventually in a train running out of fuel at a bad time. But let's add and... and empty cargo. Save interrupt. Now, there is a small chance that means eventually someday we run into a situation where a train runs out of fuel just on the track. But it's not a very high chance, so I'm feeling pretty okay. And it looks like you basically got the entire perimeter up there sorted. This is mostly sorted now. So that's good news. How's our power grid? It's going up. We're okay. It's not great. Alright, so how are we doing it with our stuff? So iron plate production's doing fine. We are gradually getting that all fixed. Blue circuits just got its iron. So we now have military science is waiting on its iron. So we are kind of backfilling. Do I want to intervene and force you to bring it over here? I do think I want to do that. Which science do we need? Purple? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say the next load of iron, I don't care where you should actually be. You now go here. And you've already got your red circuit, so I don't need that over there. So once this train gets out of here, it should immediately head over. Alright, and since you're on your way here already, we'll take your priority and knock it back down to be normal. And that should result in us getting purple science finally going here. Which should have happened ages ago, but that's alright. And then with that, we'll have it where eventually the purple science gets over here. And honestly, for you, I want to make those not as big of stack required later. But if you get any science in there, just get going. Alright. So making sure you go through the whole process. And there's the purple science happening. Those go through way more rail than I realized. We'll see. Ah. There we go. Okay, playing this now. You did peaceful mode, you just remember to learn how to change things? Alright, so that's going to need to be higher production there. This will also certainly need to be higher production. Actually, the rails are fine for right now, but I think once they fix those, it'll be fine. The good news is, that is some purple science going down the line. And then once we get our first 500, we'll be good. So I think the next move, well, I really want to go to Volcanus. Oh, hey, well, I really want to go to Volcanus. I think the reality is, I need to go to Fulgora and fix it. We need to get that elevated rail. Let me make sure the elevated rail doesn't require anything ridiculous. Refined concrete. Yeah, so it's steel and refined concrete and rail. Yeah, so we're going to want to go to Fulgora and de-scuff it. So at least that research is happening. So with that, take all these off the list. And we'll do like we did last time. I'm just going to slam down a box right there. Because that's set up now where it should be fine for me to leave it alone, that I should be able to use my drones to deal with most of the problems that we have coming up. Like when the coal gets low, I've already got in my perimeter, I just can remotely run a train and do all that. The first thing I'd have to go and be like, oh no, I gotta go back to deal with, is when my iron runs out, which is both of these, there is another iron mine located nearby. Okay. And you are already fully configured, because this is also a thing. You have no scrap left to make anything on Fulgora. You, sir, have a very valid point. Except I already have the reinforced concrete right here. And the steel, I got buckets of steel. So that's at least some good news. What would I need? Okay. So what we can do here, what would I want to bring for the rail? That's what I gotta consider. Well, okay, so even if we run out of scrap, I do have a box full of scrap and junk on the other island. So we're actually not in that bad shape. I mean, I might have to, like, grab it by a backpack full and run it across the oil, but I think that'll be fine. But I think we're okay there. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't even need to manually do that. I could just go grab it. I think we're okay. So let's go ahead and get this thing out of here, because this needs to be tested. It hasn't gone anywhere in its whole life. So Fulgora, get out of here. So let's see what breaks down while this is going on. Because this is this one's maiden voyage. It's a copy of the other one, but I did have to finagle some stuff. So there is a good chance we'll find, like, a quirk or a bug or something that needs to be unstuck or whatever. Yeah, no, so much. It's pretty funny that most of your ships in Factorio they definitely don't look like elegant spaceships. They're either these convoluted weird shapes of just whatever you needed, or like Borg cube or something like that. Um just by the nature of what it is that you got to fit your factory inside. Everything's on a grid. There's no pleasant, aesthetically pleasing angles. You know, yada yada. The spaceships are also interesting because you need to effectively be able to produce. You hate it can't be symmetrical. I genuinely like making very asymmetrical things. Broadly speaking, that's very normal for me in these games. Alright, and then meanwhile... Oh, uranium processing happened. I forgot we even had that in the queue. So... Take you off the queue for a minute. Put you on the queue. And then I guess put all the rest of you back on. Also, we want to drop to the planet for Gora. Covrex enrichment? Yeah, we'll get there. I have to get, like, the nuclear power plant, all that. We don't have the, utility or any stuff going on. Alright, so let's run on up here. Because, yeah, I've got tons of scrap. Millions of scrap up here. I just need to, 1, get the drill set up. And then 2, after that, I need to actually get that stuff moved around. Okay. So I'm gonna grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Okay, so we unstuck that. And while we wait for the lightning to chill... You're about halfway to getting your research, and the research itself only costs me 100. Okay. Yeah, so plan is going to be elevated railway, cut it across here, and then on the other side, why do those not have power this whole time? But yeah, so the plan is ultimately going to be, we just get a railway from over here somewhere, just feed all that crap in there, and just take it over there. If we get that set up where it's millions of ore, that'll be good. Alright. Apparently missed with the power poles in this one. Okay, so you're tapped. Alright. a lot of these things weren't actually needed over here. We got that chucked in there to at least get that kicked off again. Here, we'll just do it this way. Yeah, just running around checking, because we have a lot of these buffer chests full of stuff. Huh. I'm actually surprised that concrete buffer chest is basically empty. Yeah, I did pave the world with it, you know? I don't regret that at all. We can just run on over here and grab more of it. Unstick another thing. Because they're just waiting for these rails to show up. And go to you. There's 1,000 something. Give me the batteries, give me the red circuit boards. Give me the light frames. Sure. Give me the fuel I really don't need. I'm basically just emptying those boxes out. They're not sitting there full. But yeah, then we'll have to figure out, like, setting up all the drills, getting that all set up to a train station in a very limited spot. Like I said, I'll probably just bring it over this way, turn it up here, and then bring it back over to the left. And then anywhere up here is fine. I can chuck you on the battery line. That's fine. Chuck you on the battery line, chuck you here, chuck you there, chuck a bunch of those in there. Skip the hassle and go straight over to you. Drop you in there. All right. So right about to have this train pull up. It'll grab our purple science, take it back to the labs. And once that happens, we'll get our elevated rail, and then we can actually get our train stops set up, because that's going to take a little finagling. I remember the elevated rail being extremely good. There's just a little tinkering that it takes to get it the way you want it. Oh, hey. Yep, so those are all running. That's good news. And 11 more, and then we'll be good to go. Meanwhile, you're still filling out the edges of the defensive perimeter and all that. You continue to do your thing, which is fine. I'm probably at the point I need a second stop. But what I can do is when that comes down to it, I can find a place like this, extend this up, make another smelting spot up here or something. Alright, with this, the station is available. We're just waiting for a train to not be occupied to head over. Okay. So you're blocking that spot. That's fine. So we had a backup because two of them queued up to the same spot for a minute there because of when I manually took over one of the trains. You know, I dropped off the liquid. You'll be on your way to go grab the purple science, I believe? No, you're not. Well, I don't see anyone parking. So I'll try doing one of these. Which is, hey, bots. Would you be so kind as to drop off a train for me real quick? So it shouldn't take long to get a train over there. I know it's accessible. All these other parts have been filled in. Gotta be wrapping up soon. That's probably waiting on them to actually build the things. How many bots am I up to? We actually have 302 available construction bots. So I'm not sure what's going on. Is why that's not happening. That's also, we have 302 available bots. Go here. Set that to 300. Stop making them. Meanwhile, you set that to 200. Stop making them. Just waiting for them to do that, because we do have the train and all that up here on passive chests. They're all there. Because if I don't deal with that, that will lock things up. Because the trains aren't stuck, I just don't have enough trains currently operating. There we go. So it just takes the bots a minute to fly from wherever the heck they are to get back into position. Alright, so we'll give you your name, your cargo train, your fuel is fine. Get to work. It might be worth having a location on the track that's kind of a fuel depot spot that I can kind of just leave available for that purpose. Okay, so I don't want to put another train here. We've already got one who's queued up for refueling. Oh, right. Yeah, because I tried to do the copy and it wasn't doing it. Yeah, because I keep trying to do it, and it keeps giving me not the train and all the other stuff when I try and copy the train. Left side checkboxes? Ah, I see. Ooh. So, we gotta make sure it's lined up right. We get another train on the track. Okay, so we're getting the purple science. I will tell you after this load, go for the full 1,000. We definitely don't want trains on the tracks unless I'm getting enough science to basically knock out a research. Now, it is going to sit here for a minute. It's going to wait for the 5 minutes to pass since we are trickle feeding it science the whole time. That's fine by me. Because I kind of have to watch for this train to be put on the track here real fast. Yeah, so it's already named. We just got to wait for the train to put down the caboose. Oh, okay. I missed that. So, saying if I go like this, train, you off, cargo train, create blueprint. Gotcha. So this actually works in a good, like, there's a good couple places I could put this thing. Honestly, probably one of the best places I could put it right now is this is the way to go in. I could literally just say, hey, plunk down 3 trains over there. And then as I need a train, I can be like, just get out of here. Because they can't go over here anyways. Yeah, so it's unstuck for the moment. Oh, well, I have to turn it on automatic first. The one appeared as manual, unless I'm wrong. Because what I'd want to do is send that one off, then when I need the next one, send the next one off. That was my thought, at least. Oh, I see. I blueprinted as automatic. I see. Well, it should only be a problem if they all finish at the same... You know what? We can just do one at a time. That's fine. If that's how it works, that's easy enough. We can just let it plunk down and get going. Yeah, so you should be getting close to leaving here because of the timer. Yeah, so you're about to have that go. It would start driving and crash. Yeah, no, if any one of the ones in the back. Yeah, I gotcha. So pretty soon the limit of don't stay here more than 5 minutes is going to clear. This will bring the science. That'll give us the elevated railway. And then it'll be time to deal with that. Which will probably make the train stops and all that for the elevated railway. I think that's one I'm still going to have to do manually until we get through Aquello. Because once I get to Aquello, I can put down the drone ports and all that, but until then, I don't have that option. All right. And the first production science is on the belt. And with that, we get our elevated railways. And we can start working through all that science. And it should all be configured just fine to be able to fill everything in. Did all the labs come alive? Alright, so some of the things we're definitely going to want to do. We want to find a spot around here somewhere. Or what I'm going to end up doing here is the moment the elevated rail gets done is I'm going to have one of those. You don't have production mods in your science buildings? No, I need to. I need to. That's actually a good point. I don't think I'm actually producing production modifiers. But yeah, no, I need to do that so I get my extra bonus science out of my science. We could do that as I'm clicking in all the wrong things. Right, so at the moment... You are for purple science? Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Now I think production 1 mods. I think with the production 1 mods, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and make production 1 and 2 mods up here real fast. 1 second. So boom, boom. You will make production 1. You'll make production 2. Because then what we could do is, before I forget, because I will, and go here. I don't know when that'll get done, but that'll at least be our stopgap. Alright, meanwhile, back to you. So you are going to create a ramp. And you here create the support. I just realized I don't actually have regular old train tracks being produced here anywhere. And you're gonna make regular old train tracks. Yeah, so we got the poles over there. We got steel, we got stone, so that should all be good there. You require the concrete, the rail, and the steel, so you'll be good. And you required that. So that's bringing over the concrete, which should be in a box right here. No, I have to process you down. Where did I have that? Oh, no, you're processed down here. You're not in a box, though. All right, hold up. Hold up. Do we care about what side you're on? No, that's fine. Okay. Probably like 90 minutes, 120 minutes. You only need 15, it looks like. Oh, yeah, that's fine. You're making the reinforced stuff. It's gonna take you a minute to catch up. That's totally okay. Because we're gonna need a little while for that track to get made. Okay, while we're waiting on the track, the big question, so I definitely can take the elevated thing through here. Then probably down over there. The big question is going to be where we take it down there, but over here should be no problem. But actually, with this, I should be able to start designing. I'm going to run down there, so I actually have camera view of it. Give me what I need for radar. We don't want a drone port over there. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is I remember the ramp. I remember it was a real booger to get the ramp in place. I remember this being a whole thing. That getting the ramp onto an island like this was a real pain in the butt. Alright. So from here... Oh, let's stand underneath that. From here, we're going to need to grab the ramp. That's going to be the first one to distinguish anything. Now I gotta remember the rules about if I put you here, that should be workable. So I take you, just place the rails with the planner. Oh, okay. That's what I was like. It's like, did I not do that? All right. So put you down here. All right. So that should give me at least enough room to make that. So we're good here. And then from here, let's actually start, before we do that, well, I have plenty of room up here. It's fine. Let's get the ramp. So we can go here. That should be enough to fit a train on. I don't need a whole lot of fancy. I need it to just not jam. Roboport is in the way. Alright, 1 second. Because even that up there doesn't matter anymore. You can fish a power cable around you, it's fine. Okay, it's a little dodgy, but that's fine. You serve no purpose anymore at all. Just joinking up all the conveyor belt. All right. Okay, this is going to be a train that's going to be one engine on each side. It's going to be an end-to-end train. We will need fuel for it, but that shouldn't be a problem because we got solid fuel for days. Oh, I'm not making... Yeah, it's fine. So you need to make an engine. You need to make that. You need to make the actual stop. The question is, do I... Yeah, I do have engines already being made there. Oh, cool. So they'll make myself an engine. Hey, Treacle. Thank you for the 190 stream streak. I do appreciate that. It's always good to have you. Too much trouble not to use a double head train here? Yeah, no, like, trying to get an area to turn around, there's, like... It's not that it'd be impossible. You'd have to, like, get it up here and then merge them somehow, like, in the air or something like that. And at that point, it's like, nah, man, just shove two ends of the train. That's all we need. Alright. Cool. So with that, we can go here. Oh, wait, those should be boxes, shouldn't they? You know what, it's fine. No buffer, just go. Okay, so with that, that would give me... That give me what I need there. And I could put some real effort into making this all elegant and making sure it's all nice and set up smoothly. Or I can go right up here and not do those things and say go ahead and keep 500 solid fuel there. And 500 solid fuel there. Because that's literally a byproduct I cannot seem to get rid of. There's so much of it. Alright. Now the rest of it I'm going to have to build. Actually, that's not true. Nuclear power is researched. Get the enrichment going. Alright, so you'll have this one here. Oh, right, I'll do it this way. Because what I can do here is even though, like, I can't send the drones over and all that, I'll just grab a couple of drones on me. It's not going to show it, it's fine. Yeah, this is going to be a little tricky to set up, but I'm going to grab a stack of conveyor belts, a stack of chests, a stack of a bunch of things. Oh. You still don't have power. That's fair. You're taking care of that. So, I will need one of those. The train's fine. You're waiting on more concrete. You're waiting more reinforced concrete. Oh, right. Because I grabbed it all, and they immediately started slamming it down anywhere they could find a spot. Oh, hey. Take it. Alright, and let's go over here. We're going to want the drills. Those will probably be in boxes. So give me those drills. Give me those drills. Give me the conveyors and splitters and all that. The drone port's not going to do anything for me. There's apparently a little bit of science in here, which is a little concerning, but I'm going to choose to pretend I didn't see it. That's everything there. Now grab the rails. Stuff to power them. Oh, right, because we're going to have two separate power grids, aren't we? So I'll need that. Nah, we're not tearing up our flooring. We put good time into that. I don't need accumulators, which are over here somewhere. Okay. Oh, you still have some of those that don't have power. That's fine. Okay, so train has got their stuff there. You'll leave that alone. It's fine. So what we're going to want to do is we can go down here, we can grab the concrete. I'm suddenly coming to the realization that I'm going to be putting... Wait, what? Did you get broken up into two networks on accident? Because you probably did. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Alright. I did not grab any of the construction drones. That's fine. Let's grab the concrete from one of the boxes here. And new plan. Stop recycling. Okay. Because then I can go and chuck the concrete just enough to get 2 ramps into the one box, and then chuck all the rest over into the supports and just get that going. Well, actually, no, that's not what I need. I need the reinforced concrete over here. So chuck you in here. And so you get fed into this machine before they have a chance to draw too much out. Ah! You don't get to put that down. I took it. I'm going to chuck you directly in. Alright, so let's get this done. Couple stuff hanging on the edge there. Oh wait. The enrichment would be... Okay, hang on. Do the enrichment, because that doesn't even cost science that I'm not particularly struggling on. So get all that sorted, then go down the rest of the line. Alright, so that should start bleeding over. Again, the rest. What I can probably do is not just wait on this. And go right here. And scoop up all that reinforced concrete. That should be plenty, I would assume. Okay, so with this, let's run over to you. Drop it in there for a second. Oh, you actually require a lot. Okay, so you require a crap ton to do that. You don't require as much. That's still concerning. So for right now, you stop requesting that. Oh, hey, construction bots? I'm just gonna need to, Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's really not what I wanted. Go ahead and take that back. Take back your Logibots. Gotcha, so they're all busy ripping that up. So what I want to do is snag some of these construction bots. I'm gonna have to intercept them and snag a couple out of the sky. Yeah, no, exactly. That should be fine for what I need. Alright, so we can run down over here. Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 6 supports. Or you could just roll up your sleeves and build the stuff the old-fashioned way. Gross. Not use my bots? I don't really understand. A little annoying it's not showing me the spacing on that. Oh, yeah, they're on the wrong side. That's why. There we go. I was like, it's pretty annoying that I can't actually see where it wants to put it. Is there a bot slower on Fulgora, or are you used to your bot speed research? You're used to bot speed research. Is going to be the answer. Alright, so it's going to be a little dodgy, but that's okay. And I'm just going to use those because I already have them made. Okay. Alright, so we can go here now. So just like we did the other one. All right. Actually, is that more garbage right there? It is. All right. You remember making huge amounts of grenades to clear trees, but you think you could do it with robots? Yeah. I wonder how easy it'd be to... do that. I know I'm going to regret trying to pull that up, but we'll definitely want to do that. Alright, so that part's not the priority. The priority is to get this done. The other thing we want to do is make sure these towers down there are wired in, so we're at least getting some power. I expect the power grid on this side to be a little bit more of a disaster. But that's okay. So we're going to need to grab the inserters. We're going to need to grab a bunch of other things. But with this, the moment I get the train going back and forth, that should make our lives way easier. Because then this will be a stable system. Now I'm assuming the 36 million, the bulk of it's here. Because this is mostly just that one area. Yeah, no, we could definitely use the efficiency mods. I'm honestly not worried if they run smoothly. I just need them to run. In case you know, trees absorb pollution, so it spreads slower. So they can be used as a shield from attracting bugs early. Yeah. There's a balance you want to consider there. Meanwhile, how are things going over here? Did you manage to sneak any more supports in? You did not. Okay.
Alright, so let's let them keep getting these power towers and the handful of conveyors. So we didn't grab the splitters, we didn't grab the undergrounds, I missed those. And all that. You had 3 stuck trains. So uranium makes sense. The military train being stuck does not make sense. Oh. What happened to your... Okay. I must have accidentally picked it up at some point. Yeah, because I even have that. Yeah, no, I must have accidentally grabbed it at that point. And we've got one more power pole to drop here somewhere. There you go. Yeah, so I gotta come back for the splitters and the undergrounds. We also want to grab the inserters. So splitters, inserters, undergrounds, boxes. Let's fill our inventories with garbage real fast. Traveler 2 is out of ammo. Hold up, what's going on here? Why? So you bring this in here. What has happened here that everything is scuffed? That's all fine. That's all fine. So it is looping around. There's no ice. There's just this, which is weirdly not going that way. Get it out of here. There's the problem. There's the problem. That'll unstick it. Alright, so I end up needing to do the Korvax research. Or in Korvax enrichment. Which is a whole thing where you basically just keep processing it again and again until you get the results you want. It's gonna hurt. I don't remember how bad, but I remember it's pretty bad. Okay, so first, hop on board. Second, where is my scrap box? It's over here, right? There you go. Good job, bot. You got one piece of concrete. You didn't know about them dumping off the platform? No, you end up having to do it to balance stuff. Otherwise, sooner or later, things jam up. So you can work on that. Right, so they think... Oh, actually, I am making regular boxes. So we'll grab those boxes. I need the green inserters, which are up here. I need... There's the green inserter, the boxes. We refine on power cables. The undergrounds and the splitters. You're not wrong, and we'll snag it. Now, it's gonna take a minute for all that ouch. It's amusing that, like, the second all that came through. That's 3 rail support. I certainly want more than 3. Oh, do you need another support here? Is that what I'm understanding? Just keep running. No zappy. That's... bot? That's whatever. Oh, you did, man? Okay. He's just doing his job. Yep. Boz on mission. Boz like, no, this is going there now. Alright, and more research getting done. All of which is the productivity research, which is mostly just like, hey, you think that you were already doing? What if it was slightly more efficient? It's like, yes, please. Oh, right, we have the boxes. I'll deal with that in a second. Let's get these last ones over here. Because that'll let's start loading up the train. Or sorry, it won't loading up the boxes for the train. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Figured that was coming.
there. Those fishing modules come in big on Fulgora. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of this is just, what if the bots are faster? What if this is faster? Yeah, as long as we're still getting the stuff brought over, I can deal with a lot. So you'd want to grab more mining stuff. Just chucking down some more of those to help out a little bit. Okay. Alright, and that's enough salvage. Yep, so all I need now is 3 more supports. It'll be good. And once I do that, I can leave the planet because the train can just go back and forth. Where? There you are. Then go to you. We got 2. I need 1 more than that. Just the moment I chuck that stuff in there, it's just like, get it now. All right, we can go up here. I'm not gonna end up needing that many more. Now we're just stuck waiting on this. Do you not like using personal logistics system? I do. It's just, right now I know I'm going to be leaving right away here in a minute. And I don't really have that much set up here. I don't want to set up the personal logistics and then have to unset it up and all that. I mean, not unset up, disable it. So I'm just kind of not worrying about it. If you could just give me a little reinforced concrete, I'd really appreciate it. Alright, let's go see if that's enough to get my last thing. No. That's a little concerning that the steel's backing up, but a lot of that should start to get resolved. Oh, I mean, we're probably eating up all that steel because all the boxes and everything I just ripped down, I just didn't even bother to clean up. Okay. That'll do it. You guys should keep forgetting you also research bot speed. Yeah, I mean, the bigger concern is just me dealing with, like... Well, bot speed and robot cargo and all that stuff, but... Yeah, no, the big thing I, like, just dealing with is I know I'm going to be hopping off this planet as soon as I get this fixed here. Because once I get this rail connected, I don't have to be here anymore. Alright, so let's test our railways. Make sure they're good. Then go over to our train here. Boom. You are going to go to add station. Oh, let's name the stations for our own sanity. Scrap, drop. And then go over here. Scrap, pick up. Cool. So now your job is scrap pickup, do until full cargo, scrap drop, do until empty cargo. This is your life now. Yeah. I had more drills over there. You know what? Honestly, don't care. When the next lightning storm comes on, it'll power it up for a minute. I really do need to care. Because I know if I don't deal with it, I'll just have to come back and deal with it later. So grab you. The conveyor's up here. Grab you. And I'm not super fussed about this. Because, yeah, those things are... Oh! That is the alert that the power's getting low on Novus. Okay, I hate that. That is bad thing, because it's getting very spiky, which tells me we're going to need more solar panels. And on top of that, it's almost bottoming out without fully spiking, which does tell me I'm also in need of more accumulators. A good biter night raid could be interesting. Well, yeah, that's probably part of why the power is getting... Oh, I have been getting it for a while? I only now noticed it. Alright. Have you seen Menace? I've looked at a little bit. I haven't caught up with it. I haven't really looked at it on any real level. So it's not like I've gone and been like, nah, not for me or anything like that. I just haven't stopped and like properly given it a go. I actually have a key for it, because I do a lot of work with the devs. Not like in like a dev profession, but like, you know, I've worked with worked with the publisher quite a bit. Just done a lot of other games and all that. All right. I'd say it's really fun. If you like difficulty scaling, you can do either Iron Man or self-imposed challenges. Even if you're playing regular hardest mode, it's fun balance. Yeah, no, I was just thinking that's like, you know, I really wanted to just leave, but it's like, crap, I need more accumulators. I also don't want to wait for the lightning storm every time. I know I'm going to get like double zapped and killed. I think I can endure one zap. I think one zap will punch my shields and take a chunk out of me. but I think I will survive a zap. So meanwhile, I don't need more drills. Stop making them. I don't need more conveyors. Stop making them. I don't need more rails right now. Honestly, for the rest of it, just chuck those down. Okay, so accumulate, and also, for that matter, we could just chuck the, get to work. So what I want to do from here, so let's go grab our accumulators. We're gonna run over there and we're gonna chuck down as many as we can. I just realized I probably need those power poles. I'll make it work. Well, crap. One of my trains ran out of gas. I mentioned with the way it reprogrammed, it's like, you know, it's only a matter of time before that happens. I was figuring a matter of time was being in the entire playthrough. I would eventually... Bots can deliver the fuel? What is the best way... There we go. Alright, so I put down another 50 accumulators. I've already got this island basically covered with the lightning rods completely. So if it shuts off after that, it means it's probably just not getting enough power over the night in the first place. Yeah, actually, adding all those accumulators, it doesn't look like that's might matter that much. They're not really getting fully powered, unfortunately. So I think that is just what it is. I know you got that stuff on the bot network. Okay, so it is actually peaking those up. Okay, that's good. The graph looks very different when you're dealing with the lightning versus the solar. Alright, so it's giving a minute for the lightning to calm down. And the good news is we are building out all this power infrastructure and all that stuff. You don't think 100 is enough? Yeah, I mean, it's fine. As long as it manages to run mostly. I'm imagining, because, like, we have this loading up this way. This is a very inefficient design. But the important thing is it means at least this factory keeps running. That's the only thing I cared. What? Oh, these count? I'll just remake them. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I can make the green modules. I'm not too worried about it. By the time I have to start really worrying about the efficiency there, I'm going to be moving on to a bunch of other things by that stage. Okay, and you've got all... Well, your ammo's not quite full. You're still replenishing after things got messed up. Bots, don't tell me... Like, you shouldn't be in a... You're just barely out of range. It was like the one tiniest little gap. To be fair, it's a tiny little gap right where the refueling spot is. If you're lucky, you could find a small island close enough to a large island to bridge the power across. Yeah, no, we didn't have that, unfortunately. Alright, I'm feeling pretty okay about the amount of bullets we've got now, so you are going to go and stop that and go back to Novice. Actually, do I need to go to Novice? What do I need from Novice? Hang on. Hold up. Do I actually need to go to Novice? I mean, we're already going here, but do I want to just immediately deviate and turn towards Volcanus? To fix the train? Well, I do actually have the bots on the way to deal with that as is. They're literally hooking up the drone port right now. Boom. Now the bots will go and take care of it right now. So I gotta put up on the logistics network. Just all the snaked in gaps. Yeah, so as soon as the logistic bots... We actually should have logistics bots, like, on their way there. Unless... No, it's a passive provider. No, you're not. Okay, hang on. You're a passive provider now. There should still be plenty of resources for that train. Where are you going with those magazines? Yeah, as soon as they make that into a passive provider, it'll bring that right over. Yeah, because right now that train is holding everything up. Oh, right. That's why I didn't make it a passive provider before. Because I got a requester right here. So it's literally just going to go back and forth on that. Okay, so... let's see. Enable, disable. You'll turn on the requester if it's below a certain amount. Alright, so we've unstuck our trains. Okay, but like I was saying, is before we jump out of this thing, is there a reason for me to be here? Like, very genuinely. We've got our yellow and our purple science going. This is all set up. I can remotely do most of the art stuff I care about. Which I'm actually going to do some of that now. There's nuclear power plant. Yeah, so you have the uranium thing. You have the beacon. We have a bunch of nuclear power plant stuff. We have the blue belts, which will be lubricant. Alright, so we'll start with the centrifuge. Get that going. We'll queue up the nuclear power plant. Heat exchanger, heat pipe. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Refuel. Yeah, so it'll be the heat exchanger and all that. Alright, 1 second. I can't see what I'm doing. Rip up those trees, please.
Okay, and... so yeah, the centrifuge, we've got all this. We'll need the steam turbine. We got all that. We'll have the beacon. And once again, I'm going to need to rip up some trees so I can actually see what I'm doing. Come on, get that tree so I can see what I'm doing. Let's see, was there anything else we wanted to add on there right now? Alright, so still waiting on the ammo to replenish real fast. In the meantime, you look at the centrifuge, so we can make... I'm gonna have to remember what the recipe was. So we make uranium fuel cell in the assembly thing. You're made in the centrifuge. Right, so you can craft the uranium processing and the Kovarax enrichment process. So if I remember this correctly, what we want to do is we start by just uranium processing and we get mostly garbage. And then as soon as we start getting just enough of the good stuff, we do the Kovarax enrichment process to then really ramp it up. And I used to have blueprints for all of that. Yeah, so you're still replenishing your ammo. I have no idea where I want to do this. I mean, honestly, right here is not that bad. Because this will go away eventually, this will go away eventually, this will go away eventually. Water is right there. We can hook it up to the power grid. Yeah, now we can flip this to eventually be deliver the uranium here as opposed to pick it up. Alright, well let's go over here and just remind ourselves how this one works. Because it's been a while. So if we choose you, you just need uranium and you spit out the two types. Right. Yeah, so what we'll do is right now just gonna put this up here. Okay, so straightforward, that takes in our loose stuff, and it makes a little bit of the crappy stuff, and it makes a little bit of the good stuff. And then what we do is we have a separate process that happens over here. That if we get some of the good stuff, it takes the good stuff, and it makes it into better stuff. So, from here... I'm going to set you to filter. If you get the junk, you just dump it out. It's fine. Because you need a little bit of the junk and some of the good stuff. Now, I'm trying to remember the way you deal with the junk, because, like, you process it. So the way this thing works and what makes this so special... is if we go here to that. So you use this enrichment process, and it takes a whole lot of the good stuff and a little bit of the crappy stuff
to make slightly more good stuff. So it is a thing where you have to do a whole cycle, but you got to get that first 41 to make that happen. So we'll chuck over the good stuff because we're going to get very little of it. All right, for right now, we're only going to have the one inserter there. Oh, yeah. No, there's other utility purposes. All right, now one of the things I remember is you end up needing this to kind of like cycle around. I didn't need this to be two different belts. Then I could... Fine. So I didn't need this to be two different belts. Okay, so you go the far lane. Okay, this puts the good stuff on that lane, puts the other stuff on the other lane. So that should go around. So now we can go here. We'll want another set of you. And we will want to take these ones, and you are doing the other process. Like I said, for right now, we want just one of them working. The reason I want just one of them working is otherwise the whole thing can get backed up and cause all sorts of headaches. Alright, so one thing that's going to end up needing to be a issue early on is I will need to be able to buffer a bunch of this material. So you'll take this off. And the reason I'm not taking the time to set up all of these is because I need like 40 something to kick that first one on. It is just a big delay before anything happens that you kind of have to like keep letting it loop around until finally you get what you're looking for. Actually, we could be smarter about this. So that could be the intake on this side. That's fine. And then what we could do here is that's the good stuff kicking out. And that's the other stuff kicking out, because you always get some of it back. We can go ahead and copy that. Alright, so hopefully when they get that built, that'll start the process. Wrong lane? Is it the wrong lane? It looks right to me. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, so you pass over there, you go to the outside lane. Well, that's annoying. There's an easy solution to this. Because now we just switch it to be like that. There. So this puts it on the inside, that puts it on the outside. And as soon as this power tower gets kicked on, we should start seeing a bunch of this start coming up. Expect this to take a while. It's one of those things that you have to like kind of let this run and let this run and let this run and let this run, and then finally you get enough of it to have the reaction start. And then once it starts, you can just ramp it up at that point. If right now I'll just build a nuke. I mean, that'll happen eventually, I'm sure. Come on, man, get that power tower. I want to just make sure it's all working. Each nuke takes like 100 of the good stuff? Yeah, no, it takes a while. But that's the whole idea, is it takes a while to ramp it up. Oh, right, and I just remembered something with these as well. So another thing we want to do here that's really, really good on these is grab those productivity modules. Because then you can, instead of getting one extra on the output there, you can, like, you know, it'll be over several cycles. You can get extras out of that. Yeah, it is a kind of slow process. Yep, and with that, you'll start seeing a lot of this. It's like, what is it, 1 in 40 is good or something like that? Oh, it's worse than that. It's slightly under 1% of them will be the good stuff. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. So that's the reason why you set in a loop to just, like, let it run. So you can kind of just... That's the reason I actually, before I was like, oh, let's go to the next plan or whatever, I was like, no, let's just get that set. And it can just sit here and churn. That way we come back at some point, we start seeing more and more of the good stuff on here. And we can go from there. The other thing we should probably do eventually... We can do it, just do it on the... Well... It's fine. I was going to put some of the good stuff on a buffer as well. Or if we end up with enough of it. It happens. It's not a media problem I have any reason to worry about. That'll work. But that way, when it loops around, it'll fill this box up, and when the outside lane is solid, it'll stop dumping out of the chest. And it's the same for the inside. That'll be a long time to come. But yeah, I remember needing buffer boxes like this just to hold on to stuff. Now, remember, these things are also relatively power hungry. Meanwhile, you're complaining about the power more. Yeah, well, at least you're flattening out, and we are gradually moving up.
And then meanwhile, even more power. Okay, how's your ammo? Alright. Well, I don't see a reason to stay here. Later. And before anyone's like, don't you want to ship a bunch of stuff up? Probably. But I like to start each planet with absolutely nothing. Because worst case if things do go badly for it, I can always send the ship back to go grab stuff for me and then bring it back over to me and drop it. But I very much prefer the fresh start on each planet. Except Aquilo for fairly straightforward reasons. Aquilo doesn't let you do that. You gotta prepare for Aquilo. Just orbiting the planet like a god, imposing your will, and then disappearing back into the stars? Yes. We are, in fact, the Wizard of Oz. Meanwhile, it's actually time for something else to happen in Novus. Which is... Where's my rocket? Build new space platform. You like the fresh start, but give me 50... That's actually a fair point. I didn't do it, but that's actually a very fair point. So I've got Epoch, we got Traveler 2. This will be the Tantive 4. Oh, also, before I forget, this print bad. We don't use that print. This print good. We use that print. You know, he placed this building down myself like some guy peasant. Yep. And with that, we drop on to Volcanus. All right. Before we get too far, we do have the Tantive 4. And so now... we just let that work. I'm honestly thinking about you know what? Hang on. Hey, Traveler 2? How's your ammo? Ammo's good. Hey, Traveler 2, you're gonna go and take a quick trip back to Novus. And when you get there, you're gonna request some construction drones. Because I wasn't gonna do that, but I'm like, alright, hang on, wait a second. That's actually okay, so we've got the sulfuric acid. We've got things not to worry about up here. A lot of sulfuric acid up there. Bunch of lava up here.
So let's scope out what kind of area I've got to work with. Because you'll notice, chat, for those who have not seen this before, there's a big red ugly border there. And you might be wondering what the big red ugly border's all about. Well, let's see if I can make a friend. I don't see our friends right now. I'm kind of skirting around the edge. Jim is always near. Honestly surprised. Usually you spot him really quick. I know if I put down a building, he'll be there in a second. Is that an Earthworm reference? I hope it is. If not, it's a missed opportunity. Man, I can remember the cartoon's theme song. Like a good chunk of it, like Earthworm Jim and a super suited fall. Yeah, but seriously, where's my wormhole friends? There we go. Friend. Now, the thing I want to point out for people who have not seen this, for the people who have not seen our friends here, so this is this planet's equivalent to the biters. They're very territorial, and you'll notice, instead of like the biters where they're like, oh, it has like 300-400 health, it has 30,000 health, is completely immune to impact and laser damage, only takes 50% physical damage, is very resistant to explosive damage. You get the idea. He's a tanky boy. And if you try and build on their territory, they're not too kind about it. Yeah, and that's the small one. There is an achievement for killing the big one. That is a very convenient lake of lava. They don't respawn? No, I don't believe so. I'm pretty sure once you kill them, the territory is cleared and you can just kind of move on. But that'll be kind of the one thing, is we've got some good material here. But one of the main resources you get from this planet is tungsten. It's what lets you do all the really fancy tech. And you'll notice something as we're walking around. We are not seeing any tungsten in our territory, and that's not by mistake. To go to the tungsten, you gotta dance with the worm. Alright, so I just want to kind of scout this out before we started. Because the good news is, because they're not aggressive, like you have to encroach on their territory before they become a problem. You're not dealing with the biters where they're just kind of a general nuisance. It's kind of like you go, okay, I want to expand, it's time. And you prepare and you engage. Did you ever play the Earthworm Jim games? Yeah, way back in the day I did. That is a lot of guns coming online. That's fine. Yeah, so we got the calcite. And you do get a little bit of tungsten from all the stuff here. But for any real amount, you gotta work your way there. You also get, like, basically free sulfuric acid and a whole bunch of stuff here. Okay. So, it is time to
go and check on what the heck it was we do here. Because it has been a while. Right, so we can... Right, so we've got our stone. With our stone, we can make a smelter. We can plunk you down. Chuck you in there, chuck you in there. Oh, not, sorry. Chuck you in there. We use the calcite as fuel. Meanwhile, how is Traveler 2 doing? You're home. I would like, if you don't mind, if you could quickly request me a stack of bots. Now, the downside is I don't think we actually have spare bots. Oh, you're building the other one. Okay. I was like, what are you doing? Right, because I'm... Okay. Ah. I don't think the bots will just chuck themselves in there, unfortunately. So the issue I have is this I'm controlling by turning that off. So we can change up this logic easy now. So let's go here, do this, give it power. You fill up to one tile, that's fine. You, on the other hand, you stop caring about everything. You, on the other hand, we're going to turn that filter on for just 2 seconds. And grab you. And construction bots is 300. So, sorry, it's, T. So I'll do this where we say if T is less than 300, then you turn back on. So that way we actually have construction bots. And something's running out of ammo. Why are you running out of ammo? Which one am I looking at? Which one are you? Why are you running out of ammo? Okay. So for a moment, jettison. Yeah, it's fine. Just jettison it out, because we've apparently gone so far out of whack on the balance here that that's become its own issue. I remember the last time I built the ships, it was a thing where I had like 3 super long conveyors, like that were like going down length. That was each of the materials, and then on the back I ejected it off the back from there, so the belts would just feed around into the really long buffer. Versus these ones, I just got these tiny little buffers. You know what we can actually do? We can really go for this. Just kick it all off. Every last bit. Clear the line. The belt can get full with nothing new coming on. Yeah, that's exactly what we got. All right. So we've gotten ourselves a nice big gap at one point. I think a big part of it is we've got this set up for the carbon. Right. And I don't use very much carbon. So honestly, let's go ahead and what we can do here is we'll let that run where we're just ejecting the carbon for a while. Let everything else through, but get the carbon off the filter. Yeah, no, like I said, the last one I set up, we had this big buffer, but I can't remember the exact layout, but I had 3 long runs, and the 3 long runs were each of the materials. And then at the beginning of each run, I said, hey, if you're full of this, just shoot it off the side. But yeah, so the idea is once this does 1 lap through, then we should be in good shape where it's going to take a long time to fill. I wonder... Don't do that. I was wondering there for a second if I could have it read. I probably need a arithmetic thing. Basically looking at that and being like, what is the material there's the most of? Just kick it off. Because that most likely means it's the thing I'm backed up on. Alright, so you're getting that all sorted. But yeah, that'll be a design flaw I'm gonna have to deal with. I could potentially make it work right here. Have this spot where it says, hey, if you're carbon after that, out. What you could do is place a single yellow belt past the splitter that just goes to the ejection. That'll give you space on the belt to insert new things. What you can do is place a single yellow belt just past the splitter that goes to the ejection. Or like make this yellow, like balance that and just make that yellow. Make it yellow? Oh, right, so it kind of slows and buffers. Sadly, I don't think you have any yellow belts in there. But yeah, that way it slows down just enough a little bit, always gets kicked off. There you go. Not a bad idea. So let it sort itself out. What you usually do is you have a constant combinator that has your chunk target, read all the belts for the chunks you have, and use arithmetic to see if I'm missing what I'm missing and use the set filters on the grabbers. Yeah, no, like I said, I know the last time, because we dealt with this before, the last time it was something like I had these buffer areas,
It was at the beginning of the buffer. I had it just overflow right off the side. Yeah, set up all your combinators, the filter grabber. You don't have anything that gets thrown overboard. That's not a bad idea. I don't want to deal with that right now. But that wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm just going to leave that alone for right now. Anyways, you sort yourself out. I don't need you traveling back and forth for a little bit yet. We have Novice. We have Volcanus. And I've got my iron plate. You don't use the belt either, you just everything in out of the hub. That's fair. That's right, because you would go in here. Alright, meanwhile, did you get your drones? You have not gotten your drones yet. How's that going? You're making progress, that's fine. Let's see if you're set up to read one spot in the main loop. It reads every 6 or more items, it turns the incinerator on and tosses some off. Yeah, like I said, for me I had like a big buffer on mine. And it was just one of those things that when one backed up, it would just go to the ejection lane. And so it's kind of one of those things that I could keep like 100 or something of the ore backlogged. And then just everything else would be hucked off the side. But yeah, no, it definitely makes sense that if you could avoid the conveyor belts, because I use a lot of space in those conveyor belts. Alright, so the thing we need to figure out is we've got calcite up here. I can't remember if I can just hand mine calcite or if I need the big ridiculous drill. I thought you could just mine calcite, but tungsten you need the big special drills for. Let's grab a little calcite. So for calcite, we can drill that. You can get calcite from lava. Right. Use lava and calcite together to make your iron and your copper. The idea of using space platforms like space trains on automated completely hurts your mind. Yep. That's what you do. Simple coal liquefaction. So that's coal. Yeah, so you can make oil that way. Steam condensation. We turn steam into that. Acidic neutralization. So sulfuric acid plus calcite makes steam. And then we can turn the steam into water. And then we can use, like the calcite, we have other stuff we can use it for. Alright. We got a big patch of coal down here. So let's look at our offshore pump. Yeah, so you're just iron is all I need for that. So there's the coal. So what we ultimately want to do is get a drill going for the coal. We definitely want to get that as soon as we can, so we're not, well, any type of thing. All right, so what we'll want to do is get our offshore pump. Are burner loops not valid? Burner loops are valid. It's been a hot minute since I've done a burner loop. Use that for a little coal at the beginning. Alright, you working getting your coal up. Okay. But that said, chat, well, we are kind of spoiling you of just showing you like the very, very beginning of the surface of Volcanus. I've already gone way over because I noticed the ad hit and I did want to quit immediately after the ad. That would not feel great. So I do think we're like right at the beginning of Volcanus. So the next stream we're doing tomorrow, that should be Stardew Valley. We'll probably finish the Tileman Challenge. If we do finish the Tileman Challenge on that tomorrow, we'll pop into Factorio. The stream after that will probably be Timberborn and then most likely Factorio. That's going to be kind of the rotation. Because Stardew Valley is basically, it's like right about done. And I do think we're not going to go for perfection. We're just going to finish the community center, you know, put a bow on it, because sooner or later 1.7 is coming out, and literally going for perfection over the community center is like a factor of 10 more time. And I don't think I want to go and put that much time into it. But with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. But what will end up being is, like I said, we'll probably be here for Stardew Valley Tileman Challenge tomorrow. And then, like I said, if we finish that during the stream, which is very likely, we'll switch over to Factorio just to wrap it up. And then we'll probably jump into more Timberborn the day after that. I might put it up to a poll or whatever. But the point is, there's more Factorio coming. There's a little bit more Stardew Valley, not much more, a little bit more Stardew Valley, and then some more Timberborn. With all that said, if you are watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you over there. But thank you so much for tuning in. And for those over here on Twitch, I'm going to go and put up my ending screen, and don't go anywhere because we're going to go find someone for us to raid.